starting theme tune. If I can find it. Boom.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning to you, good. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Welcome to day 3 from Hyderabad. England are right in a hole. They're about 175. They are 175 runs adrift of India. India still have those 7 wickets in hand there, 421 for 7. And, well, we do wonder if this is the last day. Now, it's very hard to look at this, the gap between these two attacks and the travails of England's bowling. Worth remembering that I think Shane Warne on his debut was keen for about 150 for 1, wasn't he?
One for 167, I think.
Yeah, he was. Rashid as well, 102 for 154, I think, both in India. So don't necessarily look at... don't blame the players, I think. If England are in a bit of a hole, it's one of their own making, and it's more made by the administration and selection than it is by the players that are out there.
It's exactly the... fail to prepare to fail.
Well, there is a bit of that. So, one thing we do know as we head into day 3 is that with 7 wickets down, 175 lead, it's probably already too big. England need quick wickets. If you need quick wickets, what do? You press the nuclear option, deploy the warheads from Oxfordshire, and it is none other, of course, than the wonderful Shelley Beck, primed and ready to fire. Good morning, Shelley.
Morning, Tony. And indeed, definitely yesterday was a very interesting day. India definitely had the upper hand, and at some points in the afternoon, it was actually quite sad to see how little ideas England had on actually getting out the batters at various times. So yeah, definitely needed quick wickets this morning, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Well, the other voice you heard, thank you for that, Shelley. The other voice you heard already, a steady, calming, soothing, everything's going to be fine. There's a man you need in a crisis. It is the wonderful Jason G. Hello, Jason.
Good morning, and how are you? You seem a lot more less hendo, running, keep climbing up the walls because I can't get the studio on air.
Well, yes, prepare to fail. As fail to prepare to fail. I tried to set everything up last night, studio-wise, so that as much as we could with the bear and
I approve.
We made it as idiot-proof as it could be, and as idiots go, well, I confess technically I might be at the top of the tree, but there we go. It does all seem to be fine. The other stat, and I reeled it off a couple of times yesterday, and it illustrates part of the challenge, I think, for England here in Hyderabad. Ashwin, Jadeja, Patel, tests between them 175. Leach, Rayan Ahmed, Tom Hartley, tests between them at the start of this 36, of which
33.
Jack Leach has 35. Shelley, you can add to that the fact that the man with 35 of those 36 tests was bowling in sort of little 2-over stintettes, wasn't he? Because he's got a gammy knee.
Exactly.
How could it get worse?
Oh, don't say that with Ben Stokes around, because to be quite honest, I think we plaster him up with whatever we can. But I will also say that Joe Root is still leading the wicket figures is really worrying for England. I think when your main bowlers are not doing the job, it really does put a lot of pressure on a lot of others.
Well, Mark Wood tried everything. He had his little bursts yesterday, and but nothing really seemed to work on this wicket. The kind of distressing, depressing thing, and I will go back and say again, I do not blame the players that are out there. Do not blame Tom Hartley, the fact that he doesn't look to have too many weapons that are ever going to trouble India. He didn't select himself. Do not blame Tom Hartley that he didn't play in India, that they were just warming up in Abu Dhabi, and that he wasn't playing in the A game to at least get some hard yakka experience in Indian conditions. Don't blame him for that.
Does matter a little bit of muddled thinking. I mean, the obvious choice to have gone would have been Liam Dawson.
This is
the issue is that he's very similar in style to Jack Leach.
Yeah.
Now that's good cover, but would you play both left arm spinners in the same test? I mean, India have. They played Jadeja and Axar.
They do, and Jadeja. The other thing that, of course, bears mentioning, I think, is India have 3 frontline spinners, as do England. The difference is that all 3 frontline spinners for India are also extremely
capable
good batsmen.
Yes.
That when you put all that together, it's pretty scary. Well, the teams are out there. We'll get ready to jingle up the main participants. The body language for England this morning is going to be interesting, isn't it, Shelley? Surely you'd hope that they've given themselves a talking to, and even though they know it's potentially mission impossible, there's ways you tackle mission impossible. You've got to do it with your head up, haven't you?
Exactly, and already just watching the pictures this morning as the English team came out, they look like they are going to be putting in a massive effort this morning. Very much smiles around. Ben Stokes was very much rallying the troops. So let's see how it goes. Indian batters also looking very determined, should I say, particularly Jadeja. So if India get another 50 runs, I would say, England are going to struggle to overhaul it with any form of lead.
Well, you mentioned Jadeja, who I thought played a fantastic innings yesterday, because he went from pure aggression to I'm going to stay here and make sure we get that big lead, and he showed he's got the different modes to his game. But here he is.
Ravindra Jadeja, who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction. Mama, this surely is a dream, yeah.
And his spinning partner in crime, and for the start of this morning, And for some of yesterday, I mean, didn't he finish with 6 and 2 4s yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah,
Not
it's this
necessarily in
fella.
that order, but
No.
those are all the right notes.
all the right scores, not necessarily in the right order. It's this chap.
The stroke plays diverse and as sweet as a slice of batten bird. Extra, 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 because if he can score runs, then it's the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin that will bring him some wickets.
And here's the England bowler.
Mark Wood. Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good. And pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right.
What?
Well, it is indeed going to be Mark Wood who's going to be galloping in from the pavilion end at Hyderabad. We have a very wide, for 5th or 6th slip, you'd almost call it a kind of deep gully, wouldn't you, Jace?
That is a gully.
That is a thank you.
But it is disheartening for the bowler to start up with no slips at all and only a gully.
Well, yes. And they took the new ball, didn't they? And they gave it to Joe Root. So there's not so many overs on this ball. But it's going to be Wood, and he's coming in around the wicket, and it's defended into the onside, and straight away Jadeja prods this towards leg, and India are off and running, and they move on to 422 4-7. Jadeja on to 82. He wants those 3 figures. He's thinking, Shelley, isn't he? Bat once, bat once. That's all he wants to do as far as India are concerned.
Absolutely. But did you see just before it started, I'm sure teams have a discussion of where you're going to go stand on for the first ball. There was a massive change that Stokes and Wood were doing just before the first ball. And I thought, really? You've had the whole night to think about that?
Well, yes. Now, I mean, this was, we had Gary for company yesterday, which is always a delight. But we did wonder how on earth, well, I'll hold the thought for a second, as Wood is going to be around the wicket to the left-handed Axar, who stands tall, high elbowed drive straight to Jack Leach. I wonder how his knee is shaping up this morning. He is at mid-on. The point I was going to make, for both of you really, is in a predominantly spin attack all day, how do you still need almost all of your extra half hour when you should be rattling through your overs at an absolute rate of knots? How does that happen, Jace?
I reckon it's the humidity. It just saps all the energy out of you. And I presume they're taking the mandated drinks breaks, but they'll also be getting water on at every available opportunity.
Yeah. In comes Mark Wood. Forces a solid defence out of Axar. Nothing yet in those first 3 deliveries to suggest for a moment that either of these two are going to be over troubled, I don't think, rather sadly. 422 4-7. The Barmy Army is there in force and in reasonable voice too, I suspect. They're trying to get behind England. They're trying to raise the spirits of first day of a tour, Shelley, first test of a tour, 3 days in, you're already staring down the barrel. You've got to do something to keep those spirits up, haven't you?
Exactly. So, but Mark's in to do his delivery.
Looking for a Yorker. It was a full toss, but it did sort of duck into Axar quite late, and he played it solidly away towards cover, and there is no run. One thing I also loved yesterday for so much of the day was that Jadeja was there wearing... Charlie Chaplin's in the crowd, who passed away, I believe, in Vevey in Switzerland. Yeah, because I used to go to Vevey all the time, and it's just down the offices to where I used to go to for work when I was there. There's a statue of Charlie Chaplin overlooking Lake Geneva. But his lookalike is there today in Hyderabad. And that must be pretty warm, I would imagine, for him too, as this one's tickled away round the corner down towards a short fine leg. And there is no run again, just the one run so far from this Mark Wood over, which has been accurate, varied, but untroubling, I think is how you would possibly sum that up. How are we doing for juice on the
Yeah, I'll give it a quick burst before we
social
came on air,
machine?
but
Excellent,
you probably
well
need one when I'm off air.
Okay. The camera certainly seems fascinated with Charlie Chaplin. He does look quite good, doesn't he? I've got to say, it's a pretty decent look-alike.
Was it the traditional pose after this ball?
as this one is past the outside edge. Wood throws up both hands. The ball went through to Folks. And Axar had a bit of a dabblette there, didn't he? Just got suckered into it a tiny bit. Shelley?
Yeah, just a little bit, but not a bad first over from Wood. Got the pace right up. The one ball I saw was 143. So really good first over, I think. But let's see who comes on with him.
Well, Australia have moved on to the tune of one. It's 422.47, the lead 176, and we can get your first messages. Who's with us?
Farong is with us. Greetings all for day 3 from the Modi Dome. Afraid not, it's from Hyderabad. Hope everyone is well. Will I be sending a similar type of message this time tomorrow? Possibly. It all comes down to the final 3 hits in a short amount of time. Throw the ball to your shortest player. And Jonathan Shorland says...
He's nothing if not consistent in that mission.
The Gorilla Cricket tune-in feed is working, the website feed is working, the YouTube feed is working, and the Zoom display has the studio and remote presenters perfectly balanced.
Who said that?
Jonathan Shorland. Are you all okay?
Well, yeah. The problem, and like all of these things, is, you know, the commentator's curse that suddenly takes wickets when you say a batsman's purring along really lovely. Oh, he's been bowled. I suspect the technology will end up the same way. So let's not overdo it. Let's not get too cocky too early.
Yeah.
There for wrong is Duckett. He's looking focused. He's looking concentrated. He's looking short, and he's not looking like he's going to bowl. Much to the disappointment of his number one fan, I suspect.
England's other opening bowler has come out, and it's
here he is. Yes, England's number one bowler, who immediately forces Jadeja onto the back foot, who starts his day very much as though he's already started by getting a single, hasn't he? But he's quite happy to think, I want to be there for as long as I can. Let's jingle up England's number one bowler.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that.
Who's in again around the wicket, defended tidily by Jadeja, who taps it with his bat, picks it up for the fielder. It's a nice sympathetic touch, Shelley. Saves the poor old England fielders having to bend down.
Yeah, I really still don't like it, because I've seen 1 or 2 batters in my life get caught or get out by actually impeding the field by touching the ball. So
yes, this one's nicely tickled into the onside, and again there is no run. No sense they're going to attack with any kind of alacrity here. It's a cautious start by both of these two, Shelley.
Very cautious, but very nicely bowled by Root, I'd say. On the money this morning.
And he's on the money there, but he will concede a single because it's just pushed to wide mid-on, which is, I think, Johnny B, whose figure these days, without wishing to sound unkind, is one you can spot from a fair distance away.
Would you say it's Milburn-esque?
I think it might be pushing it a bit to say Milburn-esque. Are you thinking Colin rather than Jackie?
Yes.
Yes. Jackie Milburn, of course, was a footballer not even before my time, I've got to be honest there. I'm not pretending to have ever seen him play. War Jackie for Newcastle. Round the wicket comes Root, defended back to him competently indeed by Axar, who really decided to open his innings and close his innings with a bit of a flourish. 3 boundaries to end the day. We weren't quite sure what order they came in, but we know he finished with 3 boundaries. 1 run from this Root over. It's only going to be the 1 run, because that too is defended back to him. The India lead stays on 177. Just 1 run from that Rooty over. It's 423.47, and we can go back to Jason.
Yep, Leah's with us. She says
Hello,
Leach's unavailability was always inevitable. It was either going to be an injury or a combination of his Crohn's disease and some chicken vindaloo. She also says, I've seen pictures of that Charlie Chaplin passed out blind drunk on the ramparts of Gould Fort. Anna Forsyth with us. She says, hello all. I'm working all weekend moving our office, so you lot on my soothing break. Trust Tony to bring up a random town in Switzerland 2 minutes in.
A what, sorry?
Trust Tony to bring up a random town in Switzerland 2 minutes into the broadcast.
Sorry, Anna. Well, I did. I used to go to Nestle in another life, in another time.
Well, that Nestle that they're now knocking down in Croydon.
Are they?
Oh, they have.
St George's House.
Yes.
Round the wicket comes Mark Wood, up onto his toes goes Jadeja, dabs that down to backward point. They take a single. And Jadeja will... Shall I tell you something about St George's House? Back in the day, not now, it was famed for having the fastest lifts, or elevators, if you're American, fastest lifts in London. Now, I can tell you are so riveted by that fact. You're speechless.
I'm struck dumb, but then again,
But,
I'm
in
not
days
sure how
gone
to
by, it
respond
used to
to
have the
that.
fastest lifts in London. It did. St George's House in Croydon, which was where Nestle were. 4:24 for 7. Mark Wood barrels in past umpire rifle and defended solidly back to him again. I just have the feeling, Shelley, that India, it's almost like there's kind of different preset modes that they have in mind, and unless they were being served up absolute filth, I think the mood they want to be in here is, we've got as long as we want, we don't have to do this in a hurry, we're already 175 ahead, let's just make sure we just keep grinding England down.
Exactly, and if they can get through the first half an hour with no wickets, it's going to be a very long day for
It
England.
sure is. Wood in wide of off stump, through to Folkes it goes. Axar has nothing to do with it. He stays on 35, and India stay on 24 for 7.
Yeah, that was beautifully paraphrased from Sunil Gavaskar's original version, which said, "No, the first hour's the bowlers, and the next 5 are mine."
Yes, probably very true. Oh, well, we're seeing a bit of footage from Jack Leach earlier in the day, who's not just got his knees strapped, he's got his whole leg strapped. I mean, he literally looks like, if you could imagine the Invisible Man, clean bandages, except it's only his leg. That's basically what Jack Leach
it does look like it looks like a prosthetic.
It does. Wood short. Oh my word! Axar was leaning back, and that was a nasty one. And that is why I think they do have Jack Wood, Mark Wood in the team, because he can do that. He really dug it short, but they do have a feeling, and I think have had, and it's not the first time they've deployed that against Axar. They think he doesn't like it up him, don't they, Shelley?
Yeah, I'm just going back to Leach. Those almost look like, I don't know if you know those sleeves that the fielders wear for their arms. It looks like a massive sleeve for his leg.
Yeah,
It does. Yes, it does.
it's a kind of compression sock, I think.
Mark Wood, in
Full
he
leg.
comes again. Pass rifle driven nicely out towards extra cover, but fielded very tidily indeed by Jack Leach. That didn't seem to upset his movement too much. He's caked in bandages leg. He dived away to his right.
He did move a little bit gingerly for the first one of those in the very first over, but that seemed to be a bit more.
Mind you, that said, we'll have another look, Jason. You may be right here, because he immediately falls down onto his right knee, and seems to be quite cautious in what he's doing with his left knee. He gets a pat on the back from Joe Root.
I think he made very careful to make sure that his left leg was very straight.
Last ball of the over. Wood round the wicket, squirted away off the outside edge, past that gully, out towards backward point where Rayan Ahmed lopes in. They take one more single, so it should, I would have thought, mean that Jadeja will keep the strike. At the end of the over, it's 4:25 for 7, and that lead just keeps chipping upwards. Jace.
You know that thing we said about pride coming before a fall?
What's gone wrong?
Message there says, "Guys, the GPL is reset to day 1 and says it's open. It needs to be reset to day 3. We will try and get on that."
I don't know how to do that. I haven't done GPL lessons yet.
No, I'm not sure I have
But you
either.
know why this happened, right? It's because we said everything was going great.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to be something.
Well, and the bear bloody assured me yesterday. I said, I literally sat here and I said, have you done the GPL for tomorrow? Yes. Mind you, he did have a big fat old glass of wine in his hand at the time. So
I thought it was going to be something different you were going to say at that point.
no, I wouldn't dob him in on that front. I don't think I'd be telling anyone they didn't know. But he did have a big old glass of wine. I think he decided yesterday that once you're into the extra half hour, despite the 4 a.m. start, that's fine to have a glass of wine. That's a good ball by Joe Root. And there, Shelley, to me, was an example of something which just seemed to be lacking from Leach, and certainly from Tom Hartley. Just that little bit of drift on that delivery.
Beautiful delivery, and got the batter playing out and immediately looked promising. So very nice area that Joe Root.
He does again. Very similar delivery, perhaps a tad shorter, but defended well by Axar. nods back in the general direction of Jadeja. We did, of course, yesterday have a fantastic comedy run out. So even as things were getting quite difficult for England, forces Axar back onto the back foot this time. Does Root varying it? One he's thrown up, a little bit of drift. That one pushed through a bit more. Axar, ever watchful, defends. There's a slip in place for Joe Root. It's quite interesting. You have a slip for Joe Root, but not for your rapid quick bowler. Defended again by Axar. Rooty rattling through the overs. What was that, about 90 kilometres? What are we looking there, about 55? Is that about right? My maths is about right. I still struggle to do kilometres.
56
kilometres and miles.
And I'm loving kilometres.
Are you? Defended by... Is that... that's the common speed currency, is it, in South Africa, Shelley?
Very much so. So when I see miles per hour, it's like... I really struggle to try and do the conversion.
And it's
Same thing when
5/8,
you're
isn't
playing-
it?
Yeah, and also, yeah, let's not even get into golf because even the yardages are slightly different. It's in meters or something.
Oh, we're going to get you onto chains and furlongs next. Defended
Yeah.
into the offside, out towards the man beloved of one of our listeners for wrong, who he's desperate to see bowl. I don't even know, what does Duckett actually bowl? Do we know?
I think it's a bit of slow,
Is it
medium
wristy?
pace filth.
We've got Dom, who's now using the act of mime. Is, I think, imitating some leg spin. Oh no, actually, was it right? Was it wrist? It was, but that was a leg spin, was it? Yes, you think so? Kind of, maybe. Anyway, the end of the over is a good over by Joe Root, just the single from it. And Jason,
Nothing doing. Nothing
doing.
on,
We looked on YouTube.
Nothing on YouTube as far as I can
That's
tell.
extraordinarily surprising. Are we sure everything's working? Because YouTube normally is jumping, unless people have said A, it's the weekend, and B, England is screwed. Full by Mark Wood. It's his third over of the morning. It's defended away into the offside. And again, no run. It's almost, Shelley, like the plan here is to draw England's fire, what there is of it.
Very much
You
so.
sense the explosions to come.
Yeah, I think Jadeja's also realised that if he can just see out probably the first 5 to 10 overs,
Yeah.
he's got 100 waiting for him. So I think until he gets to 100, I think it's going to be very circumspect. But also, I just think, watching this morning, I'm also reflecting back on if Axar doesn't like a short ball, where are they?
Wood whipped off his legs, off his hip, rather, really, by Jadeja. There's a man at backward square, and it's straight to him. So there is no run. I have to say, I at the risk of repeating something I've repeated many times already, I said on day one, as Ben Stokes batted very well and got himself to 70 before a rather curious shot. I said somebody on the India team is going to go large, and normally that one big defining innings will make it a difference. Funny enough,
That's
it
a
hasn't
worry.
worked out like that so much, has it?
That's a worry, given that Jadeja's 2 high scores are 2 300s.
Well,
in
exactly.
first-class cricket.
In the Ranji Trophy, yes, he does have 2 300s. That was an attempted pull by Jadeja. It climbed on him very rapidly. Mark Wood gives him the evil eye. What my mum would possibly have called an old-fashioned look down the track. And it has hit Jadeja. And we are going to have a little delay because I think, where did he wear that? Let's have a look.
Right on the star, pretty much.
Oh, well,
no.
it bounced off his arm and up onto the side of his grill as he turned his head away.
He
And
nearly steps back onto his wicket as well. Watch.
yeah, he does. I think he was in control of that situation. Mark would certainly come out with a bit of pep and fire. There's no doubt about that. But it will give us just a bit of a delay. Who, Shelley, might you have selected then for England in the spin department? Do you have any thoughts of who might have been Jack Leach's partners?
Yeah, I actually don't mind giving Ahmad a real go, just because you know what, there needs to be a point where you allow the younger players to come through. India is probably the best breeding ground for spin, so why not? So I don't mind that selection at all. I think for me it's also a case of getting into Ben Stokes' mind, because if he's, for example, sees a partnership going, that's who he's going to focus on.
Mark Wood is going to continue. This is short again, but pulled by Jadeja, pulled quite competently too. Out to, yes, there he is. It's the man himself, the mighty Ben Duckett, and the deep mid wicket. They take a single. We are working on YouTube. MM says it's working. Adelaide Barmies. Oh, hi guys. Says morning everyone. Have to go and field now. Back in a bit. Okay. New World Cricket just goes elevators! Exclamation mark. Maybe that's because I was talking about lifts at St George's House. New World Cricket, I love that so much. What does he love so much? Oh my god, wish I could be part of that group one day. Does he mean us? I don't know. I'm going backwards in sort of the wrong order. Kefir says, come on boys, let's humble the Indian team as this one's defended away towards point. And there is no run. Crickwash, good morning from Pakistan. Good morning to you. Crickwish, I beg your pardon. Crickwash, that sounds like something like sports wash. Crickwish, I beg their pardon. Gopala Krishna, good day from Hyderabad. Please don't disappoint me, England, for coming third day to the stadium. Well, Gopala, hope you enjoy your day. Philip Shaw, good morning. Good morning to you, Philip. And I think that's... oh, good morning to Leah as well. The GPL, yes, was pointing out there as well that the GPL needs resetting. I do think it's open, though. This is defended by Axar out towards Jack Leach, who is there at mid-off. It's another over with just the one run from it. That pulled by Axar out towards Duckett at mid-wicket. And at the end of it, it's the 115th over, and India progress in untroubled manner to 426 for 7, Jace.
And Vasai says, I live in a country where they only use kilometres an hour, but I only understand driving speeds. Bowling at 140 or whatever still baffles me. Mog repeats a comment about nothing on YouTube. Some of our best work is going to waste over there.
No, it's there.
I blame the bear. He left it on top chat rather than live chat.
But you're there now.
But we're now.
I can see it. You see this, Jason? This is the thinking on your feet that you do with such sort of calm and serenity that I would be going, what the fuck? And I'd be getting really upset and pressing all the wrong buttons, and then on the Mac it would all go disappearing.
And Leah
we'd be in a nightmare.
Shelley dispensation is there, so from now on, give the bowler speed in knots, just for you, Shelley.
Nautical. Yes.
No thanks.
Even more archaic than miles an hour.
Perhaps we could start to measure sixes in nautical miles, just to make life even more complicated.
I wanted to have more than a 6. If you can hit it out the ground, I was hoping, we could give and go as far as an 8.
Please don't get me started on all the discussions about
AB de Villiers and KP. What?
There we go.
Can you imagine?
It'd be fantastic.
What if you what was it, over 100 metres? Over 100 metres, it would count as a 12.
Yeah.
But clearly I've been watching too much SA20.
Joe Root, which is going reasonably well, I gather. That's a fantastic delivery from Joe Root. That really ripped and turned, and it completely foxed Jadeja. It was taken behind the stumps, and that is the first ball that has, I would say, been quite naughty. And of course, it's Joe Root that delivers it. By Jove, what a ball that was! That slip is still there. That's Crawley. His arms go up. There's also the man at silly mid on. That one just goes through harmlessly enough with the arm outside of Jadeja's off.
He's almost next to the umpire. It's an on Hayden.
It's an on Hayden, is it? It's not quite. Yeah. All right then. It's a short mid on, a short on. I know we like to call it the on Hayden. 2 dot balls. One of them a terrific delivery from Root. This one he floats in a little bit more, fields off his own bowling, fakes a shy back at Jadeja, who had no intention of going anywhere. So 5
runs
sure why.
For fake fielding.
No, you didn't let go of it.
You didn't let go of it. But if you fake to throw...
It's been positive from England, I will say that. They need to come out, even though they know things are trouble. That's defended nicely away into the offside by Jadeja. We got to see the flashing sword dance when he got to his 50. He's got 50 more runs and we're going to see it again. England will be doing everything they can to not see it again. Shelley, we need you. Well, what have you been doing there in Oxfordshire as this one's worked away to backward square? Oh, just in front of square. Rayan Ahmed fields. They take a single. It seems to me just about, I'd have to look, but hasn't just about every over this morning gone for one?
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen a boundary yet, have we?
Well, we've not had to play a boundary jingle, have we?
No, we haven't. It's Pope is the man who's at that on Hayden position. who looked like a man who had a short holiday in Abu Dhabi and bugger all practice before then. As this one's defended by Axar. Still no boundary in the morning. England will be happy about that. Another over that has gone for just one, and at the end of it, it's 4:27 for 7 for India.
Jago says, morning. If Shelley causes a tsunami, I'm suing bastards. Leah says, I have a sneaking suspicion that India 15 runs away from a declaration. Jago says, oh shit, Jason's on tweets, I might as well give up.
Who said that?
Jay Grover.
Jay, that's harsh. Jason's
And Leah
right
says,
on the money
I have to
tweet-wise.
defend the bear here. YouTube defaults to top chat when you open it, and you can't change that. Because YouTube is ruled by absolute numpties. Yes, I agree. It's the same as X, formerly Twitter, giving you your tweets not in order in which they're sent, but in the order which they think is important to you.
I have another little technical challenge for you.
God, really?
There's a few on YouTube, but Sherry J, hello to you, Sherry, and thank you for this message, is your last 6 ball column and bowler statistics are showing the wrong data. This one's wide of the off stump. Mark Wood going into his 4th of the morning, I think, and it's left alone by Jadeja. Do you know how to do that one?
No, that's a
All
widget.
you guys,
Sorry. That pulls it straight from Cricket Info, if I recall.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because it's not showing over on the Wirecast feed either.
Well, Sherry, I think the answer to that one is that technical support did wake up to check everything was all right, and I hadn't
gone back to sleep again.
and I hadn't spotted that, and it may now have gone back into hibernation mode. But at a more reasonable time of day, we will alert them to the problem. That's wide of off stump and left by Jadeja. Again, no run. Kept very low, Shelley, that one, didn't it?
Yeah, it's the first one I think that hasn't gotten pretty much to the height of the pads, just at that level. But you know what else is very interesting for me is that the last over of Joe Root was so beautifully drifted in, was just off a length that was not in that drivable length, should I say. And I don't know what Mark's trying to do with Jadeja. It really worked well, the short ball. There's clearly got some issues with playing him at that speed. I'd actually really like to see a lot more short balls. Give them something to think
Well,
about.
it's Axar, I think, that they feel is that that's the case. There's a 4th slip in place, and that's not going to be called upon because it's left alone outside of off stump. Seems to be a lot of... I've noticed yesterday, Jadeja seems very happy in his work. Well, as I suppose you would be if you're cruising along quite serenely at 86, with 86 runs to your name. But almost every ball he's faced, he seems to have a little grin on his face. He's having a good time out there. He's batting India, not England. 69 this current partnership is worth, so they are motoring very, very well indeed. Hyderabad starting to, well, I won't say fill up, you can still see an awful lot of those orange seats. Wood, that one is slightly shorter. Jadeja plays it off his hip out towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
Is it quite humid and hot there today? It must be.
Yes, I think it is. Well, Messi's is on next. I'm sure he'll give us a weather update as all of his computer screens and satellites in his bat cave in Perth will let us know precisely the degrees of humidity and pollen count and anything else we need to know for Hyderabad.
As well as the knots.
Wood in, round the wicket, full looking to York. Jadeja's not going to fall for that, and he just pushes it out towards Ben Stokes, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. He rubs the ball on his trousers. Jason, you were about to say something.
I think we're due a change fairly shortly.
Also, have I...
Let's come back again. Yeah.
Well, Sherry, unless technical support woke up, which is possible, or merely the ghost in the machine has done whatever it needed to do, but I've noticed that the score appears to be back as it should be. So just let us know you're seeing what we're seeing. But I think we're in some sort of decent shape there.
Some kind of voodoo.
I'd love to claim some sort of credit for it, but as Jason said, it's more voodoo than it was anything we did. Bizarre. 4:27 for 7, and this game is. It's quite a sedate start, really, generally, doesn't it, Shelley?
Yeah, not a single real wicket-taking ball other than the one from Root.
Yeah,
this morning.
the deafening noise of very little indeed happening. 181 the lead. Oh, there's one ball left yet from this Wood over. It needs to go for a single to keep the record of the morning. It's not going to because it's short. Jadeja ducks underneath it. It's going to be a maiden over from Mark Wood. In all honesty, not one that ever looked like taking a wicket, but doesn't add anything to the score. And India stay on 427 for 7, Jace.
Yep. Are we going to have a switch?
We are going to have a switch. My goodness me, I was just enjoying my work.
I want to know what you've done with the real Shelley. I mean,
yeah, it's been a bit
Oh,
disappointing
Shelley
start,
came along
really.
and-
I think I used
And
all my
not take
voodoo
it with you.
yesterday, Messi.
Uh,
I think
I'm gonna make
I
way
did
for-
all my devastation.
I'm going to wait for Dom. We're supposed
Just
to have
before you
Kartik,
go,
but he
in
doesn't
terms
appear
of
to have
the
appeared.
GPL,
Yeah.
if you can access the back end of the GPL, I suspect what's happened is Bears just put the wrong date in.
But it is
If you
live.
can put it,
Is it actually
yeah, but
live?
We don't want people to enter it because it'll get lost.
All right. Kartik is appearing, and I'm going to admit him. So I've done that. Dom is going to slide seamlessly into the number one commentary seat to take control of everything, and it's Messers and Kartik will take you through the next half hour.
And I can also tell you the West Indies are 45 for 1, having scored 32 runs in the first half hour this morning. Welcome, Kartik.
Hello, good to be here. Thank you for having me. Hopefully India can kick on from where they left off last night, which they look like they have been doing so far.
Yeah, well, it's certainly, they're not looking in any danger, are they? Root is coming in to bowl the first ball of the next over. It's just pitched nicely outside off stump, floated a bit, and Axar defends out to mid off for no run.
Yes,
And,
boys, what's
Dom
going
is
on?
with us now.
How are we,
You're on ball
fellas?
by ball, I take it, Tom? Well.
117.2 overs, Joe Root around the wicket. This one pitches just outside leg stump, turning back in towards the left-handed Axar, and he just prods it into fence. 427 for 7. Hey, Kartik, I'm Dom. Nice to meet you, mate. Where do we find you in the world? I don't think we've met before, have we?
No, we haven't, Tom. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm in Sydney.
Oh, excellent. This one's defended outside off stump by Axar, bat and pad close together. I'll tell you what, the Indian batters look worryingly settled this morning, fellas, from an England perspective, don't they?
They're not in any hurry.
I think it's more worrying than if they were smashing boundaries, 100%. They're in for the long haul. Here's Root again, up to the umpire. Fuller in length this time, and just like Xavier Doherty used to do in the white ball stuff, on a crease length, almost a Yorker length from around the wicket, Axar just knocks it out into the offside in defence.
Yeah, it looks like they're here to bat once. So hopefully they can kick on and get past 500, let's say. I should clarify that. We'll come back to that.
This one just goes on with the arm from outside off stump and once again defended. So that's another maiden for England, a couple on the bounce. Mess, you're on the socials, is that right?
I am indeed. There's a technical discussion going on.
Well,
sorry, I'm just catching up on the tweets. Just to warn people that although the GPL appears to be open, do not enter the GPL because that is set currently for day 1 rather than for day 3. So we'll need to fix that. Aninda Dada says, once again, Deidra and Axar are wearing down the only real threat, Wood, and now he's already exhausted, it looks like. Expect the fireworks to start soon. India would love a lead of 300 plus. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're aiming for. Leach is the stock bowler who can't even bowl more than 4 overs at a time because of his knee, so it's all falling apart for England, isn't it?
well, speak of the devil, and the devil he doth appear. Jack Leach into the attack, probably on one leg by the look of it. Old Hopalong. Here he is, cleanly shaven head. He's just trying to set his field here, having a chat with Captain Stokes. Let's see if I can get a jingle going. My first one for about 6 months. Let's see if I can fuck this up, fellas.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
Turns out when you click it twice, it like loops it with an echo. So not too bad, but not perfect.
Well, you're not the first to do that one, that's for sure.
So taking plenty of time here to set this field here before he bowls his first delivery. Jack Leach looks like we're going to have one slip, a backward point. Looks like at least 4 on the leg side, and I think Leach is going to come left arm over to the left-handed Jadeja.
Just get the sense with that exact field, he's going to loft it over cover where there's nobody there, and pick up the boundary. Intentionally, he's going to do that. He looked to go in and out.
This would be a huge call from you, Kartik. I'd love to see it inside out over cover. There's also a man just behind square on the leg side with a helmet on. This one's full outside off stump, and Jadeja knocks it down to mid-on for a quick single. Quick between the wickets, these two.
Almost.
428 for 7.
Bottom edge. That's why I went the other way. No, I should clarify that I'm actually in the media room of the Hyderabad Cricket Stadium right now, in case anybody's wondering. Whilst I am from Sydney, I am very much at the back of the media room. Can't see the crowd.
Leach again. This one turns a little bit from outside off stump. Half an inside edge onto a pad, but safely enough just pops onto the leg side of the pitch. 428 for 7. So we can see where the runs are going to come from, Kartik, over the offside. But what about a wicket? Any ideas about how England might get a breakthrough here after this delivery? Here's Leach again. This one turning back into the left-handed Aksar, but defended once more.
I think they're going to have to hope for some rough in the pitch. Maybe land it on one of the spots that's getting some inconsistent bounce. Perhaps a ball that stays low. It's probably the only way the batsmen look quite set.
I think Leach is actually giving it more air than yesterday.
Yeah, he's pitched this one up and it's driven nicely through the covers. That's going to be the first boundary of the morning. Aksar just waited on that one, and it's going to be 432 for 7. England with plenty of control to start today's play. I think 2 maidens and also pretty much every other over only going for 1 run, but this will be the first boundary of the morning. And it's because Leach is trying to be a little bit more attacking, I think, throwing it up. You can see Roach just trying to hit the pitch. Here's Leach again. Better delivery on this occasion, and Aksar's happy to defend outside off stump. Bat and pad close together. Full maker's name. 432 for 7. 1 delivery remaining in this.
It's almost as if it's got into containing mode now. It just looks like they're trying to dry up the runs as much as possible.
Leach to finish this one. That's another full one, and that one's going to be the same result. Stroke through the covers once more. Aksar with his second boundary of the over. Nice shot, just had to wait for it.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
End of the over here, 436 for 7 now. Messers, socials.
Jay Grover says, I demand technical support. I've been awake for hours, and there's a man on the tweets who won't let me say fuck. I think he's a communist. Well, you'll obviously be relieved at the change then, Jay. Of course Jason's a communist. That's how he gets in here. Then he says, Mint, Dom and Kartik. Mint, lads. Dom, I know not about international wrestling, but I remember that I was a fan. As a neophyte, how big of an evil Bradman is he? That's the guy who's just resigned, I presume.
Yeah, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. I can't believe 5 minutes into my first stint I've got to mention that guy's name. To be honest, in all seriousness, there's not really a joke for me about it. It's absolutely sickening, and I can't really bring myself to think about it too much at the moment, but I've got to make peace with it before this evening's Royal Rumble. So wrestling fans out there, please get your wrestling chat in. It's always welcome. We're going to have Joe Root here to continue round the wicket to Jadeja. This one's defended. That big stride from Jadeja and just smothers any type of spin. What I noticed there, Kartik, was that one was a bit quicker from Root. I think that he's going to have to try to find that 93, 94 speed if he wants to get any to just hit that seam and grip a little bit.
Correct, yeah. He's just going to have to toss it up and get it at eye level.
Flatter on this occasion. Jadeja back deep in his crease, defending off the back foot. That one was up to 94. Just went on with the arm, though.
Yeah, just has to get it at eye level, slow it down a bit. If he keeps just darting them in Aksar and Jadeja are just going to keep flat batting it all day. It's not going to get them out, not going to worry them at all. So you need to be able to entice the drive.
Root again. That one struck on the pad, but I think it goes up. That's umpire Gaffney. He's given it. That's going to be 436 for 8. However, Jadeja straight away with the tee. He thinks he got outside the line of off stump. Let's have a look at the technology, fellas. First thoughts before we see a replay. What do you reckon, Kartik?
I think I thought it was a little bit outside the line. I mean, he was really big stride forward and sort of played it down.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's not bad on him, I thought it was outside the line. But umpire's call will still get him out in the stage, I suppose.
I think you're right. I think it's marginally outside the line. Yeah.
First
It's played
replay
on as
here.
well.
We're seeing the ball rolling through from outside off stump, and I'm fairly sure, as I can hear someone's child, I think. Kartik, we've got another guest here. That's lovely to see.
Excellent.
I love it. What do you reckon? Reckon that's out, mate? What do you reckon?
What do you think?
Nodding
That's out?
nodding the head.
He said yes.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So we're going to get Ultra Edge here now. It does look close to the bat, but I don't think that's the issue. It's canning into the pad, but is it close enough to that off stump to be umpire's call on impact is going to be the question here, fellas.
That's a interesting line. It seems to hit the bat and the pad at the same time, almost.
I don't think he's hit that. I think that's pad first, but I'm getting old here, fellas. I don't know.
I think. Well,
We have hotspot in this series.
yes.
Surely the BCCI can front up the cash for hotspot.
Oh no hot spot. I mean that photo shows the ball actually in contact with the batter. I think.
Just on that issue of hotspot, I think that hotspot's not overly effective on the subcontinent, Mess. You know more about that than I do. Is that right? I think they haven't quite got the technology on the subcontinent. It's not the technology, but the climate is such that hotspot isn't great. Is that right?
You flatter me, Don. I know absolutely fuck all about that.
And once again, for you
Probably
croquet
need
fans,
Extreme heat spot over there to make it work, I'd say.
Yeah.
Over here, I should say. Sorry, over here. Over here.
dear listener, if you're waiting to hear some more description of what's going on, we're getting the same replay over and over again. The ball, it kind of does appear like it might hit the inside edge at the same time as the pad. But it's one of those situations where, okay, we're going to get ball tracking now. It might not make any difference. It is umpire's call on impact, and it's umpire's call on the bails. Jadeja goes, 8th wicket down, and that's going to be one of those contentious ones. Jadeja doesn't get to get the sword out for the second time in this innings. It's 436 for 8.
Wow.
Should we take this opportunity to have a quick check on the socials there, Mess?
Yeah. Leah says, we love you too, Jay Grover. Shelley Beck says, let's go. We need switch-in music for England. The 2 bouncers bowled by Wood made both Indian batters uncomfortable. Jay says, I demand Dom does his seductive DJ voice. Leach running in around 46 knots, says Leah. That's slower than the fastest American Cup catamarans can tack into the wind. And why are so many cricket commentators fascinated with Ruslan? It's just, it's like darts. People get interested in strange things once you get sport on TV. As I say, says Jay, I know not about wrestling, but I do request Dom's soothing DJ voice. And ways to stop me swearing. Aye, that'd do it. Soft power. We don't necessarily want you to stop swearing. I'll use Bradman in place of the worst word, though, Jay. I got to say, I think Jadeja had the worst of luck in all of that.
With a request for the DJ voice, as always here early morning, dear listener, you've got Dom Philp on the mic, not too hard, not too soft, but just right. And this one is a cover of the Arctic Monkeys for Jasprit Bumrah.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
That was the Arctic Monkeys with Marty Bumrah. Jasprit Bumrah, right-handed, tall man, slim, standing over his bat now, and he will face the man who was always going to get the breakthrough this morning, Joseph Root. Root's going to continue around the wicket at 436 for 8, 119.3 overs, and the lead for India at the moment is 100 I'm going to ask you fellas if you can see any way for England to come back into this game in a second. But that one's bowled him! It's gone through. We won't be doing that right now. Bumrah's played all around it. He was all at sea. Bat and pad nowhere near together. Root pushed it across on an off-stump line, and that one gripped. It was flatter. It was into the middle of the deck, and it's gone straight through a yawning gap between bat and pad for Bumrah. And you absolutely love to see it. 436 for 9.
Oh, that was a dreadful shot.
Completely looked like he didn't know which end of the bat to hold. Kartik, what do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. Typical of a number 10 player. I mean, India, once after Akshar Patel or Jadeja went out, this innings could be wrapped up very, very quickly. And so a small mini comeback for England. I mean, they're still very well behind in the game, no doubt. But yeah, you never know. I mean, they've started well this morning. A couple of quick wickets. If you can get to bat before lunch, knock off some of this lead, then maybe the game's on. But I just think realistically, India's probably already got too many runs on the board. And
the only way I see
quickly
through for Dom is if Crawley and Duckett go crazy, hit 120 in the first hour, and most of the deficits disappeared. But to be honest, I think the Indian spinners are going to show that while Root is the best of the England bowlers, he's not as good as any of them, and I really don't see much chance for England in this.
And by some distance, I would say. In at number 11, I don't know how long this jingle is, but I'll try it before the hat-trick ball. Here's Mo Siraj. I heard someone mention the comical run-out of Ashwin yesterday. Speaking of comical run-outs, Mo Siraj had an absolute beauty in South Africa in the recent series. It's going to be his job here now to face up to the hat-trick delivery of Joe Root, who, as far as I know, not taken a first-class or test match hat-trick, but we might need someone at home to check that one for me. Men all around the bat. We got a first slip, a second slip as Bairstow, and he's done that thing where he gets down on two knees like he's praying for a hat-trick. We've got bat pads on either side and two men behind square on the leg side. Leg gully and a leg slip. Here we go. 6 around the bat for the hat-trick. Joe Root will continue around the wicket. Up to the umpire now. Oh, and it's defended off an inside half of the bat. Half a chance. They thought maybe of a catch at bat pad, but it's gone out into the leg side. And there'll be one delivery left in the over. 436 for 9. Bit of excitement, Kartik. Bit of excitement.
Bit of excitement, and you just sense that the hat-trick ball is over. You could pick up a wicket now and wrap it up.
Here he is again, pitching on a leg stump line, turning back, and Siraj is defending. So he's able to see out that very successful double wicket maiden for Joe Root. After 120, India lead by 190, 436 for 9. Messers.
As far as I can tell, Joe Root hasn't taken a hat-trick, although he has been the third victim in a hat-trick for Jasprit Bumrah.
Good knowledge.
So Shelley is saying, wow, that's England's luck. And then the second wicket, she said, that's how it's done, Root. Yeah, Shelley, you're much more effective on YouTube than you were sitting on Zoom, weren't you? That's obviously the place for you. For the sake of the game and for all of us, I'm rather pleased that it looks like the Indian innings is almost over.
Oh, yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's been a really sedate morning. And until those 2 wickets, we had the 2 boundaries from Akshar, but it's kind of been an interesting morning, a bit of a holding pattern when we have one team so clearly on top. We will see a change of bowling here, and it's going to be Ray and Ahmed. So again, Jack Leach only getting a very short spell. Was that 1 or 2 overs? Might have only been the 1.
2 overs in the spell.
Yeah. So Rayan coming on to have a crack at the number 11, Mo Siraj, who will clear the shoulders, I'm sure, as will Akshar now that he knows he's batting with the bunny. It will be Akshar on strike, left-handed. Ahmed around the wicket. That one's short and keeps low. Oh, terrifying signs there as Akshar whips it off the pads for no run out to mid-wicket. So this pitch...
I was going to say, Is that more worrying for India or England at this point?
What 100%, maybe more worrying for England, I think, Kartik. The Indian spinners are great with no assistance, let alone with the odd one staying a bit low. And Ahmed as well, he bowls such overspin all the time. Like his stock delivery, well, other than the wrong end, this one again is short, that's fruit. And it's pulled around the corner. Luckily, there's a long leg in place. That's Mark Wood doing the job over there. And Axar refuses a single. I was about to say it's going to be a single, but he sent Siraj back, so he's looking to farm the strike. Just say it. Go on, mate.
Given that Siraj is coming after Bumrah, that makes sense.
Next one's defended outside off stump. Ahmed trying to get it into Axar's half of the pitch for the first time this spell. Just taking a little while to find his areas. I guess, admittedly, probably had a little bit of trouble all test so far.
I think the biggest worry for England at the moment is that...
Much better delivery. This one's defended. Keep going, mate.
I was going to say, the biggest worry for England at the moment is that John Root's been the pick of the bowlers as a part-time, or 4 for 79.
Yeah.
Of 29 overs. It just seems to be worrying for the rest of the bowling cartel.
I know it's an absolute,
Ben Stokes.
like the coldest of cold takes, but for whatever reason, wrist spin in India, you'd think they'd go together like peas and carrots or Forrest and Jenny, but they just seem to not quite mix, especially for travelling wrist spinners, whether they're left or right-handers. And it's because I think it's because of the speed. I'll get back to that in a second. A nice delivery. That is the wrong end, but Axar up to the task defending. So no runs yet.
Even the late great Shane Warne also struggled in India, and the greatest leg spinner of all time. India was probably the one spot where he didn't dominate as much as he did around the world.
Yeah, 100%. It baffled the minds of a lot of Australian supporters why Warne's record on the subcontinent wasn't up to what it was in Australia. But Warne really was a flight and bounce bowler, even though he had the big ripping side spin, and that's what people remember as bounce. It was his main. That's bowled him! I had to cut that off halfway through. Axar trying to play deep in the crease, back off the back foot, trying to cut away, similar to Stokes yesterday, and Rayan has slipped it through. It's kept low, and India's innings is all over. 436 all out off the last delivery of the 121st over. Kartik, what do you reckon? We're saying wrist spin is rubbish, and there we go, wicket right on cue.
The old commentator's curse, right? Always seems to happen one way.
I think your son took those wickets, Kartik.
He did.
All three of them.
He did, yes. He just said, you know what, Dad, we've had enough. We've got to go play. And they just came in and wrapped up the innings himself. No, great for England. Well, I suppose bittersweet for England, really, because they've certainly wrapped it up quickly. But equally, ominous signs. You just think that India will come in and probably have 1 or 2 overs at best of each side with Siraj and Bumrah, and then hand it over to the spinners and wrap this game up by the end of the day, I'd say.
Good chance of that. Good news is that the GPL is now active. Whatever Jason has done has worked. So there is £93 to be won in the GPL. You just pick how many runs will be scored for the day at the cost of £1, and you could win the whole pot. So get in. I've got quite a few things on socials. Leah says, when was the last time you actually saw hotspot used? Snicko has been the standard for a long time. It's used in Australia, Leah, in conjunction with Snicko. Anindo says, that was 2 times umpire's call. Absolute rubbish. Nitin Bajaz says, hello, folks. Day 3, Saturday, mild weather, despite what the Guardian said in its English players wilting in the 28-degree Hyderabad heat line in its match report yesterday. India with a good, not great lead. Test cricket, hell yeah. Are you at the game again today? But Nitin, I hope so. Jay says, do if thou got Kartik Bain on camera, which I think means he loves having your son there. Jay also says, I fucking love Dom. Arctic monkeys are niche mind, not proper Sheffield. Ben responding to Anindo says, benefit of the doubt should have gone to the batsman. Maria clearly said he cannot determine bat or pad first. If that's the case, then I tend to agree. Jay says the game is only on if we have a Global Manhattan Project acid flashback. That'd be mint mine. Anna Forsyth with us. Hello, Anna. Surely Mo Siraj's jingle should be set to Que Sera Sera. And Jay says, if you question Shelley's powers, they lose their efficacy. You must believe. And Shelley herself said, Shelley says, 3 down, great job, guys. Dom, Messi and Kartik, the wicket tracking machine. Wicket taking machine, she corrects that. Well, it retains some interest for us all, Dom.
Yeah, I think the wicket-taking trident should be our nickname, you know. Do you remember the, you lads, couple lads in Australia, and I guess we'd say the 3 Aussie boys, although, Kartik, I'm not sure if you're a lifelong Aussie, but do you remember Tripod, fellas? There was like a...
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They're fucking brilliant.
Yeah, so if you're not too familiar, dear listener, if you're maybe in a different part of the world, there was like a comedy band, and there were 3 of them, and what they would do, their gimmick was at the start of the comedy show or whatever, they'd get suggestions from the audience, and then they'd have to write a song in half an hour or an hour before the end of the show, and then they'd play it to close the show. It was like a really cool gimmick that they used to do, and they were always really good. So maybe we could rename ourselves Tripod. Just probably should talk a bit...
Are you suggesting we have to come up with a song by the end of our commentary stint in 4 minutes?
Listen, dear listener, if you've got any ideas...
We've got the jingles ready, the music's ready, that's for sure.
There's a certain irony in it taking 3 Aussies to take wickets for England.
Well, yeah. It used to be South Africans, didn't it? Anyway, I was going to say so a lot of people sort of obviously talking India 190 ahead, and it seems pretty grim for England. But I suppose, eternal optimism here at 5 o'clock in the morning in the dark London area down here in Gorilla Towers. I suppose, is there any way that England could potentially get to a 150-run lead and bowl last on this thing? The wicket's not going to get any better. So what would that be? They need to make 350 odd? 340 would be a 150 lead. Would you give them?
I'll answer that for you, Dom.
No chance. No.
Yeah, but you're English, Borthy. If they get full base ball and it actually works, it'd be a possibility. But I have my doubts, especially when you got Hope in the middle of your batting order.
I keep trying to deny my Australianness, Messi. I'm just as Australian as you are.
That's true. That's true.
In the words of the great man Jim Carrey from the movie Dumb and Dumber, you're telling me there's a chance.
See,
there is always a chance, albeit unlikely, but there's always a chance.
I don't think Hope is even knocking at the door at this stage.
We are going to have a little bit of a change here on the comms whilst we have the innings change, and it sounds like we are going to welcome Forthy in. It's great to hear your voice, mate. Welcome. What I would like to encourage before I go, any listeners out there on the socials, let's have your favourite Jim Carrey lines, if we could, please. I think that's a great idea, Kartik. Let's get some Jim Carrey stuff going on. I'm going to pass it over. I've got no idea who's in charge, but I'll stay on.
Before you go, Dom,
yes,
there's just a little bit of love here I want to read out. Anna Forsyth says, give me Dom Messes and Kartik over Dom Bests and Dinesh Kartik any day.
It's lovely. Thank you very much.
Anna.
Take that.
We'll be here all day.
Funnily enough, it's myself.
I'll catch you a little later. Whoever's on tweets, Nitin Bajaj has just confirmed he's at the game, which he hopes will be the last day. Farong is the next tweet to be read.
I think it's Nestler's. Hello, Kartik. How you going?
I'm good, Fordy. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. It's been a while since I've had dandled a small child on my lap. It brings it all back to me. That's nice.
Yes, he's just woken up from a nap in the back of the commentary box here at the stadium. So he just the crowd noise. I think those couple of wickets. Just wanted to see it at the end.
Okay, right. Very nice, very nice. What's his name?
His name is Vishwa.
Right.
Vishwa.
No.
Yeah. So he'll hopefully one day grow up to be a vivid cricket fan like his old man. But
he will. basically, you've got more control over them than you think. All my children played soccer and they played cricket. What a surprise were the two sports that I was interested in. It's just how it works.
Good morning.
There you go. Let's hope it lives up to the expectations. At this point,
Hello.
doesn't seem interested, but we'll see how we go.
Oh no, give it time. Hello, Nestlers. How you going?
Good. Can you see me?
Well, I'll tell you what.
We
We
can.
can see your eyes. We can see your nose. We can just see your mouth.
I can't.
You're quite
you have
low down,
to.
but it doesn't matter.
I can fix that, I think.
You could.
Just going through the innings break here at the moment.
Yeah.
Of course,
Some reason.
England bowled out. Sorry, India bowled out for 436.
Oh, that's better. I can see now.
I mean, my impression was, I don't know what you guys thought, it's neither a 240 pitch nor a 340 pitch, 440 pitch. It's about halfway in between. So one side's significantly underachieved and the other's overachieved.
So
what do you guys
England will get 160 then.
think? Yeah, most likely.
What do you think
Yeah,
of
you
the
just
England?
think that. Sorry, there you go.
I was going to say the England lineup.
It doesn't look quite right. But honestly, I think England would have lost this match no matter who we'd fielded.
You can't help saying
Arriving with 3 days to go and not having any proper spinners and etc. But they haven't helped themselves by the kind of full-on Bazball decision to just play one tear-away fast bowler and no backup at all. I mean, it's almost like they're getting their excuses in early. What do you think, Nestlers?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. Can they claim they're in a transition period? No.
Whenever England play abroad, they always seem to be in a transition period. I mean, it's been 12 years since we looked like we weren't in a transition period abroad.
Yeah.
Look, I think there's a lot of promise with the Bazball. Probably a bit too much hype, bit too much pressure. But do you guys think that it's pitch dependent, Bazball? I mean, it's obviously still very early to say, given that it's only the first Test match of the series.
I think it's personnel dependent.
Yeah.
I think that
with a lot of luck.
I think the batting players they've constructed there, they can play at a fast rate. But I don't know how do you play Bazball with that bowling lineup? What does it look like? Not sure.
Well, they're going to have to play Bazball now, I think, to get out of this game, or to get something out of this game. I just can't see them getting, firstly knocking off this lead and then getting into a lead, knocking it around and playing conservatively. So it's now or never, I suppose.
Do you want a bit of non-cricket excitement while we're live on there? I have an email from the National Lottery. It says you've won a prize. Log into your account to see how much you've won. So I'm just about to log in. Drum roll.
As long as it's more than what's in the GPL pot.
Wow. I've won £3.
We should get Mog to do a jingle for that.
Dear oh dear, £3, eh? What can I?
Is that your main source of income? Nestlers?
The GPL.
Thankfully not.
And a friend from England was telling me that they have to post the odds now in gambling dens. So it says on each machine, this machine will pay back 72 pence out of the pound.
Oh really? Oh, what, on fruit machines, as we call them? Do we still call them fruit machines?
No, not here. Called pokies in Australia.
Pokies?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the origin
The
of that?
are,
why are they called
what's that,
pokies?
sorry?
I don't know. Why are they
called pokies?
I don't know.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, anybody listening out there, please, if anybody does know why, please tweet us in. Tweet in. Or
I'm-
Dom, you might know.
I'm still listening. I think it's just because you poke the buttons. Like, you press the buttons, they're pokies. Yeah, you just... it's actually
Maybe.
not that. It's because it's short for poker machine. But anyway, you also poke the buttons.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of
The
those...
Australian way to shorten words that are already short.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're back
We're
on the
underway.
line with the cricket now. Bumrah coming into bowl, first ball of the innings to Zach Crawley, just nudges it out to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, Crawley and Duckett looked fine for about 40 runs in the first innings.
And we got time for a jingle.
All right, let's jingle it.
Was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Bumrah comes in over the wicket again, and this time Crawley also nudges it a little bit slowly this time out through till mid-on for no run. 2 balls so far, no wickets for England, or for India, I should say.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll see how we go, won't we? I don't think this. How are you reading the wicket, Carthy? It looks like it's a perfectly fair wicket for a subcontinental wicket.
Bumrah comes in or over the wicket or down the leg side. Bit of a stifled appeal, probably just something to try to avoid a wide, not realising that it's Test cricket and it's probably not going to be called a wide anyway. Yeah. And also a dot ball. 3 dots to start. Yeah, look, I think the wicket's been okay so far. It's played pretty well. I think England just batted poorly in the first innings, and India showed that you can certainly bat on this track. So I hope there's no complaints about the pitch in the media after this Test match. But
I'd be surprised. This is not a goat track or a minefield. It's a perfectly fair Test pitch.
I think so. Yeah, they're just as I said, England just had to bat better in the first innings, but it's a Test match. They've got another opportunity here. Let's see how they go. Bumrah will continue right arm over the wickets to Zach Crawley. Oh, that's gone right through him. There's the one that he was after, and go through to the keeper for no run. Just a little bit of tinge of outswing there.
Yeah, that was a
bit of extra bounce as well.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Classic Bumrah delivery. Bit disappointed in Bumrah's performance with the bat. Bits of a strange thing to say when he only lasted 1 ball, but his batting has actually improved almost out of all recognition versus when he had a Test average of 2 a few years ago. Yeah, but he played with a very
over the wickets. That's sorry, I was going to say continue over the wicket, flicked out to square leg for no run. That's right. Look, I still remember the innings he played in England a couple of years ago. I think it was a 34 off and over.
Insane. We were told this guy could not bat.
Yeah. And well, we know what happened after that for the rest of the unlosable game. Bumrah continues over the wickets, and he squared him up. He was not sure. I think he'd probably nipped back off the seam there. It looked like end of the over, maiden to start. England none for none after the first over. Still trailing by 190.
On Twitter, X, whatever we call it these days, Farong says, so England into bat. How many balls, minutes, seconds will Pope last? 1 hand should be sufficient to make your calculations. Cricket takes, says Siraj, let down by his teammates again. Jay's with us. Hello, Jay. It's always sunny in Sheffield, and Yorkshire folk are known for their positivity. So, yeah, England's into bad. And he also says, 4th year Nestlers, hooray.
Oh, no.
Leia says, I'm in a fucking transition period, and I have my shit more together than England too. And Jay's pissed off he can't zoom in on Forthy's bookshelves so he can judge you.
Okay, what I'll do periodically, Jay, is just I'll reach up and take one out at random, and you can judge me every now and again.
Left-handed bowler here, right arm over. It is Ravi Ashwin.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey.
Yeah, he's got the jingle a little bit slow there, but also probably a fault of the commentators not giving you an opportunity there, Dom. Ashwin comes in around the wicket and is just nudged just past short leg for a quick single. Duckett and England are both off the mark. As we expected, it wasn't long before the spinners come on for India. Didn't think it was going to be the second over, but such is the way that the games typically happen here in the subcontinent.
16 series in a row, isn't it, Kartik?
That's it. They're on the wickets. Is it a stifled appeal? It is an appeal, but I'm not sure that was off the bat. I think that was off the pad. A little bit of excitement there. It's also risky that it might be too much excitement with the Indian players likely going to be appealing for everything. So look at the replay. And yeah, clearly off the pad there. Around the wicket again. Reverse sweep. Goes past short third man, and that's going to be the first boundary for England and for Zach Crawley.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Lovely. How nice.
Wow.
Of course, England are going to lose this, but it's a 5-test series. I think it's a 5-test series. And there's lots of little personal battles and all of those things to be won and setting out markers, so forth. So it's not everyone will be looking for it to individually make their mark and so on. So it's not a pointless exercise by any means.
Ashwin continues around the wickets, and this one's played out to deep fine leg. Gill picks it up. Throw comes in, and they'll pick up a single for Crawley. Score moves on to 6 for no loss. Yeah, indeed, it is a long series. As we've previewed one of 4 of these books.
Henry James' Portrait of a Lady. You can judge me on that one first up, Jake.
Forthy's book roulette.
Ashwin continues around the wickets, and a big heave by Duckett. He certainly made his signals very clear, but swing and a miss gone right through him. Well kept there also by KS Barup as well. Bit of extra bounce, but no run.
What's his reputation as a wicket, would you say, Barrett, Karthik? Maybe after this ball.
Yeah, around the wickets, and that's played forward for no run as well. Look, and that's the end of the over, I think. Yes, as well. So England now 2 overs gone, 6 for no loss. He started
Maybe we'll get
a little bit.
Get back to sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say we started a bit. He started a bit slowly, but in the last couple of games, as he's played more and more, his keeping has certainly become much better, and it's confidence. I think he's a confidence player. But yeah, let's check out the socials if there's anything.
Moggs joined us. He says, I sadly missed the start of it, so what was Mr. Forth volunteering me to jingle? Were you, Forthy?
What was I? Don't forget, my memory at this stage of my life is like worse than a goldfish's. I can't remember.
And Bumrah makes Jay Grover happy.
That's nice.
Speaking of Bumrah, he comes in over the wickets to continue, and it's played back past the bowler, picked up by mid-on for no run.
Willow Moon won more than my lottery winnings. He bagged £5.41 on the Tombola bingo earlier this evening. Well done, Willow Moon.
Good.
What Caribbean island are you going to retire to?
Thing is, we'll get back to what to do if you win a lot of money after this ball, which I've got views about.
Bumrah continues over the wicket to Zach Crawley, and this is driven through the covers. Brilliant shot off the back foot. That's gone out to the boundary for 4, as Zach Crawley moves along to 9.
Great hand signalling from Dom. Thank you. Very good, very good. Thing is, particularly in England, if you win a whole load of money, all you do is you just move into a different social class, which makes you unhappy because everyone looks down on you, both in the arena you've moved into because you've moved upper class, and all your old friends disown you because you now have abandoned them. It just makes you unhappy winning a whole load of money.
I suppose you don't have to abandon your friends, do you?
Don't abandon them; they abandon you because you've bought a big house somewhere else.
Bumrah continues over the wickets. This one's wide and full and let go through to the keeper. Almost as if to say, not going to hit that one. But then Crawley, straight after that ball, has practiced his golf shot, expecting the ball to another half volley to come again. Let's wait and see.
What a thing they used to do, play for days about. There was a famous lottery winner who lost it all and went back again.
Yeah. I'd give it a go, though.
Yes. Nice to have the option.
Bumrah continues over the wickets, and this time, a little bit edgy by Crawley. Didn't have full control over that one, but luckily out to mid-wicket for no run.
At least I can
score remains on 10 for no loss.
Walk into rough trade, pick up a vinyl album and go, how much?
Nah. Oh, I've got something rather amusing in the musical world to share with you, listeners, after the next book.
Oh, lovely.
Look forward to this. So far, so good for England. 10 for no loss. They have looked steady. Bumrah continues right arm over the wickets, and again played forward off the outside edge out through to mid-wicket. For no run, that's the end of the... No, one more ball to come. Still one more ball to come.
So Morrissey has celebrated the 20th anniversary of the You Are the Quarry album by cancelling the shows he'd arranged to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the You Are the Quarry album.
Yeah, I saw that, I know.
That is... you can say what you like about him, he's got a very strong grip on his brand values.
Bumrah continues over the wickets, last ball of the over, left outside of the off stump. Well kept again by Burrett, and that will now be the end of the over. England 3 overs gone, 10 for no loss, still trailed by 180.
So, Anna
Darts
Forsyth.
fans will certainly be happy with that.
Anna Forsyth says, if I was an ageing statesman who didn't like being asked about my age like Jimmy and Ashwin, I wouldn't be drawing attention to my age by getting really shit haircuts that don't suit me. But there we go. Jay Grover says, I'm still fucking raged. Forthy said any of the Edwards had bowl cuts, flowing locks. Anything apart from James's short stories are painful, masterful but dull. And Mark Zip's getting more technical about it. Forthy's book roulette, first shelf, third section, 18th book.
Say that again. First shelf.
First shelf, sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
Ashwin continues around the wickets and played off the back foot back out to Ashwin by Duckett for no run.
Third section. If you have a third section. 18th book.
Ashwin get around the wicket, continues over the wicket, around the wicket, I should say. Sorry, I just said that twice. Played off the front foot for another dot ball.
You're just so excited.
I'm getting stuck in the roulette, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, what's this?
It's a history of the bubonic plague.
Ashwin around the wickets, and again, nudged this time through to backward short leg. Or almost became backward short leg. A leg slipped, given the dive, another dot ball.
This is brilliant.
Ball remains on 10.
I'll go second shelf, second section, 12th book. 2-2-12.
Ashwin continues around the wicket, and this time the sweep comes out through to a squarish fine leg, and they will pick up a single. Great pick up there by Burrett, avoided an overthrow. Score moves on to 11. Duckett moves on to 2.
Doting by Henry Green.
Continues.
Wow. I don't know that one.
No one reads him nowadays. I quite like him.
We've got our first time of this innings, Ashwin through to Crawley, remaining around the wicket. And just past silly it on. And I just realised that wasn't the first time he's bowling to Crawley. But luckily, it's a top ball and no damage done.
Talking of Russian
roulette,
feels a bit like that on the field at the moment.
It does, yes. It does. Not sure where the ball's going to go, which fielder is going to be in action. Let's wait and see. Ashwin, last ball of the over, around the wickets, and this time it's nudged out to mid-wicket for no run, through to Siraj, end of the over. England 4 overs gone, 11 for no loss. Zach Crawley on 9, Ben Duckett on 2, and still trailing India by 179.
Brian Barish has joined us. Hello, Brian. It says, "Good day, nerds from rainy Philly. Everything is happening today. England Test, Australia Test, Australian Women Opens Final, and the Triple J Hot 100. AKA, what sort of weird electronic noise do the young people like bowl?"
Yeah, that is an Australia Day tradition.
Young people and their music. It's moved today, of course. It used to be on Australia Day, but they shifted it.
Yeah.
Talking to young people and their music, fantastically, I found a young lad at work, only in his 20s, who's a huge punk rock fan. Me and him have bonded furiously with my tales of old stuff.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Sometimes when you bond furiously over music, you discover you've got absolutely nothing else in common, and the conversation people have. But it's nice to have that in common. It's good.
Oh yeah.
We're going to change the bowling here now. The second spinner coming in, Akshar Patel. Cool. All right.
And as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Aksha.
Talking of Morrissey.
Yes.
Oh, and he's just whilst that jingle's gone on, he's just delivered 2 deliveries, both left arm around the wickets, 1 regulation and 2 just bounced a little bit extra. Duckett, I'm not sure what he was doing there. Try to do a reverse sweep, bounced over his back.
He ducked it.
Yeah, he did.
That's right. This third delivery around the wickets, and also just played more conventionally out through to mid wicket for no run.
They're playing some extremely extravagant shots for absolutely no runs here.
Correct. Here we go for the 4th delivery. Akshar Patel around the wickets, and this time again played off the back foot through to mid wicket in a more conventional way, which is not as exciting. But hopefully, with 2 deliveries left, we could see some exciting, expansive shots. So around the wicket again, and this time, yes, leg glanced or clipped off the pads out through to a squarish fine leg, picked up by Shreyas Iyer for a single. Duckett moves on to 3, and England move on to 12 with 1 delivery left in this over.
It's confirmation there was a little edge on that one that just eluded the short leg fielder a few balls ago.
Grasping for it.
I'm not sure why there's so many replays going on. Typically, Akshar and Jadeja get through their overs in about 10 seconds. The change of field, that's why. That makes sense. I'm going to say that we obviously don't have Virat Kohli Cam for the first 2 tests, so they have to make up.
Yeah.
Akshar continues around the wicket to Crawley for the first time. Quick single, and in fact, in the end, it was quite safe, quite easy. Good running there by England.
Has Adidas always been the primary sponsor of... I don't really associate it being the classic...
No, it's a new thing. Yeah, it's only been there, I'd say, the last 6 months. Probably just before the World Cup, or just before the Cricket World Cup, ODI World Cup, I'd say.
Okay.
And they signed on to be the major sponsor.
I bet they've bunged a few bob at them. Duckett and Crawley will knock this out on 10 overs. Everything is fine, says Kafir. Oh, there were Nike beforehand, 4th, says Shelley Beck.
Okay. Thank you,
Jeremy Henderson, our very own message, says, 4th is right. I'm in a dilemma about what to do when I win the 200 million Powerball next Thursday. I don't think I'll tell anyone, and I'll keep my head low while making good people receive unexpected riches. Thanks, Messi.
That's definitely the way to go.
Around the wickets. So as I say, continues around the wicket, and Crawley comes down, steps down the crease a little bit, nudges it out to deep mid wicket for a single.
I know exactly what what Messi would do. He'd fund guerrilla cricket. I bet he would.
What would Marcus Aurelius do? I think that's what we have to ask.
We're seeing replays of the inconsistent bounce for the pitch. So far, so good for England. Nothing has affected them too much. But you just think it's a matter of time before...
Well, yeah. I mean, normally we'd say we'd say India have got to bat last on this track, but they probably won't.
Ashwin around the wickets, and there it is. First sign of some really intense spin, the ball turning square, and the extra bounce as well. Played off the back foot. You could argue that he made it look a lot worse than it actually was by playing off the back foot. He should have just let the ball go. But anyway, Ashwin continues around the wickets, and the reverse sweep comes out again. This time he connects, but gets straight out to, well, I suppose in the end it became a steep backward square leg. And the score remains on 14 for no loss, Bucket on 3, and Crawley on 11. So far, no extras for India, which has been a good sign. Ashwin continues around the wickets, and this time forward nudge out through to deep cover, or deep square cover, I should say. Pick up a single, and I think that might be the end of the over. No, I think it's one delivery to come. The score moves on to 15.
I mean, to be honest, Bazball is the only strategy to adopt when the ball's as up and down as this is in the situation England find themselves in. They might as well, because there's one chance in 50, as Jim Carrey would say. Odds he would take that suddenly something ignites, but it is only one chance in 50 for them.
You're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a chance. Just looking at Jimmy Anderson's hair, which is...
Oh, shit.
Blonde.
Ashwin will continue around the wicket for the final ball of the over, through to Zach Crawley, and the reverse sweep comes out again for Crawley. This time out through to deep square cover. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it will. That's another boundary for Crawley and for England.
Sorry, lads, I was fucking slow there.
DJ Dom really enjoying the game. Actually, there's one delivery to come. I've lost all count on how many deliveries in this over. Ashwin continues around the wickets, and this time off the outside edge will go out through to. I don't even know where that went to. It went so quickly, but nevertheless, a single, the end of the over. England now racing along through to 20 for no loss, with after 6 overs. Still trailing India by 170. Zach Crawley now on 16. Ben Duckett on 4.
So Leia's going to trump your history of the bubonic plague and raise you a war diary of the High Command of the Wehrmacht in 10 volumes and a slipcase for me.
I don't know. Game of top trumps. Who wins?
Well, Mark Zipp used to do a radio show based on exactly this idea, and it led to some very wild juxtapositions.
I think we've got one over left in us, haven't we, as a triumvirate?
Correct. Aksa continues around the wickets, and this time conventionally swept fine will be fielded out there by Mohammad Siraj, the local boy. But they come back for 2 runs. Score moves on to 22 for no loss, and Crawley moves on to 18. It's been a conservative, watchful start by England.
Yeah, but they're not dying in a hole, are they? They are playing their shots correctly. They're not afraid to play this week.
That's right. Aksa continues around the wickets, and a little bit of a stifled appeal there from India, but I think he clearly hit that one, so they realise that there's no point going up for that. Slight change in the field now. We're getting almost a bit of a someone there for the top edge of the sweep. So continues around the wickets, and of course, as soon as they move the fielder out, he comes down the wicket, hits him all the way over mid-on, and that's gone into the crowd for 6.
It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Yeah, Aksa continues around the wickets, and this one a bit of extra bounce, but luckily Crawley all over it and just nudged it out through to fine leg, a bit of a square fine leg, almost a backward square leg even. for a single.
Every so often, I guess Zach Crawley will score 234 not out. We just have to hope it's now.
For England's sake, yes. Akshar continues around the wickets and played off the back foot by Duckett for no run. This will definitely be our last over, I think, given that 6 has taken up some time. Or the last ball, I should say, for our stint.
Yep.
Akshar continues around the wickets. Oh, the reverse sweep comes out. And this time he's gone to, I'm going to say deep mid-wicket now because he's basically played that as a right-hander. But in actual fact, it's deep cover for another boundary. Bazball is now well and truly on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, see you guys later.
Thanks, Nestlers.
See you later.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, Shelley's here. Thank you. Over to
I'm
you,
here,
Shelley.
Kartik. But I had
England
the voice. Go for it,
England
Messi.
are quivering in their boots now you're here, Shelley.
Oh, Messi. I was going to say to you earlier, I think I used all my powers up yesterday. So if anybody doesn't know, I'm a huge Man United fan, and then Klopp announced he's leaving yesterday. So we've had some really tough years. And I'm a huge Nadal fan, and then Djokovic went out Australian Open. So, yeah, what can I say?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. So
Good
Crawley
morning,
in and oh!
That looks adjacent, doesn't it? Nah.
No, this
No.
is so.
Sitting outside.
I think I'm doing color commentary today.
You are
think
indeed.
you are.
What's your choice of colour?
The shade of green behind me, as you can see.
Ashwin into Crawley and no run, just almost a leave by Crawley, but they'll be coming out really attacking, which I've actually really found quite nice to see. It's none of this we're just going to hope for it, but to see the attacking, really been good. So next ball in, Ashwin, and positively driven down the ground, but should just be a single to Crawley. And Ajit, can you just tell us how you're seeing things? What do you think of particularly in India's ideas about trying to get the England batters out?
Look, it'll probably be a quick scoring innings as always from England. The third or the fourth innings is usually the fastest I think they do. In any case, I think India will look to probably entice the batsman out. It's more like a one-day game here rather than a test game. You can forget that it's a test game.
Ashwin into Duckett, reverse swept, but straight to the fielder for no run.
Just like that, you'll see some funky fields. You'll see the fielders set halfway to the boundary, knowing they'll probably not even concede a single. So I expect some good cricket, but I expect the Indian spinners to fight back hard.
I have not seen so many reverse sweeps in a test match so early for a very long time. Ashwin into Duckett and conventionally just played onto the leg side for a single.
So what remains to be seen is if the local boy will get another go, Siraj. I think he got a sum total of 4 overs in the first innings, even though England didn't play a whole number of overs. Maybe in the second innings he has a go. He's usually good with the new ball, so I'm curious.
Ashwin in and well struck by Crawley into the offside and will be running away to the boundary for one of these. Thank you, Jason. Much appreciated.
That was a good shot, though. It might be played against the spin. He was all the way out, tall lad, and beautifully struck. Conventional shot for a change, but well, I think they don't mind him playing this shot, right? There's a slip in place. So, well, in test match, there's an adage, isn't it? 2 boundaries you get hit for, and the third ball, if he nicks off to slip, it's not a bad out.
And that was the end of the over. Messi, are you doing socials for us?
I am indeed. Tony Bishop says there needs to be a prize for Forthy's book roulette. If you can guess the genre and initial of the author, you win the chance for Forthy to read a selection of that book to you. I think in some cases I don't really want him to.
So just quickly, Axar into Duckett and well played into the offside, but fielded on the boundary. Should be for 2 runs. Oh, did they run 3? Yes, they ran 3. Very well run. Any more, Messi?
Only 2 happy.
Brown Barrage says, speaking of Australia Day, I'm going to be going to an Australia Day party hosted by my former Aussie Rules Club here in Philly. I'm going to eat my weight in meat pies and pavlovas and hopefully walk off with some cherry ripes and a bag of cheese and Vegemite shapes. Oh, you're going the full ocker.
Wow.
Good God. Cheese and Vegemite shapes.
XR in and just played straight back to him by Crawley for no run. Every time I hear Vegemite, as a South African, we had Marmite. So, yeah, I guess it's the equivalent of.
Yeah, same fungus.
Oh, man. XR in and defended for no run.
Where I am these days, we eat something called hummus, which is not as omnipresent, but that's my equivalent of it. Nonetheless, what did they make of the renaming of this day, Messi, where you are?
Aksa in and played into the offside and for a single and fielded by the boundary rider. Ajit, what were you saying in terms of the naming of the stadium?
Now, naming of the Australian Day, I think there was some kerfuffle going on. Some protests.
Well, yes, it's not an agreed date, seeing as it marks the arrival of the First Fleet, the commencement of colonisation, and a partial genocide of the indigenous people of Australia, which is understandable.
Axel into Duckett and played onto the leg sides and fielded very well by the short fielder, so no run.
He rose up very well there and didn't flinch at all. So
Not at all, which is
two
fantastic.
good qualities.
Exactly.
I remember there was a Sports Star poster. The Sports Star is the sports magazine when I was growing up in India, and I'll hang on to that.
Axel into Duckett and defended onto the leg side, but this time can't be fielded by the close fielder and should be at least a single. And that's the end of the over.
My God, that was quick. Jay says Marcus Aurelius would get pissed off with bowl cuts. As this match is over, I'm now formulating cricket 11s from the Glory Roll. Yes, of course, if you get on the Glory Roll by becoming a $10 a month patron, and we would love you for that. Mark says, the heck with Marcus Aurelius. What would Didius Julianus do with a shitload of cash? Cricket Takes says, puzzling to see England use the light roller instead of the heavier one. Farong says, in that other red ball match, Windies have a 100-run lead with 8 wickets in hand. Only 7 now. They lead by 112. Lyon just took a wicket. Rain is forecast for the rainy days of the Test. And the BPL hits off soon. Double header from Silet. Many politicians playing today. Well, it's Bangladesh. Things happen. And serious question from Jay Grover, non-cricket. How was the Kim Carey, so you're saying there's a chance, become so ubiquitous? Sorry,
No problem. So that was Ashwin into Crawley and just played into the onside for a single. The other thing was...
dear.
It's a repeat at least.
We are looking at a repeat, but I'm more interested in how low that ball stayed.
Exactly. And if that's what's going to happen...
Rehan Ahmed's ball to Akshar Patel had bowled him. Well, it didn't rise above his bootlaces, a little beyond that potentially. But, I mean, to finish off that story, there's a poster of, I think, Desi Haynes standing at short leg, a full-blooded full from the batter. He hadn't flinched. The ball was
Ashwin in and caught by the first slip, and that's Crawley gone. 31 of 32 deliveries, and my hoodoo strikes again.
Well done.
45 for 1 England. Oh dear, I'm going to be in so much trouble.
This is the Valkyrie we know.
Yeah, well, there you go. Brian Barrish says, Shelley's here. I'm going to bet a tenner on England not making it to lunch.
But as I said, guys, get those super chats in if you want me off the air. We do. You have to at least get £100 in, or the equivalent thereof, if you want me to be booted off the air. Because I do seem to have quite a bit of hoodoo every time I'm on commentary and getting wickets. Just a slow start this morning. So
there was a certain predictability in Crawley getting that edge fairly soon. I mean, he played some interesting shots, but it was never going to be a long innings, was it? Not on this pitch.
But you never know, right? I think he just perished the same way he continued to play. There's nothing wrong with that approach either. Just that, his dismissal caught me off guard. A traditional caught and slip dismissal. I expected him to be caught at a short third man going for a reverse sweep or something. But
or LBW, yes. Yeah.
Oh, that.
So, Jason, do you want to jingle in our new batter, please?
gotta poke. We gotta poke. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. Poke. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie.
This could be painful.
Oh, well.
We only
So-
have a pope, not the more conventional bishop as well, our own, today. But I think he's under a bit of pressure. Heaps.
So Ashwin into Pope and immediately driven into the offside, beautifully driven. And the two fielders are converging on the ball, and it should only be 2 runs.
Again, not a bad start for either of the parties per se, because if you remember in the last over of Ashwin where he had gotten Crawley to drive through the covers, I think that was a precursor when the ball is then held a little back, and even the batter looking to come out to drive, he was fully stretched out, by the way, so that was well bowled.
Ashwin in and ends up behind the keeper, well fielded by first slip for no run. But definitely very aggressive by Pope to try and do sweeps like that as he comes to the crease.
That I think he was trying to reverse sweep even, but nonetheless, I think he got a bat on it.
He
I'm
did,
curious.
but look, and
Oh,
then
yes.
off the
Reverse
backside.
sweep second ball. That's fucked. Sorry, but it is.
That's all right.
Ashwin into Pope and driven again into the covers, exactly the same place as the first ball of the over, and will be fielded again for 2 runs.
I mean, if Ashwin is going to be all the time so comfortably wide of the off stump, that's where he's bowled to the new batter all the time. Maybe have a traditional cover, I think. I mean, you'll need a mid-wicket, but maybe take somebody out from...
I don't think he
deep
wants to
mid-wicket.
stop him. I think he's going to leave the gap. He wants to encourage this.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
but...
think
All right. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, we had also agreed that, but there are
Ashwin
two
in
catching.
to Pope and just defended onto the offside. And that is the end of the 10th over. England are 49 for 1. Messi.
Jay says, "Oh my word, I wouldn't dare to guess Leah's bookshelves. War, death, and incomprehensible gaming. My choice of colour today is a combination of brown and zebra print." And he says, "As always, Ajit's voice is like a spa."
Oh wow!
Anna Forsyth says, "Between Shelley and Kartik, we've already got all the lovely silky voices on today." What are you saying, Anna? Those I haven't mentioned can take that in whatever sense they want. Yeah, thanks, Anna. Well. And Jay says, "Mate, now I wanted cheese and Vegemite Marmite shape." And Leah says, "Vegemite grilled cheese sandwiches are actually quite good if you're into yeast-based paste, I suppose." Oh gosh, we've got a whole lot more that just come in. We'll save them to the end of this over.
Thanks, Messi. And I think it will be Axar taking the 11th over, but we are just moving fielders before
For
we
a change,
start.
there's a delay. There's an interesting field now for Duckett.
Axar into Duckett and just played into the offside, and they are quickly running between wickets, pushing for 2, and they'll come back for 2. Great running.
The
And
point
Go
was
for
left
it, Vicky.
empty for Duckett, I think, on purpose, because you see there's a short leg on the leg side and there's a short fine leg and a sort of a unconventional sort of 3/4 of the way square leg type of thing, because I think they're looking for a traditional sweep and they're encouraging him to reverse sweep. That's why point has been left empty.
Axar into Duckett, reverse swept, and this is racing towards the boundary for one of these. Jason.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Going to
Great.
plan so far, but he swept much further front of square. There's a deep point.
Yeah.
But he did well enough to beat that to and in the air. Nonetheless, he hit hard, and that was a traditional square leg. I think he hit the traditional square leg. And Rohit Sharma is, telling his bowlers to be calm there, not to panic yet. All right.
But also England have raced to 55 for 1, and Axar in again, and this time Duckett just played it to the silly mid-off, or fielder just right close to the bat, and England's already got their half-century up for the innings, so that's another really good milestone with only losing 1 wicket.
Fair enough. Also, you can see how deep Rohit Sharma stands for Akshar Patel.
Axar into Duckett and just defended straight back to him for no run.
both the catching fielders, the slip and the short leg, are quite deep. It's a testament to how fast Akshar actually bowls. It's almost like you're, keeping to a dauber, or fielding to a dauber, somebody who bowls military medium.
Axar into Duckett again. Reverse sweep comes out and again in front of square and racing to the boundary for another one off.
Well, he may have swept that all along the ground, but very consummate batting this. Who cares whichever sweep you're playing if you can play it this well?
As long as you don't miss it, that would have been plum
Yeah.
LBW.
That's
the whole point. That's what they're playing for. It's very clear, right? But he's not missing. It's like bowling at Smith's pads. I mean, a bad comparison, but
Axar into Duckett and just defended this time into the offside. No run, 59 for 1 England, end of the 11th over. Messi.
A warning, the GPL closes in 14 minutes. The pot is currently £98, so let's get that over 100. Sean Nestler says, wasn't it Rory McIlroy who said he'd recently been reading Marcus Aurelius? Jay says, Desi Haynes, bloody BJP agent. Cricket Take says, almost all of England's wickets have fallen while defending, while India's have come looking for the maximum. Jay says, I fucking hate Ollie Pope, but I do love his jingle. Arjit is the vocal yin to Shelley's knife-like oral yang. Wow, that's
I
gay.
have no idea what that even... yeah.
And Leah says, Rohit should instruct his spinners to bounce out the bombs just to assert their dominance.
Ashwin into Pope and played
very
onto the
alpha.
leg side. Diving fielder, but won't stop it for the single. And so that takes Pope onto 5.
going to be interesting to see how Duckett approaches Ashwin. Because in theory, the ball is going to be away from him. Will he still play his reverse sweeps when the ball is on the stumps? So that's going to be interesting. And I'm also going to look at the field for them if they give us a view of that. That's very thankfully
There's your
did it.
view.
So yeah, catching slip, a short leg, catching cover, a deepish finer point, well set mid off, a shorter mid wicket, and I think there's a man out in the deep as well for a sweep.
Ashwin into Duckett and just defended straight back to Ashwin for no run. But definitely enjoying the aggression from England. I didn't expect them to come out and be this aggressive, and I think it's actually made for some entertaining cricket. So
Absolutely.
Ashwin in reverse swept by Duckett, and we'll be going to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
There it comes. But for me, I think this was well bowled because he flighted the ball a lot more. It was a full toss, not almost a full toss. But Duckett had to go all the way down. But what he did is he used it to his advantage. He swept really fine, reverse swept really fine in this case, and beat that fine point.
Ashwin into Duckett and very strangely played onto the offside. Almost coming off the side of the bat, it looked like, but for a single. But I think Ashwin, if just looking at the replay, is very much, if you miss one of these, Duckett, I've got you.
Precisely.
And you can see the enthusiasm, even after getting a 4, doesn't mind being swept for 4.
Indeed. I think it's all going to plan. India know this.
Ashwin in reverse swept by Pope and into the leg side for a single.
Again, something else they're doing here. I think it was slower and not to his body, but further away towards his off stump and further away. He was almost off balance as he played that reverse sweep. Again, this could balloon up in the air to a point and so on. So
I won't be surprised if Ashwin actually pushes one through a bit quicker to see if they're a bit flatter, quicker. Ashwin in reverse swept by Duckett. And this should be fielded by the boundary fielder for a single, and that's the end of the 12th over. England are 67 for 1. Messi.
My goodness, that was quick. Ryan Manuel says, what a difference between the England spinners and India. More turn, more accurate. Can we get to even par? And Leah says, Shelley, and the reason... Yeah, Shelley. And the reason that Maxi is not paid a test in a very long time. Yeah.
Well,
and Tony Bishop suggests that we, furthermore, should you guess the book and author, Forthy will appear in person, dressed in appropriate period dress for that personalised, authentic experience. This is getting very, very intricate now, Tony. I think we'd have to get people to pay for it.
Yeah, I think I was even looking at the YouTube chats, Messi, before I came on. If you ever won the jackpot, Messi, just so you know, you can do a trip to Gorilla Towers and I'd come in, because you'd have all the money to come through all the way to Gorilla Towers.
Oh, indeed, I would if I win the $200 million.
Absolutely, yes. I'd even meet you there at Gorilla Towers.
I'll get myself a little apartment in Mayfair and a driver to bring me up to Sydenham. Yeah,
that's a good life too.
There we go. So Axar will be continuing to duck it and played onto the leg side, and should just be a single to the boundary fielder. I definitely think Axar is bowling it a bit slower than Ashwin. One of the interesting things, he's at 88 kilometers an hour.
That might be a variation for Axar, the slower ball, rather than the norm. That's usually Ashwin's speed. But that was a conventional sweep, and he played that very well as well. But even something, a little bit of a dangerous shot if you miss.
And Axar into Pope, and just defended this time. Beautiful defense by Pope for no run.
Look, it'll be a shorter ball. As I said, just in one day innings. You can forget that this is a test match. The thing is, pitch is not yet broken up. Pitch is playing through yet. No really uneven bounce in this innings.
Axar in and a little bit up in the air, but no run. It fell with no fielders there. I'm actually quite excited to see Jadeja in this innings, so hopefully...
He'll take over from Axar, I'm expecting. But yeah, I think that was straight off the keeper's helmet.
Yeah. I thought
Batter was not at all involved. I was thinking there was not enough excitement for such a close chance, air quotes, because it's not a chance at all.
No, not. But it happened so fast, and Axar and Ashwin are getting through their overs like absolute speed trains. So
no concussion protocol for the keeper.
Clearly not. Axar into Pope and pushed into the offside, beautifully placed, and this is running towards the boundary. Will it be stopped? No, it won't.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
He threaded the eye of the needle now. Fantastic shot.
Absolutely. Jason, is that a new Ford jingle? I haven't heard that one before.
No, we've had that one for a very long time. It just doesn't get pulled out very often.
It's a longer one, I think. That's why it doesn't come out very often, but a classic nonetheless.
Absolutely. Axar into Pope, and that one kept a little bit low, but played into the leg side. There's that variable bounce you were speaking about. So here it is. And how many did they get? 1 or 2 for that?
One, just one.
Just a single.
Another thing I noticed, for Pope, the fielders are not really on the boundary. For Duckett, they are. For Pope, they are probably 10 yards in, both on the leg side and the offside. Oh dear.
Very much kept low.
There was no way he was going to get anything but out if he had missed that.
And Pope was smiling as he was going to the other end, because that kept very low.
So something that might put a bit of doubt in the batters' minds now, but I don't expect Duckett to play any other way, or any other England batter up until, I don't know, number 9.
He did very well to keep it out.
Exactly.
Very well.
This is the other thing with Akshar. Accurate, and probably if you miss, even if pitch does something interesting, with Ashwin it might be extra bounce, but with Akshar it'll scoot through.
Yeah, and if you're playing a cross bat shot when the bounce is odd, that's when you're really in difficulty, isn't it?
Axar into Duckett and swept onto the leg side for another one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
This is again good batting. Must be said, they are trying to stay closer to the bat, the Indian bowlers, and Duckett is taking full advantage. Messi?
Jay says, Shelley is enjoying the aggression. No shit, Sherlock. I'm bricking it here 200 miles away. He says, I love it when my idiotic, drunken ideas gain traction. That's about Forthy's books, no doubt. Well, I love it when you're on with us, Jay, because we miss it when you're not here. It gets much duller. So I'm glad you're awake in the middle of the night, early morning, whatever it is now. There.
Well, speaking of 40,
Going to quickly do this ball. Ashwin into Pope and swept onto the leg side. Diving fielder, but it should be gathered on the boundary for 2 runs.
well,
Only a single. Only a single.
indeed, that was very well placed, but there was a fielder in the deep who ran enough to cover up. But I was now listening to Sombrero Fallout. I more or less listen to every episode. I'm slowly getting converted to the way Forty does that podcast. Very interesting for any listeners of Guerrilla Cricket.
Do you think he might overshare some of his personal information?
Yeah, from time to time. Well,
But that's
I
it.
think he has a niche audience. It's all right.
Ashwin into Duckett and played off the back foot onto the offside to the boundary fielder and should just be a single. But definitely England have marched on this morning, not waiting around for anybody. And it's 79 for 1 and into the 14th over. A run rate of 5.92 this morning. So really good going.
Look, at this rate, I mean, just before tea, I think they would have overtaken India's lead.
Ashwin into Pope and carefully prodded, I'm going to say, for a single on the offside. I think I actually heard Forty trying to come in there because we were talking about him. So.
Well, as lunch approaches, I think England are now sort of gone into their shell. That is run a ball only, just singles.
Yeah. Last minute warning, GPL closes in 3 minutes.
Ashwin in. Oh, they tried. Duckett tried to do a reverse sweep. Big appeal. And they are having a look if they're going to send it up for a review. And it has not gone up.
Not been reviewed. Because I think Rohit Sharma, who was at slip, was very close to the action, saw enough to just indicate to Ashwin carry on.
Ashwin in again to Duckett, and this time defended straight back to Ashwin for no run.
There's your variation for somebody who's trying to reverse sweep you all the time. One that goes down his leg. Get him again outside his comfort zone. And well done from Shikhar Bharat, who was comfortably behind the ball, taking that one.
Ashwin in for another delivery. Oh, defended by Duckett. Nearly creeps through, but no run. That is the end of the 14th over. Messi?
Spicy Golden Duck says, good morning, gorillas. Flint off me. It's early here in London. Thanks for the commentary and the company. I often think that international cricket was gifted to mankind as a salve for insomnia. It's nice to see England fighting back, even if only a bit. Brown Barry says, I want to know who Messi thinks will win the hottest 100. Wrong answers only. Is it Twist and Shout? Leah says England should have the decency to collapse already, so I won't have to get up before 5 on a Sunday. They're not going to win this either way. And they're going to let Hope knock on the door first, though. And Leah's guess is Carcass with on rotting in the free world, obviously, for the winner of the hottest 100.
And the man I was calling for, Jadeja, is coming in for the 15th over. I'm quite excited to see at least one over as part of this commentary. So let's see what happens now with Jadeja.
Right man for the last over, if ever, before lunch.
Jadeja into Pope and pushed into the offside, but will be fielded on the boundary. Jason, do you want to do a jingle for Jadeja?
Ravindra Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done?
I was also thinking, right, if Shikhar Bharat has been included as specialist keeper on such a pitch, this is where I think he'll add his value. We'll probably get to see him and his skill set ahead of somebody like KL Rahul on such a pitch.
Jadeja in and attempted reverse sweep and running towards the boundary and will be one of these. There we go.
Just as I was saying that, he's pushed one hard down the leg, but Shikhar Bharat couldn't catch it. With Jadeja, oh no, he's not picked that. It went right through his legs. So
I think that's the commentator's curse, Ajay, because you had sung his praises and then all of a sudden 4 buys. And we know
Oh,
how
dear.
much keepers love buys.
Well, at least it was not a chance. So, all right. Now there's a very fine, very fine leg. Some almost like a
Jadeja
backstop.
into Duckett and played off his hip towards the leg side boundary fielder for a single. Are we thinking this is the last over before lunch?
Oh, definitely. It's past the hour, but
yes, it is.
Jadeja will finish the over, having started it simply because of how quick he is.
So
And Pope is taking a minute extra to ensure that as well.
Of course, to make Jadeja into Pope and played again onto the leg side, and will be fielded by the boundary fielder just for a single.
Must say this is very impressive from England, right? So they have gone on as if the pitch, the conditions really don't matter. They're playing in one-day mode, and look, as I said, if in an hour and a half into the second session, if they've overtaken India, it's still enough good of a pitch that
Jadeja into Duckett and played off his legs into the leg side again to the boundary fielder just for a single. And the last ball of the session should be coming up now.
absolutely. No, but I was saying India would be beginning to worry quite a lot at lunch because they've gotten to well ahead in terms of where they would like to be, England.
Jadeja into Pope and played off the hip again onto the leg side for a single, and that will be lunch with England on 89 for 1. Messi, before we toddle off, any further socials
Yes.
for you?
On YouTube, Kat Martin's with us. She says, "What a charming collection of accents. Good evening from the cricket capital of the world," which I assume to be Philadelphia, but she tells me it's Las Vegas.
Wow.
And Mayank says, "My stream is behind by 4 balls. Ugh, the first world problems are just rubbing me the wrong way tonight." Oh, you're not going to get in a really cranky mood again, are you, Mayank? I was excited for a moment, Kat. I'm from Philadelphia, and so is Guerrilla Cricket's very own Brian Barish. And Kat says, "Yes, the international reach of cricket. It is lovely to have people from all over the world with us." There's some notifications come through that won't show up on my screen. Come on, Twitter, you. I know they're there because there's a number, but they're just not showing. Okay, so we'll leave it at that. And England are 101 runs behind. 104 runs in the session. The GPL closed on £98. It will be interesting to see how it goes today.
Hopefully you win it today, Messi. You were 1 run short yesterday.
Yeah, I'll be one run behind this time. Yes.
Well, it was 4, right? I remember towards the end of the day, with you requiring 5.
Yes.
And they stopped the game because, well, they took some time finding the ball or something. So, okay.
Yeah, it's always so.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. And thanks for the session. Jason, are you going to put
Yep.
something on for us?
We have various bits and bobs from the Bishop and Bear podcast. What I think we're going to do is start off the quite long series of podcasts about Percy Fender that was recently produced. So
wonderful.
We did started the first one yesterday, so you don't want to replay that.
Oh,
Jason.
damn it! I've just rewound it to the start. Sorry, never mind. Anyway, that's what's coming up for the next 30 odd minutes, and we'll see you after that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Play, you stupid thing.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff.
Mine.
All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
Spark your creativity with The Sims. Sometimes you might feel like you're not creative and you have to go in search of your creative spark again. Maybe this is catching up with creative friends, experimenting with a new look, or trying out a new recipe. And thanks to The Sims, inspiration is just one game and one spark away. Ready to spark something? Download The Sims 4 and play for free.
Welcome to the guided meditation podcast. Let's begin by lying down, completely still.
Time to relax.
Sergey, why are you on the floor? Oh my god, are you okay?
No, I can't.
Don't worry, bro. I know the kiss of life.
No! It tastes of...
Life? A second chance? A rebirth?
Tuna.
Oh yeah, I did eat a tuna sandwich.
Oh.
Don't wombat it, meerkat it. With compare the market.
Simples. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. Guerrilla Cricket.
Guerrilla Cricket. We are big fans of Percy George Herbert Fender. He has a starring role in our theme tune, after all. Often presented as a divisive, comical Bertie Wooster monocle-wearing figure, he never did wear one, but his wife did. He was, in fact, the polar opposite. He was sharp, witty, principled, forward-thinking, a master tactician, and someone who fought for inclusivity and fairness. Perhaps he did more to reinvent cricket than any other person of that age. A brave, a Renaissance man, he wrote musicals and books, and it now turns out was an impeccable archivist of his own life. This year, Percy's son Peter sadly died, but from that has emerged a treasure trove of papers, memorabilia and photos that Percy had assembled and Peter had lovingly kept. Much of it goes to auction on December the 5th, but before it does, we've had access and sight into the contents and with an insight into Percy's world, including a remarkable series of never-be-heard recordings that Percy made in the 60s for his son Peter and for posterity. They chart his life, his career, his feelings, and perhaps most tellingly of all, his role in the Bodyline 1932 series, the year in which cricket went to war. Much more of that, and some mysteries around it later. The auction takes place on December the 5th in Exeter at BHL. I can give you the address. It's St Edmund's Court, Oakhampton Street, Exeter. But all the information that I'm giving you here is going to be on the notes that obviously accompany the podcast wherever you are listening to it. Most importantly as well, it will be simultaneously online. You can go to auctions.bh&l, that's auctions.bh&l, all one word, .co.uk, and simply type Percy Fender into the search bar and then select sporting equipment and memorabilia. And all the details in the notes, as I say, will be there for you. I am honoured and delighted, though, here to be joined by Percy's grandsons, Guy and Nick. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to a chat about your granddad.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm also very happy to be accompanied by two sages of both cricket and Surrey, where Percy spent so much of his career. Dan Norcross from BBC TMS. Hello, Dan.
Hello, lovely to be back.
Indeed, yes, a return for you. And John Surtees, Head of Community Public Affairs and Projects at Surrey.
Hello, thanks for having me here.
Well, you are most welcome. Now, we're going to start by letting Percy really introduce things. And we're going to play his introduction where he actually says why he did this and where he went and got his tape recorder.
Oh, well, happy memories. Lots of them. Pete and I went up to the city today to try and get a birthday present for Pat, who on Saturday. And while we were there, of course, I got inveigled into buying this machine, so as we've got it home, I thought we'd make a start.
We'll make a start, we will, Percy. Thank you for the introduction. Let me start with you, Guy and Nick. Just talk a little bit about your Percy as a granddad. Let's not even think about cricket. Just your memories of him as a man and how he came into your life.
Well, shall I start, Nick?
Yeah.
I arrived a few years before Nick. We're only a couple of years apart, but The thing was with Pop, as we called him, and I'll call him Pop from now on, or Percy as you wish, but we called him Pop, and he was a big figure who would appear in our house in South London when I was very little, in his extraordinary Bentley, with known as Jeeves, had number plate JVE. You probably remember the rest, Nick. And he would descend for Sunday lunches, and it would be a wonderful occasion. He was quite formal, but he was always very interested and encouraging. So, and then when I was 6 or 7, I was put on the number 16 bus to go and spend Saturday mornings with him in his office in Balfour Mews, where he ran his wine business. And it was there that you had an inkling there was something else going on other than just my grandfather. There were portraits, there were pictures. There was one of the king and him wearing his Surrey blazer. And it wasn't fully explained to me at that stage exactly where he fitted into the cricketing firmament. But bit by bit, you sort of acquired that knowledge, that background, and he was totally modest with me and with us, I think, and my sister. How about you, Nick?
Well, I think it really comes down to two parts, because there's part when he lived in London, when up to the age when I was about 12, and as you say, he was a very big figure, not only physically, but a big character, and at the time, to me, somewhat distant. Then he moved down to near Horsham, where we lived, and he came to live with us for several years, 7 years or so, and then actually we became really quite close. And obviously used to see him daily, and used to talk about all sorts of things, except the war, which was probably a fairly normal sort of thing, but lots of cricket talk. And of course it was at that time that, or during that time anyway, that Richard Streeton wrote his biography, and so there were many visits from Richard who came down, and I was actually able to sit on some of those conversations, which was amazing even to a young chap at that time.
And there's one particular memory that I think you had in the Jubilee test.
Was indeed the centenary test.
The centenary test, yes.
Yes. So March 77, where Hop, as Guy called him and I called him as well, was invited out to the centenary test out in Melbourne, and at that time he was almost entirely blind, and he's always one for original ideas. He said, Nick, why don't you come too? Well, there's only one answer to that, and so I did, 13-year-old. Just finished some school exams and managed to wangle everything in the diary, and so off I went. And there were some phenomenal names, as we know then, of days gone by and the current teams at that time.
Well, you mentioned a couple of things there. I mean, you mentioned Jeeves. He played against Percy Jeeves, scored 140 when Percy Jeeves, who became the Jeeves, as inspired by P.G. Woodhouse. And I think Percy got 140 that day against Warwickshire. So there's already a link to history. Getting back to links to history, just tell us a little bit about the tapes and the discovery of them and everything that's going into this auction. Tell us a little bit, A, how you discovered it all, archived it and got it all together, and B, what some of the sort of the most exciting things that you think are going to be in that auction. What can people really look out for?
Yeah, well, so my father, like a lot of people, was I don't know about a hoarder, but he didn't let things go, and these were really important things, as well as items of furniture from his grandparents' days, when they were bombed out of Beecham Gardens in West London. These items came with them, and as did as much of his father's memorabilia, residing with my stepmother and him in Exeter, and stored away in boxes for a long time, not really to be seen or discussed until the time came to sort out his affairs after he died 18 months ago. So, and all credit due to my stepmother, Catherine Fender, who has essentially curated for auction all of the items that are easy to see on the website as it happens. So in amongst all of these things are cricket balls that have commemoration silver tags or plaques, significant games that he played in. I think 8 wickets for 84 against Glamorgan, a South Africa test ball, all significant moments. And there are a couple of cricket bats there, one of which is his working bat, so it's unsigned, but another bat which has got the Surrey side on it from the 20s. In amongst that are his England jackets, his Surrey jackets, his Surrey jumper, playing jumper. So long enough possibly to be the one in the caricature, but in amongst that is many documents. And there's one particularly interesting document, which I'm sure we'll discuss at length, which I think probably sheds new light on the Bodyline series. But yes, no, there are many interesting things there, all cricketing related. And the discovery of that has been a long, I think, painful process for my stepmother. I had tried to help a little bit, and Nick came down, and we spent many times sort of poring over, actually getting roadblocked. Actually, you sit and read a document, and you just, sit in awe of the documentation, the record keeping, the attention to detail. I mean, I've got in front of me a couple of things that have been in my possession for a while. I have, from 1912, the athletic secretary's book from St Paul's when he was a schoolboy. All the scores here against Isingari, which is now the Civil Service Cricket Club. That's from results lost, scored, so on. So there are items like that which are going to auction and to meet legal costs.
Well, you did mention one there, and we are absolutely going to come back to it because it's central to our story, I think. But it's a letter that Percy wrote just a couple of years, I think, maybe less than 2 years before he passed away in October of 1983, and he sets the record straight about his role in Bodyline, what the rights and wrongs of it, who did and didn't say what to who. He certainly talks about how information was passed by the Australian Press Corps to him, which in turn then ended up in a meeting with him and Douglas Jardine in Leafy Walton on Thames. It's even got handwritten at the top in Percy's hand, "Don't forget Bertie Oldfield," and he talks about Bertie Oldfield. So that item is very much part of the auction. Let's move on then a little bit, because you mentioned his school days is quite interesting. There was one or two things I picked out from his school days with the help of Richard Streeton's excellent book. He went to St George's and then St Paul's. Here are some things that really struck me, because he was even ahead of his time, I think, at school. One school report said he's a good bowler when he chose, but too fond of affected peculiarities of action. So in bowling his leg breaks, apparently, he was a little bit flamboyant in his style, but clearly effective. With his batting, and Dan probably thinks, well, how many times might I have said just this about England players sometimes? Still inclined to take liberties before he's really set. I can hear you saying that, Dan.
Well, yes. I mean, I've said it a few times about the likes of Kevin Peterson, but of course that's now very de rigueur, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of Bazball before its time. I mean, look, one of the things that's interesting there about 1912, you've got to put it in context. This is a sort of seen as a golden age of cricket, and people are really experimenting with all sorts of things at this stage. This is when leg break bowlers have come to the fore, the likes of Aubrey Faulkner and whatnot. So you've got a sort of arms race that's taking place in cricket, and batting has suddenly become super eminent in the latter part of the 19th century, largely because of professionalisation, largely because of the ability for people to play more and more games, and so the skills in batting start to become too strong for the bowling. A little bit like the development actually of women's cricket at the moment, where you see the batting dominating over bowling. And so he was being brought up at a time when people had to think harder about how you were going to take wickets. And I think he is a product of that. He's a product of coming to school, in that period, in the 1900s, if you like, and going up through towards the end of the First World War. So if he had a keen mind, he would have been putting that to the problems of his age, and the problems of his age were that batting was getting too strong. So how are we gonna overcome it? And that's probably where his experimentation comes from.
No, very much so. He even got told off once, I believe, for heading a football at school. Scored a goal with his head.
Was that not acceptable?
Well, no, that's the sort of thing the professionals do. We don't want that sort of thing here, Fender, was what he was told. You know, so.
Well, he was a goalkeeper, so I suppose he was scoring, scoring a goal with his head.
Not all of his career. He went off, didn't he, Guy and Nick? He made his money in the paper business originally through working in, his father's business. It took him not only to Manchester, where I think he stayed with a family called Polkinghorne, which is a wonderful West Country name.
Yes.
But then it took him to Belgium, and he spent quite a lot of time staying in Belgium. And we're going to play a little clip, because it says, I think, a lot about him as a man. He got very friendly with the family that he was staying with in Belgium. And the children, the two boys, I think, of that family, were very interested in English soldiers, and particularly the Scottish soldiers. When Percy had returned to the UK, he'd sent these boys some Scots Guards, tin soldiers. Sadly, only to find a heart-wrenching story of what happened to those, and the fact that he recalled it, and the humanity with which he tells the story, I think, is absolutely fascinating, and it says quite a lot about him. So this is Percy's very sad tale of what happened to those tin soldiers.
When my visit to Drogenbosch was finished, and I came back to England, to London, where my mother and father lived, among other things, I thought I would send a little present to the two little children of the estaminet, and I did so. I sent them some soldiers which I got from Hamleys in Regent Street. You know, those little leaden soldiers. The kiddies in the course of talk had been very interested in the Écossais, and so most of the soldiers I sent them were either Black Watch or some Highland regiment. Most unfortunately, though, that had a very unhappy result. I only learned about it years afterwards, in fact after the war, after the First War, when I went back to Drogenbosch to see how they had fared and to pay a visit and to have a bit of a holiday round there, and there I heard the story of those soldiers. It appears that when the Germans swept through Belgium, as they did in that war, they came to Drogenbosch, and most unfortunately they found these two kiddies, who then must have been about 8 and 10 or something like that, playing on the floor with some of these Scottish soldiers. And I'm told by one or two, in fact more than that, several of the survivors to whom I talked about it, that they just shot up everybody in that estaminet and burnt the estaminet, and, well, the most unfortunate result of what I had hoped to be a pleasant gift to some people who had been very, very kind to me indeed.
So he spent his early days at Sussex, didn't he? Due to his grandparents, but he made his first-class debut for Sussex against Nottinghamshire. Can you remember his summary of what he described as his debut? If not, I can tell you. He said he got one run, one wicket, one catch in the first innings, and in the second, I didn't do quite so well, which I thought was the measure of the man. And the other story that really struck me was he'd had to dash. He didn't think he'd get picked for a second game, and he was. He had to go and play at Worcester. Didn't get the train overnight. Ended up staying in a hotel and wondered why he kept getting knocks on the door by young ladies asking him if he needed anything. It was only subsequently that he found out the nature of the hotel, which somehow he'd been recommended to go and stay in as a young stripling of a lad. There's also a wonderful story of him batting for the first time on his, I think it might have been his debut, but he was playing the Australian touring team with Ranjit Singh, whom he describes as a genius. And they used to apparently
CB Fry, they'd find ways to keep Ranji interested by challenging him to do various things. Otherwise, he'd drift out the game and not bother and kind of lose interest in what was going on. So, can you hit it here? Can you get it there? But you can't put a 6 over the fence. And this would apparently sort of prime Ranji to actually go and do the things they betted him he couldn't do. But this clip I'm about to play you here is a little tale of from Percy about the first time that he and Ranji batted together.
Very soon after Ranji went into bat, both Chaplin and Killick were out for a very few, and I was number 8 and went in to join the great man. I shall never forget that as I came down the pavilion steps to go into bat, Ranji started walking from the wicket towards the pavilion, and he met me about halfway to the wicket. And, metaphorically speaking, of course, put his arm round my shoulder and said, "Well, now, young man, don't worry about these chaps. They're just ordinary human beings like you and me. Now, you keep your end up, I'll get the runs."
But off he went then to join Surrey. So
just a quick one though on that clip, because that's such a modern clip, isn't it? Really, in a way, it has you in mind not just of baseball, but of how modern cricketers think. They think about anticipating how a bowler's going to bowl and where he's going to put the ball. And Percy's obviously astounded by that. I mean, he is immortal when it comes to his actual cricketing skills. He's a good player, but he's not a genius. And the fact that he's sort of in awe and wonder of the fact that Ranji can say, right, we're going to test out Kellaway, isn't it, on the boundary, and then we're going to test out McCartney, and one's at deep third and the other one's at long on, and you're going to run 2, and it's almost like he's orchestrating and managing the game. I mean, I think it's such a modern way of thinking about cricket, and I think that's really important part of understanding what Fender becomes as a captain. You know, this is a really early influence on his life, on his cricketing life, and it's opened his mind into ways of thinking about the game that are so different from the slightly stultifying, regimented way in which most of county cricket and English cricket gets played between the wars.
Well, we'll find out a lot more about that. You're dead right, Dan. And some of the things that Percy says later on as we go through this chat about him really does show that he'd have been very at home in the world of baseball, let me tell you. He even says so, almost, without using the B word, but he pretty much describes it. Did he ever talk to you, Guy and Nick, much about his time in the First World War? Because obviously his early Surrey career got rudely interrupted pretty quickly. And I think in the game against Notts, Arthur Carr got a telegram, said, I'll just bat one more over. But it was basically his call-up. He had to go and join his regiment the day war broke out, trying not to sound too like Rob Wilton. And off went Arthur Carr. I think Percy played another couple of games, but then he went off to join the army initially, but with the help of oh goodness me, who did help him? I've had a mental blank. Pelham Warner, so a bit of a who was at the War Office. That's what got him transferred to the Royal Flying Corps. So he became a pilot, taking tilts at Zeppelins for a while. Did he ever talk much about those experiences to you two?
Actually, to me, very little indeed. There was quite a lot around his flying jacket. Actually, outlived him, or at least what was left of it. But he still used to wear that daily at home. And there were some other bits and bobs around from the war. But to me, actually, no, he didn't talk about the war at all. I don't know about you, Guy.
Well, there was a conversation, and that conversation came back to me several times. First of all, we had at one time his RFC tunic, flying tunic, his Sam Brown, and we still have his flying boots. And so there was this enigma. I mean, he joined the Royal Fusiliers, but hadn't gone to France, as far as I know. But I never had a conversation with him about that part of his experience of the First World War. But because I was studying medicine, he thought I'd be interested to hear his story of getting cholera. And so he was posted to the Eastern Front. And now the Eastern Front in those days was Afghanistan. But he only made it as far as Kolkata, I think, because there was an outbreak of cholera on the ship. They made it into port. He was hospitalised with a lot of other military personnel, and he was the only one in his ward to survive cholera. And that was profound. And of course I was interested, but I was really interested to know what he was or would have done in the Eastern Front. And I subsequently know that they were just, taking biplanes up and dropping bombs out of the cockpit onto whoever.
Very early biplanes too, some of them, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And and that was the end of his First World War.
I mean,
that was the end of it.
The Royal Flying Corps, people have some misconceptions about it, don't they? And often think that would be the cushy number in the First World War because you're not in the trenches. But actually, the life expectancy for people in the Royal Flying Corps was much lower. Your chances of death were much, much higher there than they were out actually on the Western Front.
Yeah, I think some of those misconceptions are based on what people view as people see as a plane in 2023 in the 21st century. Essentially, these were timber and canvas held together by rubber bands and horse glue, and you were sitting alone in the cockpit with an incendiary device that again from 1915 was probably not as secure. You didn't necessarily, you wouldn't 100% have faith that you had control into when it was going to go off.
There wasn't a little button, was there, that would release at the right time?
Well, there wasn't someone who would release it for you either. You had to pilot the plane and release it at the same time.
I think in the Streeton book and in the tapes, he does talk about. I think this might have been when he'd first gone to Europe, and he'd taken a plane up. And the first thing Percy wanted to do was make it loop the loop. Which of course he gave a damn good go at doing it, and he kept trying, and everyone on the ground, probably I can just picture them in front of sort of a Nissen hut going, what the earth is this bloke doing? Because he kept trying, eventually got this plane over, and it had never been done apparently because it was a training plane with a massively reinforced undercarriage, so it was heavily weighted underneath, and it had never in its life before ever sort of done this manoeuvre that Percy somehow got it to do, which I guess is sort of a measure of the man.
It sounds about right. I was just going to say the thing I just wanted to bring in on the Royal Flying Corps element of Percy Love as well is it's funnily enough in the modern era. Simply because of the location of where a portrait's been hung, it is how a lot of people at the Oval, certainly the people who work behind the scenes in the Oval, view Percy, because there's a portrait hung in our committee room at the Oval, in pride of place by just to the left of the club honours board and to the right of the board that commemorates all our 50 Wisden Cricketers of the Year. It's a huge portrait of Percy, resplendent in his Royal Flying Corps uniform, and that remains probably the biggest remembrance of him at the Oval, and committee meetings are held in that room, and it's a big room as far as the club is concerned, and Percy's there resplendent in this amazing Royal Flying Corps uniform. So I think a lot of people at Surrey in the modern era will very easily remember that period of his life because of that
I rather
portrait.
like the idea that the Surrey board are sitting there. So shall we renew Kemar Roach's contract this year? And looking down is Percy, kind of thinking whether they do or don't.
Well, Percy would say yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think he would on that score.
But can I just ask his grandchildren just a question that sort of burns away when I heard some of the tapes. He gets so close to death on so many occasions. He talks even about when he goes to Belgium and he just decides that he's hungry, and so he skips the train that he was going to get and gets the next train instead. And the train that he would have got crashes massively into a goods train, and he just sort of he talks in the vernacular actually of my grandfather who fought at Gallipoli, which is to sort of brush off your near-death experiences. You mention them, you go, well, that was a bit of a rum-do. That might have copped on then, but didn't. And it seems that, was the fact that he had so many brushes with death, and a lot of people in that generation will have done, obviously, because of the war and whatnot, did that, do you think, affect his persona with you guys, and actually also make him a bit more risk-taking in his later life?
I'd certainly agree with that, absolutely. The risk-taking and the innovation and the, if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? So let's just get on with it. And so he was always keen on trying almost anything, whether it was in the cricketing world or his business world or the civic world, a variety of other sports as well. I always had that impression that he was just keen to get on and try things because you never know whether tomorrow is going to happen.
Yeah, an example of that was extraordinary because his flying days didn't actually end there. So in the Second World War, he was an older officer, ultimately I think a squadron leader, but he was in logistics. But he told me this story, and I may have got the wrong location, but I think it was set in North Africa. And he was on an airfield doing something or other, but there was a squadron of Typhoons, and he was friendly with the commanding officer, and he had the opportunity, as he put it, to fly one of these things. So he took off and very, very quickly circled and landed, and then told me he'd never been so scared in his entire life. He terrified himself completely, and then he never flew again.
Good Lord.
But I mean, just to do that, just to think of, I can't think of how old he would have been in the 1940s. But I mean, he was, long past cricketing retirement. So
Yeah.
40 plus, and just to see a Typhoon lying around on the runway and thinking, I've got an opportunity to get that thing in the sky. It takes a pretty extraordinary. I mean, 1% of the 1%, I think, would look at that and consider it an opportunity.
Well, that's sort of what the crux of my question to you guys is. Do you think that he had a kind of sense of invincibility? Because so many things had happened in his life. He had such a varied and dangerous life for a lot of it. Did that sort of make him reckless or just adventurous?
To me, he seemed extraordinarily sort of attractively exciting in that sense. But, all these stories of, the layers have been peeled back over decades, and we're still discovering things now. And he had an incredibly rich life. I mean, I have to say, I think he probably saw an opportunity and said, that's for me. His father, when he went to Bolton after school, he didn't go to university. He was sent into the paper trade with Mr. Polkinghorn as his landlord and manager. His father took him up to Bolton, took him to I think it was a sort of not a bed and breakfast, but anyway, rooms, took them all the change that he had in his pocket, put it on the bed and said, there you are, it's over to you now, that is the end of my support for you, effectively. And instead of being downcast or whatever, he took and ran with it. He was working in the dirtiest part of the factory, in the rag room, as it was called. He nearly got his fingers nipped off in the roller. So he had.
And they were known for the rest
fingers.
of his life, weren't they? After that.
That's right, and extraordinary. And yet he worked his way, and he was determined to work really hard. He took, ordinary everyday opportunities and managed to make something out of it. And I think he was always like that because there was adversity in his personal life, with his first wife dying, and. When the children were quite young, our parents were young. But he was determined to not only look after them and his ailing parents, but also continue his career. So I think a very determined man who had a lot of, sobering experiences, but still had a sense of fun, a huge sense of fun.
Nick, is that chime with you as well, that recollection?
It does, absolutely. And thinking of him as an adventurer, but also an entertainer. Entertainment was very important to him. And in years gone by, I've thought about the traditional game of cricket, which he used to play, and he was somewhat radical in his thinking and keen to experiment and to try things. And then when 2020 came along, thinking about what would he have made of it? Would it be in the case of, oh no, the game's changed, it's just not what it was? And I think actually he would have embraced it right the way through. Something new, entertaining, short, fast, rapid, with many of the similarities, of course, of the traditional game. But I think he would have embraced that enormously. He really was an entertainer and willing to try anything new.
Well, before we move on to talk Surrey, there's one thing I did. He wrote some music hall lyrics, would you believe, in the style of the day, which obviously the day he was in. I'm reckless Reggie of Regent Palace. I'm in love with every girl. I flirt with Maudie and I flirt with Alice. I'm a real live Regent pal. I'm a nut. I'm Aurora. And I flirt with Flora. And I dodge her dud of a dad. I'm a perfect knob if I spend 5 bob, haha, I'm some bad lad.
So there you
that's
go.
Mambo number 5.
I can only say we're delighted he went back to cricket, to be honest. But but apart from that,
I disagree.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's
I disagree.
fantastic.
There's a phrase. There's a phrase that is used these days, and you hear some people when you're discussing things like influencers on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and you hear people talk about what's your goal as an influencer, and there's a phrase that is used genuinely, I think, these days as a career aspiration by people, which is called, I want to be a multi-hyphenate, which means you're an influencer, actor, music.
Well, with that, we will resume our coverage back from Hyderabad. And
in another age, Tony, you would have been a music hall performer. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
What, you see him as a sort of a Max Miller, do you? No, Mrs.
Well, good day, David. How are you?
And
good
we're
day,
joined.
Messrs.
Yes.
Good day, Tony. That was a wonderful interview.
Yeah, well, it's very long. It's 2 nearly hour episodes. But yeah, it was fabulous company. His grandsons were fantastic. And obviously Dan and John Surtees were terrific company, and such a fascinating story. I mean, as a cricketer and as a man, he was just remarkable. And the whole story about the Bodyline Ashes series and his influence on Jardine and was fascinating. Anyway, David is going to take us through this next session. I'm delighted to say I'll be doing some summarising, and Messrs will be our social custodian. So David, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony the man. All Guerrilla Cricket listeners have to thank for getting us on air and keeping the whole train moving, and everything else, apart from those wonderful interviews as well. In addition to those wonderful interviews, I mean. 89 for 1, and England deficit's been cut to 101 if you're just tuning in for the first time. And well, I thought England had a very good session this morning. What did you think, guys? With me, Tony, and Messrs on social.
Yes, I think they did. I thought they bowled well. Root again bowled terrifically. It is worrying that all of the flight, drift, turn was all coming from your fourth seamer and number 1 batsman. But yes, they bowled very well, and I thought they batted. The opening batsman batted well. It really wasn't. I mean, it wasn't a special ball that got rid of Crawley. He seemed it just slanted across him, and he got an edge. And it felt that they probably should be none down, and you might just be daring to hope. But it's the hope that kills, Messrs.
Well, that's what England is always required to do: is introduce that little element of hope before smashing it in the face. But I think it was a good morning for England. I think the biggest danger facing them is unevenness of bounce. With crossback shots, there's a lot of danger in that. But there's also a lot of percentage.
It's Ravi Ashwin to take us opening up today. Round the wicket to Pope, who knocks that one away to mid-wicket for a single. So he's away after lunch session. And it's Pope and Duckett together. Yeah, Duckett's been using his reverse sweep very profitably all through the morning session, and he's on 38, Pope on 17. England 90 for 1, so an encouraging day for them, having got rid of the remaining Indian batsmen very quickly this morning, thanks to Joe Root taking 2 and Rehan 1. That one's drilled up to extra cover by Duckett, and there's no run there. It's only 15 overs have gone. So England scoring at 6 and over. Duckett this time is forward defensive, and there's no run. I mean, didn't take too many risks, did he, Tony, in the first session?
No. I mean, he's fond of that reverse sweep, and he's very keen to use that. But both he and Crawley looked very tidy and very well disciplined.
This one's on his toes, and he just manages to drill that down to deep square leg and just walks through for a single. So Duckett looking unruffled, and he's got his sights on a big score here, I think.
Yeah, well, the problem for England was absolutely the fact that 1 or 2 of them looked like they might have their sights on a big score, but no one could go on and do it.
And Pope is due a big score. I think it's slightly edgy, but given the benefit of the doubt, that goes down to 3rd, and they take 2. Duckett moves on. Pope moves on to 19.
And just to be fair there for a second, I mean, to be honest, more of the Indian players went on to slightly higher scores, but none of them, apart from Jadeja, he didn't get to his ton. I was expecting the one big defining innings to really be the difference, but it was a collection of
three
sort of mediums. Yes.
Yeah. This is the reverse sweep from Hope. It's a bit ungainly, this one, but he's drilled it along the ground, and it goes down to what would have been cover point. I suppose you have to say it goes down to square leg, and they take a single. So 94 for 1 England. Pope on 20, Duckett on 39. Messrs is on socials. Has anyone joined us since lunch?
Only Jay Grover, who nominates himself for the winner of the hottest 100 in Australia, which is a likely outcome, I'd say. Everybody else is still... I suspect a lot of people were catching up with a few Zs over lunchtime, and others are still in their postprandial slumber. So at the moment, it's very quiet.
You've been keeping an eye, Messrs, on events in Brisbane, no doubt.
Yes, I can tell you the West Indies are 3 for 107, so that's a lead of around 125, something like that. They've been doing well. It's really going to be an interesting test match. It's a great relief to see that the West Indies have played so well and with such great enthusiasm. I've really enjoyed what little bits.
Well, it also means I think Dom wins our bet in the green room, which was how long would it be before David mentioned the other test match. I said he's going to mention it even before the first ball after lunch is bowled in this one, so I didn't quite win.
Bumrah into Pope, who fends that down to the gully, and there's no run. Well, I enjoy these occasions when there's two tests happening at the same time. I mean,
so
they
do I.
both start and finish exactly at the same time is perhaps not completely ideal, but if you're trying to keep in touch with both of them. But yeah, it has been a spirited performance from West Indies, given what could have happened, and certainly Australia was struggling at one point yesterday. But there's always someone from Australia who'll chip in with the runs, so they bat all the way down.
Which is what England need. After the next ball, we should probably jingle up one or two people. I'll start with the bowler, seeing he's the man with the ball in hand. But after this delivery, David.
Yes, it is Jasprit Bumrah, who's resumed, and he bowls. That's down the leg side, and Hope lets that one go.
Here he is.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And yes, that one didn't really trouble Hope. It was pretty wide, and although maybe slightly close to getting a touch on that. Be a bit careful. Barrett behind the stumps has done a good job in this game. So a decent crowd in for this third day as Bumrah comes into Hope. Hope plays a nice drive. That's gone past extra cover. There's a man sweeping down there, and it's Axar Patel. They're going to take 2. So encouraging signs for England fans here. Hope is not looking as skittish as he did in the first innings. I mean, his first innings was,
he looked like a man and hadn't picked up a bat for months, and which to a certain extent is true. Certainly not in a match, because he was injured, wasn't he? Although he did well enough until he was injured in the county championship last year, but does make a lot of runs at the Oval, of course, and a turning Hyderabad pitch is not the Oval.
I mean, is he as skittish when he starts in county cricket as he appears to be in international cricket?
No, he just looked out of touch coming in a difficult situation, and he just didn't look right at all, did he? He looks a lot more organised now.
Bumrah bowls to him. Oh, he doesn't know where that one's gone. That's an inside edge, and just sort of jabbed down it quite late. Bumrah's got his hands on his head. It goes down to deep square. They take a single, but Hope's certainly not in control of that one.
Yeah, I think I rather cursed him there, didn't I, by saying how organised he was, and he immediately doesn't move his feet, hangs out the bat, plays a harrow cut, what do we like to call it? A Vatican slice, call it what you will, but he certainly had no control over it.
He moves on to 23 nevertheless, and England 97 for 1. So the deficit is just 93. So England clawing their way back after a good first session this morning. We should talk a little bit about Joe Root's performance in a moment. We're coming down the wicket now to Duckett, and he didn't make good contact with that. That's again very edgy, but it goes down to the thick edge. It goes to leading edge, I suppose.
Just a shade of outswing there from Bumrah, sort of into and then away again from Duckett. He topped the averages for Surrey in the county championship, and obviously a championship winning season as well for them. With Ollie Pope 54. He got highest score of 122 versus Hampshire. He also got 91 in the first innings of that game, but that was at the Oval.
It's a long way from the Oval to Hyderabad.
Duckett right back on the stumps, but it's missing leg stump. I think you're going to have a little discussion about whether to review this. Bumrah is not convinced.
It looked like it might just be sliding down leg.
And possibly too high as well.
I'd be interested to hear David's point of view about the 13 overs and 3 reviews gone that England lumbered themselves with, sort of handicapping themselves for the rest of the innings. What did you make of that?
That was a passage of cricket which I just, Fred Truman would have had words about that.
What is going off out there? What is going off out there?
I mean, it's one thing to integrate a new player and to give him some confidence, but there seemed to be a combination of keeping going with Hartley for far too long and then almost trying to will in a wicket with some very optimistic reviews. I mean, Joe Root take some of the blame, I think, because he was insistent about the first 2 reviews. The third one was certainly a Stokes decision, but it was just, they could have done with those reviews later
The
on.
third one was the one I thought was reasonable. Because we all thought that was out, and it just proved in the end just to be missing the top of middle stump.
Whoa!
Would you believe that one would have hit leg stump?
Yeah.
Unbelievably. And Bumrah raises his hands. His hands on his head. I mean, it looked for all the world like it was sliding down, and
it did.
Too high, but actually cannoned into leg stump. Not even umpire's call. So an escape there for Duckett, and that was can't always trust what you see with your own eyes. Hope plays that one nicely.
Ain't that the way?
And he's actually made lovely contact with that. It's gone very quickly down to the mid-off boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, and I have to say, it's we're all delighted that Chris Gaffney's been studying at the Joel Wilson Academy for umpiring excellence.
Oh, that's harsh. Given that he gave the same decision we would have.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we all thought it was sliding down leg, didn't we? That is true, but we're not being paid to be there.
This one's tucked out. This one is sliding down leg, and Hope gets a nice little glance on that. That's Beaton, the diving fielder down there. I can't quite see who that is. So successive boundaries for Pope. This one right down to nice leg glance for 4.
Yeah.
To be fair to the umpire, I mean, it just looked for all the world that from Bumrah as if it was sliding down, but not easy to get that one right. This one is drilled to mid-on, and there's no run this time. So first 2 balls of this going for 4.
It always begs that question: it is fantastic, but it begs the technology is magnificent.
This is an ugly reverse sweep from Pope. Doesn't play that as well as Duckett, that's for sure. Must have got a spill of bat on that.
And I will concede that between the 3 of us, there is possibly a few miles on the clock between us.
For defensive by Pope.
But that said, all 3 of us went, that's going down leg. Possibly not worth reviewing. It's not like we even debated it.
Me was how far back he was on the crease, and therefore it didn't have so far to travel.
Next ball is played to mid-wicket. Enthusiastically fielded. There's no run there. So eventful over. It's 2 boundaries from Pope in that, and England have reduced the deficit to 85. They're 105 for 1.
Some love for you, Dave. Jay Grover says, signing mint, Dave. I love and yet feel slightly intimidated by the monochrome backdrop. Leah says, I bloody well hope Shelley is lurking in the YouTube chat. I want to sleep in tomorrow. And then she says, apparently England decided to not collapse, so I want to see Duckett, Root and Stokes make tons. Well, make up your mind, Leah. One of the other.
We prefer the latter option for what it's worth, even if it means that we have to be on duty tomorrow.
Brian in Brisbane is very optimistic before we got to the halfway point. He says, morning, this match is looking like a draw now. England will drag it out to get parity and then go even slower to eke out the draw. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I should take the opportunity there then to say thank you again for the coffees that came yesterday, Brian. Magnificent and so welcome. I can assure you they were very well received.
Suda who's with us. Colin says it's because Pope shimmied to leg when he was hit, made it look like 2 stumps were showing. Also, morning, took much work getting in the way of cricket. Too much work getting in the way of cricket.
Boomer to start this next over, and that's timed so well by Duckett that it actually beats the cover fielder. I mean, he just seemed to lean on that. So Duckett's in great form here. Another boundary, goes to 43.
A lovely economy of movement there. Is he just angled the bat, let the ball do the work, didn't he? Although, to be fair, it was a misfield, but it must have gone a fair old lick, because the fielder seemed to have, both hands and every body behind it, and yet it still seemed to almost gather pace after it had been half fielded. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it was probably should have stopped that. I think the bowler would have thought, and he bowls now to Duckett. This time plays defensively. Jezra, who dived over the ball. It was beautifully timed.
Oh, it was.
Showing that Duckett's in form.
Again, I'm looking at it again now, the replay of that appeal, and it still didn't look out. Maybe it was just the angle over the umpire's shoulder gave you a slightly false reading, and obviously, well, no, Chris Gaffney was looking directly at it, wasn't he? What was interesting to me, David, this morning was, I'm seeing there 2 slips for Bumrah. Mark Wood opened up with just a deeply set gully and nothing else.
Do you think? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. His Bumrah bowls to Duckett and covers up, plays defensively. Do you think Wood is bowling to particular instructions, or he hasn't really been threatening the stumps too much, has he? There's been a lot of short stuff from him and some curious field placings, as you say.
Well, I think they have a theory that Axar Patel doesn't like it up him, and they were reserving a lot of the short stuff for him, and there was one very nasty one this morning that came off arm and grill of his helmet. But no, generally, and he was looking into putting quite a few Yorkers, so he was mixing up Yorkers and short balls, but not so many on a length. You're right.
Room around the wicket to Duckett. Duckett flays that one down the leg side. He's hit it very fine, placed it nicely. He's going to get 4 runs for it. The speed with which these runs are coming would be of concern to Rohit Sharma, who, just beginning to furrow his brow, because even scoring at 6 and over here, and the boundaries are coming thick and fast. He will obviously be ruining that particular review. But going back to Wood, hasn't had any real impact. He hasn't wicketless in this match, and I thought that he would have much more of an impact as the solitary seamer.
Well, solitary seamer, he was the howitzer for shock tactics, isn't he? Given they've gone for their quickest bowler to support an otherwise all spin attack.
Boomer, and that's clean bowled. Duckett's gone for 1, bit too ambitious that time, and Boomer is very relieved. It's been a quick response to that LBW. It's a clean bowl, cleaned him up. Duckett going for the drive, and just beating for pace by the looks of it. And Duckett is out.
He got an inside edge on it, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a loose drive. He may have got a small inside edge, but to be honest, it ducked in. But it was a shocking shot. and very disappointing. He went for a big, booming, expansive drive, and left the most enormous gap, and has been done. I'm afraid. I think it deserves one of these.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
And again, an English batsman looks promising. Cusp of a 50. Only three runs away from that, and he probably was looking at that milestone. Thought, I'm going to get this in style, and well, it was a poor shot, I'm afraid. Not,
it was
not
also
what
laid
England
on
needed.
it. 90 miles an hour. It's pretty testing to try and play a shot like that.
So what it also means now, of course, is that our lead bowler. 4 wickets. What did he bowl? He bowled about 16 or 17 overs on the bounce yesterday, didn't he? Bowled most of the way through the morning up until India were all out, and he's going to have to come out and now bat.
Yeah, he's bowled 29 overs all up.
Yeah, so you're asking an awful lot of Joe Root, the bouncy character that he is. Well, he'll give everything he can, but it'll be interesting to see just how sprightly he is.
I mean, he would have done his confidence, but that's supposed to be the hero with the ball.
Yep.
It's going to put him in a good frame of mind, that's for sure. And it's, perhaps it takes less out of a spinner, perhaps. Than I believe that's equal with the most overs he's ever bowled in a match. And here he is taking strike now, first ball from Bumrah, and lets that one. Leaves that outside the off stump. Good bounce though from Bumrah, getting some. I mean, the performance of Bumrah. You think? I mean, I'm sure you've discussed this selection that England went into this match with, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. Let me jingle up Joe Root.
His voice is high pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah, well, the lead's been whittled down to 77. I mean, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but if these two can see England to parity, you might just start to believe, but that is the biggest of ifs. Ifs, biggest of ifs.
Ifs.
Not ifs, it's an iffy if. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, because parity is not going to be, parity is one thing, isn't it? Setting a challenging score.
Yeah.
Given the performance of the spinners, England spinners and England bowlers in the first innings, I mean, the story of the match is surely the difference in quality between the two spin bowling attacks.
Change of bowling.
Yeah, interesting. It's going to be this man.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. Where's Mama's Siraj?
Jay Grover says he's not messing, he's just tried on his new coat and tie. I look like John Constantine, obviously without the chain-smoking alcoholic northerner connotations. I'd never heard of John Constantine until I looked it up after that tweet. And Leah says, God verdammt it, Rex Fix Scheisser. Review that stuff you've got, Amladas. Well, it wasn't an expensive
no, it
piece,
wasn't.
Was it?
And it's Siraj into the attack for the first time. Down to played out by Pope comfortably for a single, so he's going to put Joe Root on strike. Just looking again at that wicket, big loose drive from Duckett, not one of his trademark shots, would say. And he knew what he'd done straight away.
Yeah, I suspect he was thinking of that milestone. It was an excellent ball by Bumrah, who will be doubly thrilled because he clearly felt utterly robbed by the non-review, which clearly he would have wanted.
Just when you've got on top of the spinners, it starts to do reverse swing.
Yeah.
So England have got some problems here to cope with.
Which would explain why they brought Siraj back. He was quite loose, I thought, in England's first innings.
This one is down on leg stump, and Joe Root's able to get off the mark by bringing that one down to deep square for a single. Well, Siraj didn't have much. Didn't have much action, did he, in the first innings? I think just was it 2 overs or 4 overs from him?
Yeah, I think
4 overs.
Yeah, 4.
Got back on. But this is interesting that the ball has started to reverse now, so England have got a couple of extra things to worry about. Long way behind. I mean, you've saw minus 76 for 2, as it were.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose another one, I don't think.
Here's Siraj, and that's chopped down to gully, and smart bit of fielding there with strike stumps. Hope's not out of his ground. He's on 32, so England now relying on these two, I suppose, and the captain Stokes to. They've got a lot of work ahead of them today to capitalise on the decent start they made this morning with the ball.
I wonder if there's some sort of visualisation technique you can put Ollie Pope through. Maybe in his mind he can just see a giant gas holder somewhere on the Hyderabad skyline that will make him think this really is the Oval.
He's Siraj, and that's chopped first bounce into the gully, and there's no run. But I mean, the most disappointing thing has probably been the performance of England's, the Hartley and Ryan, isn't it? They've both been far too loose.
Yes, disappointing. I'm defending Hartley not on the basis that I think he bowled well. I think the worry was there was very little that seemed in his armoury that seemed fit for purpose. Yeah. But he just kept coming manfully. Stokes wouldn't let him have a little break. He thought the best way was to fight his way through it. He got his 2 wickets. It ain't his fault. He's there.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Siraj to hoping there's no run.
I can tell you at Brisbane, because I know, David, you really want to know that it's 122 for 3. Lead crept on to 144. Still looking promising.
Yes, indeed. 3 back in the hutch. The openers have contributed nothing. I mean, Chanderpaul probably the biggest disappointment of the tour, but Mackenzie getting 40 odd. See what they can get in the middle order. Athanase is a not out batsman. So Siraj striving to get to really enter this match with a meaningful contribution. This is his last ball of the over. He bowls, that's nicely pleasantly driven, but straight to extra cover by Pope, and there's no run there. So at the end of that over, 20 overs gone, and England 115 for 2.
Excuse me. Over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk has joined us, says good morning all. Sudo says, can Root get the broom out, or will his sweeping bee with a duster again? Brian in Brisbane says Leah's century wish for Duckett has popped. Mayank says, any chance of this test going to day 4? I think probably not. Maybe. Sudahu says Duckett is the new James Vince. Looks awesome, but then does something costly to give his wicket away. Well, he plays high-risk cricket, and when it comes off, it's very attractive. That's the thing.
Where did he get his? He got his highest score, I think, in the Ashes was 98, wasn't it? And even then, he rather gave things away. Was it at Lord's he got to 98? And if I recall, David, didn't he kind of look for a big expansive shot and got himself caught on the boundary when he didn't need to, and that sort of presaged England's collapse at Lord's?
That is correct. Brumrah to Root, and sort of half appeal there. Quite sure why, because it went out onto the leg side from Root. Did it wrap him on the pad? It must have done.
Yeah, it was during that extraordinary spell where England just kept giving their wickets away when all they needed was to consolidate and build on a strong position. And I think his was the first, if my memory serves me right. And then we had, of course, the Johnny Bairstow going for a stroll lunacy.
Yeah, so thick inside edge as it was. That's
it was.
There. So not expected of Joe Root. He delivered with the ball, got 2 of the 3 wickets to fall this morning in quick time, as India were bowled out for 136. Here's Bumrah outside the off stump that's left by Joe Root. 436, so deficit of 100. So the deficit now is 75. And I mean, Johnny Bairstow looks right in the first innings, didn't he? Freed of the responsibilities of the gloves. So there's chance for him to show his worth.
Again, he batted reasonably well yesterday, but he didn't play the greatest of shots when he got himself out. As for Bumrah, he ought to be. Bumrah should be in cock-a-hoop form, shouldn't he? On the back of a sixer at Cape Town. That's no bad way to come into a test match. Admittedly, the conditions might be very different. We're due a change, aren't we, gentlemen? The looming forms of both Jason.
I think Andy is on standby, isn't he? Bumrah, and that's played out by Root down to third, and they're going to run through for a single. So Root's on 2. Pope's on 32. Is it Andy who's coming in at the end?
It's not. No, he's sadly can't be with us. He has a sick puppy, which is rather sad. So Dom's going to take over on ball by ball. Fourthy should be appearing to slide into the social chair, and Krishna will be summarising.
Yes,
You may need to let Fourthy in.
And I'm not able to connect the video either. It says the host has stopped it.
Oh, that was me, because you'd left it on and therefore it was screwing up what we look like on YouTube. I will release you.
Thank you.
Release you. I hope.
Are we waiting to the end of the over or back?
No, we'll wait to the end of the over.
Yeah. With the standing by. His book-lined office study. Bumrah, we're looking to, as you say, he's been in great form and be encouraged by this bit of reverse swing that he's getting at the moment, and accounted for Ben Duckett as he comes in now to Pope. Oh, that's a searing Yorker on leg stump, really drills that one in, and it's well dug out by Pope, but that's the trademark Bumrah delivery, one of his many. Really, that one went in late and was well dug out by Pope.
I mean, England, certainly Mark Wood mainly, bowled a lot of Yorkers, and none of them, I don't think, seemed to cause as much concern as that one did to Ollie Pope there. I mean, he dug it out well, but it seemed to be a panic dig out as opposed to a controlled one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Bumrah looks a lot more threatening than Wood, who's been, absolutely disappointing, as his figures would testify. Sorts of short spells without picking up a wicket. This one is squeezed out, shall we say, by Pope, and Jadeja rushes in to save the 2, so they take a single as England move on to 117. Bumrah just always seems to threaten them as a real wicket-taking asset, and Wood hasn't been able to match that. Who would you have played instead then, Tony? What would your selection have been for this match?
I might have picked Anderson over Mark Wood, and I think spin-wise, I would either. I'm not averse to the risk of two spinners, but I would have had them playing some cricket out in India before I made that choice. If I'd had a good look at Tom Hartley, and if he'd looked halfway decent playing in 2 tough games against India A, then I would have put him in. Otherwise, I would have looked elsewhere, and I do find it odd that Dawson never got a look in.
And Locals appeal for OBW here. He's gone. Root trying to play that one across the line. It hit him on the back leg, and the umpire's giving him out. Root's having a conversation with Pope. They're bound to review this. I think the review. Yes, England are reviewing, but it's an LBW. The umpire's giving it out. And gentlemen, what do we think?
I think it's all down to an inside edge, and if there is or isn't an inside edge, otherwise I think he's stone cold there.
And I'm sorry to tell you that Athanasi is out in Brisbane.
Oh dear.
The Lion.
And there was no inside edge. I think that's salmon trout. So I'm going to take the opportunity to duck out and let Dom slide in.
Okay. Thanks, fellas.
Thank you. And we'll leave the decision on the review to Forthers and Krishna.
Thanks, David. Hi, Forthy.
Hello, Krishna. How are you?
Good. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year indeed. Yes. Well, you join us in rather inauspicious time. If you happen to be an English supporter, that is exactly what they did not need.
I think Bumrah has some reverse swing happening here, and it's quite wicked. It's hard to face when you're new to the crease.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's probably the best. Is he the best bowler? Well, certainly, he's probably the best fast bowler, along with maybe Cummins at the moment in the world.
Yes, I agree. I was just about to say, I mean, England's 73 runs behind. I really enjoyed their fight back this morning, and thinking about what score would give them a chance.
It was always a little bit of a forlorn hope. Had it been, is it a flat? If it was a flat track, yes, but it's not. There's up and down. It's reversing for Bumrose, the world's best exponent at it, and Ashwin and Jadeja. So I think they'll make them bat again, but not by much, I think. Sorry to be a bit of a damp squib.
I'm talking them up here.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's always the case when you get more neutral supporters. They're always a little bit more optimistic than when it's your own team. You think, oh, this isn't going to happen.
A great session for England.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, no, it was good. And one thing to say is, yes, you can lose, but it's how you lose, and you can set out markers for the rest of the series as well. So minor victories along the way. Duckett and Crawley started extremely well, and Pope's carrying on. So all little good signs that it could be a competitive series in time. Hello, Dom.
G'day, fellas. How are you? G'day, listener. Lovely to be back with you for the second time today. You've got Just Right on the mic, and we're joined at the crease by Johnny Bairstow. Let's jingle him up.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation Big Shot.
Never heard that one before. Might not hear it again. 117 for 3 after 21 overs in Hyderabad. Johnny Bairstow. Still waiting for his bat sponsor in the mail, fellas. That's interesting, isn't it? You don't see that very often.
Correct. He's a bit like a West Indian batter at the moment. There's none of those guys have sponsorship.
Well, I mean, Johnny Bairstow's only played about 120 tests, so any day now.
It was the last ball with the boomer over was the root wicket, so we've got Pope on strike to Siraj. First one down leg side. Pope has half a poke at it, but through to the keeper. No damage done. 117 for 3.
Yeah, but very important that Pope gets a decent knock, you'd say, today. You don't want him getting into... He's a bit of not flair, but he needs confidence, and if he got a 70 or 80 today, that would be valuable.
I'd like to ask the Twittersphere, what jingle should we change Johnny Bairstow to, given the incident at Lord's?
The incident that shall not be named, Krish. Come on, mate. It's early in the morning here. Pope on strike to Siraj. This one does draw a stroke on a middle stump line, just out to mid-wicket, no run. So, Bumrah bowling incredibly, I thought. I just caught the last half an hour in the green room, fellas, and he's bowling quick. And then the changes of pace as well, Krish. He's really rolling the fingers down the seam a lot for at least one or two slower balls and over, so getting the most he can out of the deck.
Yeah, that slower ball that he bowled where Pope just lobbed it up into the covers, that followed a ball that was 140 plus, so his ability to change is incredible.
What 145's got to be about the ceiling for him, I thought. I don't know if I've seen him bowl that quickly since he first burst onto the scene.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
And maybe it's the old case of what Michael Vaughan says about the 2005 Ashes. Maybe they've cranked up the radar when India are bowling compared to Mark Wood, but he just looks quick through the air, and he's got the ball talent as well. It's Siraj at the moment, though, and this one's turned into the leg side, down to long leg by Pope, and he'll stroll through for a single. That man Bumrah doing the fielding. Nice clean-up job down there, and we'll see Johnny Bairstow for the first time.
When India was in Australia last, there was a great graphic that either Foxtel or Channel 7 did, where it showed the ball release point for the fast bowlers, and Bumrah's release point is about 10 centimetres further forward than any other bowler in the world. So it suggests that his distance to the wicket is less than all the other bowlers.
Yeah, his release point, you'd think, it looks like he's going to bowl a bouncer, doesn't it? But because he's got the really whippy wrist, somehow he can release it so low and still bowl that Yorker or the full ball, which I think especially in white ball cricket, it makes it so hard to pick him when he's, going through all the tricks. But yeah, you can see it's working with the red ball today as well. Like, just on the screen, dear listener, you can really see the distinction between the shiny and the rough side. This one does swing a little bit down leg side, Bairstow's first delivery, and it's through to the keeper for a dot.
Yeah, you can see the difference with Siraj, who's also swinging it, but doesn't have the control of Bumrah.
Not at the moment, but those are famous last words. Siraj, I respect him incredibly. I think he's still underrated as a seamer, but he always just seems to do it against whichever team I'm cheering for it. And it's always at the least opportune times. You think not much is going, and somehow this bloke, he always just finds that extra gear, doesn't he? He seems to lift when Team India need him most.
And he takes wickets in big bumps.
Yeah, 100%. A bit of Stuart Broad about him. Here he is now. That one is driven firmly straight back at the bowler by Bairstow. I would say the maker's name, but there's no sponsor on the bat for no run. Siraj, athletic piece of fielding in his follow-through. England still 72 runs adrift. They're going to require those 72 to make India have to have another stick. 21.5 overs, 118 for 3. Bairstow yet to score. Pope going along merrily, 34 off 38.
The Gabba, it's 132 for 4. And the Australians are feeling a bit of tension here. There's a bit of hand waving and hands on hips and misfields. It's nice to see.
Short of a length outside off stump by Siraj, and it's knocked for a single by Johnny Bairstow. Out into the point region off the front foot. 119 for 3 with that single off the last ball of the over. You know what we say? Well counted, Johnny. Fourthie, socials.
Yeah, Jay Grover, my word, Tony's jingle conducting makes me so happy I feel weepy. That's nice. Leah, hang on a second, I've just pressed the wrong button. Like a bloody amateur. Leah, I think I should start a psychological operation to convince English batsmen that the really big first milestone is reaching double digits to make sure we see a lot of 6s to 8s next test. She also says John Constantine is a fictional magician that appears in comics that was created out of the desire to draw late the police era sting messes. So there we are. And okay. And Jay Grover might just get one more in. Says, hey messes, it was my dad's 74th yesterday. I bought him a haggis, Rory Stewart's book, and a tome about historical trade routes. All were meant until he and me mum said they were going to Gressington, where there were a B&B with a sex hammock. I mean mint butt. Goodness me, so it's TMI there, Jay, I'd say.
Love to hear you've got a great relationship with your parents, Jay. Open. Well, I was going to say open relationship. That's something different, isn't it? It's going to be Bumrah to continue. No, it's not. Johnny Bairstow pulls out at the last moment. And a few words exchanged. Someone moving behind the bowler's arm. Oh,
He's
yeah.
a prickly character, isn't he, Johnny Bairstow?
Yeah, but the thing is, when he gets that little bit of prickle about him, it's sometimes when he can be most dangerous.
Yes, true.
He loves to know that he's in a battle, does Bairstow, as do a lot of cricketers. Who are some of those cricketers over the years, fellas, the ones that you know were up and about when there's a battle on? I immediately think of the Aussies. I think of Stephen Waugh. Maybe even David Warner.
I think of Javed Miandad.
Here is Bumrah, Bairstow. This one keeps a little bit low and he's defending, covering up. No real foot movement, but he watches it late, plays it under the eyes and drops it down a bit off for no run. 119 for 3. Me and Dad, he was a little bit before my time. Were there any famous battles for him?
Oh yeah, there was a famous battle where Lily tried to kick him.
Dennis Lilly.
And Dad tried to hit him with a bat.
Any Lily famously sort of knocked on his head when he wasn't wearing a helmet or something like that? Is that the same story or is that a different one?
Different one.
Yeah, there's a great still image of them squaring up to each other, one with a bat. It's terrific stuff. He never took a backward step, Javed Miandad. That's for sure.
Who you backing in the car park, fellas? That's the real question.
I'd back Lily for sure.
Bumrah to continue over the wicket. This one's short of a length outside off stump through to the keeper. Bairstow shoulders arms and watches it the whole way through. 119 for 3.
One who comes to mind is Arjuna Ranatunga for Sri Lanka as well. He changed the character of that Sri Lankan team who'd previously been pleasant and passive, and he said, we can't go around playing like this, we're just not at test level, we're going to lose. And he almost single-handedly took the Aussies on at their own game, played all the mind games, got in their noses, got under their noses and so forth.
Yeah, famously led the Sri Lankans off the pitch in Adelaide after Murali got called for those no balls in, I think, 98, 99. Here's Bumrah again. Bairstow covers up, and this one goes down to the, what do we call it, the Hayden on? The short mid on, out there on the leg side.
Hayden.
On Hayden, that's it.
There was the famous sledge from Warne to Ranatunga when he was trying to entice him to come down the wicket, and I think Healy might have said, just put a chocolate out in the middle of the pitch and that'll get him out.
Yeah. He also came up with something that is almost unrepeatable, even on guerrilla cricket, as a sledge against Ranatunga.
Yeah, I think that Warney copped his own back every now and then, didn't he? This one's defended by Bairstow, middle and off. No real footwork again, but solid enough. He's on 1 off 6 now. 4 dots in a row.
Been a couple of as Sri Sant, he used to get himself all worked up for India. There was Andre Nell as well, who had a kind of on-field persona.
Yeah, I felt with Sri Sant and Nell though, they didn't really have that edge about them. They were playing a character, as the pantomime villain. That's what people say that about Broad. That Broad's clearly just playing a character.
Performative, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas
same with Dale Steyn.
Yeah, whereas there's some guys you can just see they've actually got some levels to them. Here's Bumrah again. Fuller this time going for the Yorker. Bairstow keeps it out. Wow. Same result as far as the scoring tallied.
Ganguly in that list?
Yes, Ganguly could. In fact, Virat Kohli is the obvious character we're missing here.
Yes.
Yeah, it is interesting how different cricketing nations have their different ideas about what makes a hero versus a villain, Maybe it's just who plays for your team, I'm not too sure. But I know that growing up in the 90s in Australia, Pat Cummins probably wouldn't have got a look in. He's far too, what's the word, woke?
He's woke, yes.
Yeah, I heard someone yesterday call him Communist Cummins, so...
Communist Cummins,
yeah, that was
solar panels Pat, I've heard.
Yeah. Here's Bumrah to finish the over short, and Bairstow's going to sneak another single out into the covers, and well run. Pushing just off the front foot, through for the single to finish the over. 120 for 3. You know what we say? Well counted, son. 23 overs gone. How about them socials?
Dave Wood, with respect to Tony, not many people play the greatest of shots to get out. Woo! Alec Patton, good morning, my lovelies. Lovely to see all of you before I go to work. Good morning, Alec. Jay Forthy, I remember that Young Ones episode. Can you throw one of your wanky books at Krishna's head? No, I cannot. Jay, Dom is the fucking boss. That is all. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Where are we? Yeah. Leah, as far as pace bowlers go, Cummins, Rabada and Hazelwood are all rated above Bumrah currently. Well, that's just stats. Leah, once again, sponsors think that Bumrah's bat is a better use of the marketing budget than Bairstow's. And someone's posted, someone external, that Joe Root now has the most test runs by any player against India, overtaking Ricky Ponting.
That's a hell of a stat, that. I would never have got that.
He's got 2,557. Ricky Ponting, 2,555. I don't know how many more he got today. Not many, but he is on the leaderboard.
Only a short spell for Siraj. We're going to have a change of bowling, and it's going to be this man.
Ravindra Jadeja. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that darting devious balls in my direction?
Jadeja in, and Bairstow is cutting, only as far as backward point, no run. Shorter in length than a genuine left arm orthos delivery trying to turn away towards the slips. How do you see, we might have to wait another ball, Krish, but how do you see Jadeja trying to break through Bairstow? Is it the LBW or the bowl, or will he try to nick him off? Here he is again, straighter this time, and Bairstow is defending big stride on this occasion, 120 for 3.
I'd suggest nick him off. I mean, he's the master of bowling around the wicket into a right-hander and turning it away.
Here he is again, slower through the air this time, trying to get some turn. Bairstow up to the job, covers up in defence, no run. I think Bairstow did have that reputation, though, of being a little bit weak defensively around off stumps, so the one that goes on with the arm. So it's always the danger. There's one that might hit the seam and grip, and then there's one that'll just skid on. This one is a little bit straighter. Bairstow defending again off the outside half of the bat, only as far as bat pad on the offside, no run. It's engaging cricket again here, proper Indian Test cricket. You feel like every ball's an event, fellas, don't you? Could be a wicket, could be a boundary, not too sure. Here's Jadeja again, shorter, Bairstow back and cutting, and he'll take a run this time out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. That's Ravi Ashwin out there, 121 for 3.
I was listening to an interesting discussion earlier about teams' propensity to sweep, and the England team apparently 12% of their shots, more than 12% of their shots are sweep shots. And India is only about 2.5%.
I wonder what percentage Ben Duckett is of that 12%.
So it just shows, I mean, Kevin Peterson had a point of view. He said it represents a lack of technique where you're not sure about what the ball's going to do, so you go for the sweep shot as your safe backup plan.
Jadeja.
May not coincide with Kevin Peterson's technique, but he swept fairly regularly. I can picture him doing.
Absolutely.
Jadeja first crack at Ollie Pope for a little while, fuller in length, and that's the square drive, and they'll walk another single out to Ashwin. My man out there sweeping on the offside. Single off the last ball, the over, well counted, son, 122 for 3. Might have some time for some socials if there's any fourthy.
Oh, but there are. Messi Jez says, I'm in shock now, Jay. The word sex hammock are possibly the most obscene ever broadcast on Guerrilla Cricket. And Jay replies, I have an excellent relationship with my parents, but I still didn't want to know about the Grassington sex hammock. Oh, well, hope they have fun. I'm sure they did. Kiwi by day. I remember that infamous battle with Lily. My mum was driving me to piano lesson after school, and it was all over the radio. Jay adds, not sure I thought Ambrose were playing a character. And Leah says, well, fourthy, cow stats is one of the greatest cricket stats accounts to follow. Well, I shall take an interest. Thank you, Leah.
It will be Bumrah to continue, 2 for 18 off his 6. So not only has he broken through with the ball tailing in late at good pace, but he's also managed to turn the screws a little bit on England's scoring rate. Here he is at 122 for 3. Ollie Pope on strike. Bumrah standing up tall with that low release point, short of a length outside off stump, and Pope manages to squeeze it out to the deep point sweeper once more. Jadeja on this occasion. 123 for 3.
Can you guess the batter who's the biggest sweeper in the world?
Currently?
Neil Broome, New Zealand. Oh, that was funnier than that. I thought that was
funny.
right.
No, I got it. That's very good, yeah. Okay. Well, I might well have been tempted to go for Duckett, but obviously not he.
I would have said Duckett as well, mate, so I can't think of another guess off the top of my head.
Now, who is it, Krish?
Yeah, it's Jimmy Anderson. He's
Of course it is.
Massive reverse sweep for Jimmy.
Here's Bumrah, 2 slips, and it's a slower ball. Bairstow waits for it and knocks it out to my man, Ravi Jadeja, sweeping on the point boundary, 124 for 3. So just finding a way to turn the strike over to Bumrah, which is what England need to do at the moment, trying to rebuild after a couple of quick wickets post-lunch.
Yes. Stokes looms large on the horizon here as well, isn't it? Kind of like set up for him.
It is, yeah. Right. I mean, he's probably these kind of lost causes. He's turning into a speciality, but principally against Australia.
Well, England trailing by 66 here in Hyderabad. It could be a day for Stokes. I'm not sure if he would think it's a lost cause as of yet. If Bumrah breaks through again, it might be. Here he is. This one's driven handsomely, only as far as mid-on, though, by Pope. Third ball of that over. I'm just really enjoying watching Bumrah's speed gun here. That one was 135.9, which seems around about average for him, but he can crank it up about 10 more clicks, and then he bowls a slower one down around 119 to 126. It's really a licorice all sorts sort of day for what Bumrah's bowling, and by gee, has it been effective.
He's a beauty, isn't he? So Dom, where do your loyalties lie? Sitting in the UK as a...
Yeah, mate, as this one's
Aussie.
turned by Pope straight at mid-wicket, no run. Mate, I'm a fully fledged England supporter, have been from the time I was a kid. So I mentioned earlier the one-dayer at Adelaide where Ranatunga led England off the field. That was probably the moment that I realised that I supported England. Up until then, so I probably started watching cricket about 95. It's the first season I remember. And I always just cheered for whoever Australia were playing against. There's no reason for it. Back at home, I'm just what's known as a wanker. But I do live in the UK now. I'm a permanent... I haven't got a passport, but I'm a permanent resident is the term I'm looking for as Bumrah comes in. Oh, inside half of the bat by Pope. They'll call through for a quick single. Bairstow's quick now. He's looking fit. And they will get through. 125 for 3 to Jaiswal at square leg. What about you, Krish? I don't think we've met before. What's the ASL, mate?
Yeah, so I've been in Australia since I was a small kid. I was born in India. So I guess now I'm just at the age and the point in my life where I just want to see good cricket and tend to go for the underdogs, which quite often is the team playing Australia.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot more, like, obviously it's not that common, but there's a lot more people around about my age and yours, Chris, that did grow up in Australia that haven't got that connection with the Australian cricket team that you would assume they would. I have 2 or 3 mates that, you know, we would often cheer against Australia. I always did. It didn't matter who they were playing. And it was just whoever toured in the summers, because back in those days we didn't have Foxtel with, you know, Indian tours or anything like that. That one's, it's Yorker. That's a terrible description for me. It's a Yorker, and Bairstow's managed to squeeze it out off the toe of the bat onto his own toe, and the ball trickles out to the wicket keeper. The only danger would be if it was pad first, but it looks like no hint of a review, so it must have been off the toe of the bat, which suggests that Bairstow's played that a lot better than what I thought on first view. That is the
not hit the stumps as well.
That
bounced over.
I thought of the bowled him as first. That's why I sort of got a little bit lost for words. I didn't want to yell out bowled him, in case I was wrong. I'm glad I held off. We haven't seen a replay as of yet, but it was the end of the over. 25 gone, 125 for 3. Fourth.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an enigma, that one, didn't it? Because it surprised they didn't get a little bit more animated. It looked as if it hit his back leg, and he wasn't standing in front of the stumps, but perhaps they considered it was either too high or going down. Anyway. I've just got one more tweet. Tony saying, sex hammock, surely ideal for swinging. Thank you, Tony. Very, very good. Master of the pun. Paranamasia. Yeah, where were we? Yeah, it's funny that thing, Dom, about supporting the team that isn't yours, isn't it?
Yeah, we've just sorry to interrupt there. We've just actually missed the boundary. Jadeja getting through these overs very quickly. Pope plays the reverse sweep all the way down to deep third, and that goes into the Toblerone for... I'll get one more ball in before I go back to you, Fourthy. This one's defended into the offside, no run, 129 for 3.
We've got a couple of people amongst our guerrillites. I mean, I think Josh has gone full anti-English, despite being English, for example. I think David is not really very fond of England, prefers West Indies these days.
Slower through the air from Jadeja, squeezed out to backward point, no run.
And there's no law against it. I understand why you did it, Dom, because it was a brilliant Australian team, and it was also full of fairly objectionable characters.
Reverse sweep this time and no contact made through to Bharat. A bit of extra bounce, and that's the danger of playing those cross-batted strokes. The one that kicks off the seam, it could always take that top edge, but this one was nowhere near a glove or a top edge. Pope survives.
There's a few personalities returning in the West Indies team as well. There's a Kevin Sinclair who did a 360-degree mid-air flip after taking a wicket last night. It was brilliant.
Brilliant.
Jadeja once more, slower again, knocked into the leg side. Yes, it's the call. Bairstow got a little bit tangled up with the bowler, but through safely enough. 130 for 3.
Isn't it? I don't think anyone mind. I mean, everyone's really hoping West Indies present a formidable opponent once more. There'd be a very long time if Australia went into the doldrums before people were hoping Australia came back. I think rather longer than West Indies absence.
Yeah, it's funny when you hear Australian pundits talk about, the 3 years after Warne retired, as Jadeja's in again, this one's knocked into the leg side, another quick single, and they'll get through safely enough. Bairstow off the back foot, a hint of an overthrow, but they won't take it. 131 for 3 to finish the over. Yeah, and the Australians talk about like that, well, maybe it was only 3 months, like the dark old days. It's like, lads, you win every game, reel it in, would you? With the end of that over, I've got Jace putting the cans on next to me. Are we due a change already, Jace?
Wow. We are indeed.
Yeah. Lovely to chat to you, gents.
Yeah, really good to see you,
Great
Chris.
to see you again, Krishna, and Happy New Year to you as well. So it's great to catch up. Happy days we had in Mooney Ponds together.
Yes, we did. Looking forward to the next series.
That'll be fantastic. I'm just going to let Toby, my co-spaniel, in. I'll be one moment.
Fourthly, were there any more socials? I think I'm taking over on the socials now, and
Yes, you are.
Traditionally, my
last
weakest job.
My last one was Tony on the sex hammock. That's the last one I read out.
All right. I thought they closed that place down.
I think I'm ball by balling, but who am I on with? Your good self?
Yeah, and Jason's here as well.
And Jace is there. I can't quite see him. Hello, Jace. How you going?
I'm very well, thank you.
Very good. I'm not sure I've been on with you this year, so Happy New Year.
No, because this is my first stint this year.
That'll explain it.
There's only been two days of coverage this year. And we're almost through January already. But they're coming thick and fast at the moment with this match, the West Indies versus Australia series, the Under-19 World Cup, the SAT20. There's loads and loads of cricket being played all over the world at the moment to get your teeth into.
Down, Jace? Will you settle down of an evening to an Under-21 tournament? I must admit that's a line in the sand too far for me.
Actually, the ICC have done a pretty good job of putting the games on YouTube, the highlights on YouTube, and they're also on the ICC website. And it's pretty good coverage. I mean, the Bear will tell us in excruciating detail how badly they can organise things in the past.
Yeah.
For World Cup coverages and things like that. But this one looks like they've done their homework, and it's actually pretty good. And the cricket's pretty good quality. And I can say the same about the SAT20.
I completely respect everybody who's a gorilla, and I think probably the majority just simply cannot get enough cricket, and I think that's fantastic. I find I've got to kind of we're back with the cricket. Oh no, we're not. We're looking.
No, you just been Tony Bishop for 30 seconds.
They got me too. Don't worry.
Yeah. Anyway, I find a bit like Christmas cake or something along those lines. There's only so much cricket that I can watch, but I sense with some gorillas they could watch 24/7, which is great, of course.
To be honest, I'll watch highlights. I won't watch full matches during the off season, shall we say? And there's certainly a period of certainly around the IPL, where there's about 6 or 8 weeks just before the county season starts, and during the county season's first month or so, where I will not be watching anything other than stuff live.
Yeah, gotcha. Right, well, we're interestingly poised. England are trailing by 59 runs. They're 131 for 3. Ollie Pope is 42 not out. It's very good news for him. Johnny Bairstow's looking a little skittish, but he always does. This could be his afternoon. Hope springing eternal, do you reckon, Dom?
Pope springing eternal.
Still 59 runs adrift. And Axar coming into the attack, who got some tap earlier today, so I could just see him going bang bang, and all of a sudden we're looking at something completely different, fellas.
I'd say so. I mean, for those of us who do watch a lot of cricket over the years, the hope temporarily bubbles up and it tends to get extinguished around about now. In comes Akshar Patel, round the wickets to Pope, who takes one big step backwards and plays a... No, it's Johnny Bairstow, my apologies. Plays an attacking shot, but straight to the field. Dot ball.
Taken off leg stump. That was really ambitious, so we say.
Yes. Well, it's an ambitious approach. It is essentially baseball, but it's also probably the most sensible approach today, because there's no point dying wondering. You're going to get a ball sooner or later. As indeed Johnny Bairstow did in the first innings, as we're seeing a replay of from Akshar. Absolutely unplayable, I would say. So he's having a little ferret around. He plays that one off the back foot as well. This time he does get it away, wide of the man at point. And he gets off strike, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Get Pope back on. He's 42 off 48. And I would say, wouldn't you, guys, that this is a very good afternoon for Ollie Pope, who looked as if he might be heading for a rather disastrous series in the first innings.
So far, he did look a bit underdone, I think, in the first innings. It was probably his first hit out for a long time against quality opposition after his injury last year and subsequent recuperation.
Akshar around the wicket again, fourth ball of the over. Quite a round arm action. A little bit more erect, as it were, than Joe Root, who puts more of himself into ball. It's very heavily reliant on the arm, Akshar. That's a dot ball.
Well, there's no real run up to help him, is there? It's one step and bowl.
That's right. Didn't hold Shane Warne back. That's another dot ball. Nice forward defensive from Ollie Pope. Remains on 42.
Yes, he may have
last ball of this Akshar over. Oh, goodness. Pope's come down the wicket. He's hoiked it. And I think he might have got all of it. Just the four, not the six.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary. Crossing a boundary.
Yeah. Nice little shimmy. Gets to the pitch. And flamingos it straight.
Yeah. No problem with that. Socials?
Jay Grover's in touch again. He is into you, Jace. Says, don't let Jason read the tweets. He will boulderise the beauty that is the Grassington sex hammock. For what it's worth, I will listen to all cricket ever, just so I never need to think about that ever again. That's fair enough. My chubby fingers have gone out of the page. I need a dialing wand. Guerrilla Cricket have tweeted. Do we read out the Guerrilla Cricket official tweet? Surely not.
No.
YouTube seems pretty quiet, so I'll take this chance to talk about the comparison between Shane Warne and Axar. Axar's strength comes from his height rather than his hips.
Yeah, that's a good PowerPoint summary. Jadeja back round the wicket, left-handed to Bairstow, right-handed dot ball. What I would say is that Bowdlerised sex hammock. If that's not on Mog's next LP, I want to know why not. That's a classic Mog title. In comes Jadeja again. Sweep! Round the corner, successfully executed by Bairstow. A diving attempt to the stop. And I think what's happened there, doesn't it? Looks like
it's the 12th man has effed it up.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's his moment in the spotlight. Oh dear. That really made an absolute dog's dinner out of that.
It's a Horlicks of that. He's done the Sydney Harbour Bridge and also nutmegged himself.
Both at once. Anyway, it's four of these. I don't know if we played the jingle. We might have done.
I completely forgot.
That's all right.
I don't know if I've got time. Let's try it.
Play it anyway. Well, while that was playing, there was a absolutely classical spinning delivery delivered by Jadeja, which beat the outside of the bat. Tempted, little drift, little dip. And Johnny Bairstow was done all ends up to that one. It was a moral victory, but no edge.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness me. What has happened here is that Johnny Bairstow, assuming the same thing was going to happen as the last ball, has left the ball and it has taken out his off stump. And England are 140 for 4. Bairstow is out for 10 of 24. And we see some glum faces in the English crowd, and not surprised. There's few things worse for a batsman in cricket than leaving the ball and seeing it splatter into your off stump.
Classic left arm round delivery. Tempt him with the one that turns away and then pin him, or bowl him with the one that goes straight on.
Yeah, and it's beautiful classical bowling from a master of his art. Should we maybe apportion some blame to an very experienced Test cricketer who's failed to read it, or was it just too good for him?
I think he could have been defended, but I think Johnny Bairstow's only just into his innings. You can get anybody in the first 20 balls if you bowl it well enough.
Yeah. Has to be said that India are bowling extremely well. No problems there. Ashwin and Jadeja at the top of their game. Bumrah's at the top of their game. England have done pretty well, to be honest, to get to 140 for 4.
Yep.
And one begins to get a little nervous.
I think Jadeja's also got that ability to bowl things that are too different paced. To either bowl it quicker through the air or hold it back with the same action and be very deceptive.
Oh, he's got a Test match bowling average of 24, and he's got a batting average of 35. He's one of the world's premier all-rounders, if not the premier all-rounder. Who would be above him in the rankings?
There aren't many, I don't think, at the moment in the longest form of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Ashwin is not nearly as
Stokes would be if he bowled, but I don't think.
Yeah.
What's Ollie Pope's bowling like at the Oval? Depends where the game's played, is what I'm getting at.
It's not in the same. It's not in the same bracket as Jadeja.
I don't think I've ever seen Ollie Pope bowl. I've seen him do everything else pretty much.
Jadeja in first ball to Stokes, who plays it round the corner. They throw. There's a crowd catch. Around the corner at 45 at leg gully. It's not out.
I mean, he bats. I think. Imagine he is the reserve keeper for this tour. He's fielded at short leg. He's fielded on the boundary. I don't think I've ever seen him bowl, though.
Clear no ball from Jadeja. Don't see too many of those from him. England will take it. They now trail within 50. England now trailing by 49, but with only 6 wickets in hand. Things are not looking very promising.
The sight screen wallers have been called into action to close the gap and not mind it.
Are we still allowed to say things like that in 2024, Jace? I'm not sure. You have to be so careful, don't you? Yes, as I say, the sight screen is being adjusted.
Whilst there is a short delay on the side screen, the no ball by the off spinner, or the left arm ortho, here he is again, sorry.
No problem. And that's played round the corner with that distinctive, slightly French cricket stance by Ben Stokes between the two men close in on the leg side. Fielded, I think, by Ashwin. They come through for a single.
I'll wait until the end of the over to finish that story.
Gotcha. I think we're only... Well, actually, yes, we're 1 ball away now because of that no ball. We're looking at Johnny Bairstow. Looking completely flummoxed as to how that happened to him. Big forward defensive from Ollie Pope. Successfully negotiates that last ball. England 142 for 4 at the end of the 28th. Yes, Dom?
Yes, I don't know if I wasn't on commentary yesterday, fellas. I'm not sure if you saw it, but former Pakistan player Shoaib Malik was sent home from the Bangladesh Premier League after he bowled 3 no balls on the trot in 1 over. And he was dismissed, to use a bit of a euphemism. He got fired by the chairman of his club over there. Did you boys catch this news?
No, I hadn't realised that the BPL had started yet.
Yeah, and obviously, dear listener, I'm being a little bit euphemistic myself, but the suggestion was made by the boss of that club. Sorry, I haven't got the club name to hand. That he might have done it on purpose.
Silat? Was it Silat, or was it what the other ones? The Gladiators are one, I think.
I'm not going to have the correct answer. It would be a guess from me. We did have a couple of socials, just letting people think about that one. By the way, if anyone changes their name to Sex Hammock on YouTube, I'll read your tweet out, no worries.
Ravi Ashwin has come back into the attack meanwhile. Ben Stokes is alert to the one that comes straight onto him. Gets it out on the onside, comes through for the single, he moves on to 2. Score to 1-4-3.
Yeah, there's just no releases there. No, you get rid of Aksar and Ashwin comes on. You get rid of Jadeja and Bumrah comes on. There's pressure every time you come to the crease. There's somebody always at you.
Yes, it's the equivalent of Marshall Croft Garner holding from the other end of the spectrum in terms of speed, but there is no release.
Then
used to get a couple of overs of off spin from Viv Richards after tea, but there's not even an equivalent of that in this Indian side.
Or everyone would get out to Carl Hooper or Eldine Baptiste instead.
Yeah, indeed. It's Pope facing up to Ashwin. Only, goodness gracious me. I mean, it looked agricultural. The guy's on 46 off 52, so you assume he knows what he's doing. But he plays the most extravagant reverse sweep and misses it completely. Dot ball.
Yeah, not sure if it was a bottom edge onto his pad or straight directly onto his pad, but it was missing off stump in any case.
It was not an elegant shot from a very elegant player. Comes down the wicket, turns that into a full toss. Gets slightly more of it, I think, than he intended, but I think it's gone all the way, has it?
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
That's his 50 off only 54 balls. Wow.
On top of that, it's his half century. Have we got a 50 jingle?
I do not know. I've not done that before.
That's in the milestones folder.
Oh, yeah.
That's nurdled round the corner by Pope for a dot ball. There is someone round there, 45 on the lead side.
Righto, here we go, quick.
He's got half century +1 now because he squeezes that one out on the offside and they rush through for a quick single.
+2, in fact, because there's no points. There's only the man on the boundary rider. And if you hit it with gentle enough pace, then the poor keeper has to rush out there and try and get it.
Oh, I thought for a moment you were having an existential crisis, Jace, when you said there is no point, but I see what you mean now. Ashwin comes in, plays a big, extravagant reverse sweep once more. Again, the failure to connect from Pope, but again, he gets away with it. And that's the end of the over. Ashwin actually has been relatively expensive so far. 156 off 10. England 149 for 4 at the end of the 29.
So, lots of things that I don't understand here, fellas, on the socials. Jay Grover's going to make me look like the dumb Bradman that I am by making me try to say what looks like French. He says that Ollie Pope did his elbow at the Grassington Sex Hammock. He's a posh bastard, so he probably owned it on Droit de Seigneur.
Droit de
Seigneur.
Some explain it.
Yeah.
Well, what that is that the Lord of the Manor was able to choose any young lady from the village, and he had complete rights over
to
had his way with her.
Yes.
To be fair, I'm somewhat clever for a working class idiot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not questioned by us. Go on, not questioned by us. Dot ball, first ball of Jadeja's over to Stokes. There's some funny noises in the background. Is it a cat or a dog? Some heavy breathing. Something to do with the sex hammock?
I don't know.
It could be me just sort of moving around too much.
Another dot ball. We're in again. Round the wickets.
That one was pulled back a bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for the flat fast one to come and try and nick the edge off.
3 dot balls. It's cat and mouse. Stokes, as he often does, starts. I wouldn't say tentatively, but cautiously. He's played that one. He's off the mark now. He's actually going to get 3 for that one, I think. I'll just check the description of that one. No, I haven't got it up on my feed.
No, just a single. There is a boundary rider, and he just pushed it out and ambled his way through.
My feed.
I'd be
sometimes.
very surprised if there's any chance of any single anywhere for Ben Stokes at the moment. Any three for Ben Stokes at the moment.
Yes, there haven't been too many threes that I can think of in this match at all. And that's an absolute beauty that rips past the outside edge of Ollie Pope's bat, which rather tells you the direction in which this match is travelling. Now, that was the ball preceding the ball to which Bairstow got out. Will Pope be wise to what's coming round the corner? We're about to find out. Last ball of Jadeja's over. It's actually quite fully pitched. It was more or less a half volley, and Pope played it competently enough, but didn't get any runs for it. At the end of the 30th over, England have got their 150 up. They're 150 for 4.
Yep. I think we're going to see more and more of Jadeja pushing darts into the pitch and watching things explode off it there. He seemed to get much more out of the pitch when he pushed it through at 95 k's and the ball would jump and turn, rather than that floaty ball that we had for the last ball.
The thing is, if this were a bit of a minefield and England had Swan and Panesar, they might stand a little bit of a chance. They don't, I think, because unfortunately on this occasion they've got Ahmed Hartley and an injured Leach, so it wouldn't really matter how many runs they put on. I'm pretty sure India could chase them down. Ashwin, and that drifts beautifully in the air, but it's competently defended by Stokes. Stop ball. The run rate has just come down below 5, I think, for the first time in the innings. That's not the problem. The run rate's not the problem. That's defended right back on his crease by Stokes. They say get fully forward or fully back. He's certainly fully back.
Was that off his pad neatly pouched by Bharat, or was that straight into the ground and then pouched?
Couldn't tell on my feed, I'm afraid, Jace. Not good enough.
Yeah.
And perfectly executed forward defensive from Stokes. Almost overbalances, in fact, dot ball. He's a very technically correct batsman, of course, Ben Stokes. We tend sometimes might be a tendency to forget that with all the Headingley style heroics.
Well, let's not forget in the Headingley style heroics, he spent 70 balls getting 2 in the start of the actual run chase.
Absolutely, yes. Stokes again. All very classical defensive, very MCC textbook dot ball.
I mean, I also wonder a little bit with Stokes whether or not his injuries restricting some of his more extravagant moves are actually improving his batting.
Well, the Gordon Greenwich syndrome, and that's another forward defensive, and that is the completion, a very rapid completion of a maiden from Ashwin. England remain on 150 for 4. Dom, anything happening?
Yeah, there's a bit going on. I'd suggest that Stokes is England's second best batter technically, but that's just my opinion. The elixir of Azazel is talking about Shoaib Malik. 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind. Talking about the no balls there, I think, from the elixir. Mog's asking what they've missed, and we've got a couple of nice ones on the YouTube, bit longer. Konwajiro, I hope I've got that one correctly. I almost certainly have not. Evening drawing in here on the bosky Shonan coast of Japan. Had to get up very early today, so a nice warm bath and now tucked up in bed with the sumo on the TV and Gorilla Cricket in the iPad. Sweet. I hope you have not just called me the sumo. Sex Hammock says, read this out, I double dog dare you. You are welcome, Sex Hammock.
I think we're off again, are we? I don't want to get tonied. Yes, we are. Dot ball, first up from Jadeja to Pope. One thing I will say about the Neil Armstrong line, come back to that after this ball.
Schmear.
Oh, that is, I've got to say, an ugly and a fairly overly adventurous shot by Pope, but you can't argue with the result. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a slog sweep, and
not sure he was in complete control of it. We'll see. It should really be 1 small step for a man, 1 giant leap for mankind, but he botched it. Because 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind doesn't really make sense. It's got to be 1 small step for a man. Anyway, there we are. And that's played out into the offside by Pope.
Showing your pedant gene there, I think.
that's quite important. It's one of history's most important lines, and he got it wrong.
Good fun at parties, this bloke.
Yeah, well, but people always say that when.
And he only had how many months to think about that and get it right, and then botched it when he came to execute it.
He did. He had a few other things going on probably at the time.
Well, he had 8 seconds of propellant left when it landed.
Yes. Dot ball. Who was so? There's Buzz Aldrin. There was Neil Armstrong. Who was number 3?
Michael Collins.
Behind? Well done. Very good. It's good knowledge. Good trivia. Last ball of Jadeja's over. Defended by Ollie Pope. Dot ball. In the end of that over, 154 for 4. England. They're nibbling away. Only 36 behind.
Yeah, but don't ask me about any of the other Apollo missions and who crewed them. I've got no chance.
Conwajiro has followed up. It's day 14 of the New Year Basho here, where Sekiwakte Kotononawaka, the lone Japanese hope against the dominant Mongolian trio of Terunofuji, Krishima, and Hoshiru. Unlike this match, it's very close. If you wanted to send through any Japanese Purisu names, I'd be pretty good at those. Okada or Tanahashi or Takahashi, I'd be good with those. But the mythological warriors I'm struggling with. Mog, these people are genuinely just trying to mess me up, aren't they? Mog's catching up on the sex hammock chat.
Ashwin in again. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Doesn't matter how good technically Stokes
They
is.
think he might have either got a tiny little edge on that or might have lifted his back foot.
Right. I think more likely lifted his back foot. There seemed to be a bit of air in between. Stokes is looking a little nervous here. It's interesting.
It's one of those where you get 2 bites of the cherry because of the referral from the umpire for the stumping.
Yeah, you must check all methods of dismissal.
Yeah.
Decision is pending. If he did lift his back foot, it was within the nanosecond as he shifted his foot across, so he'd be incredibly unfortunate.
Has he got a stud down there? It looks his front stud is so close to lifting.
I think he's all right.
Is that shadow? Is that? It's hard to tell. I think you can argue that either way. I think
So just to paint the picture, dear listener, Stokes, you would say that 99.9% of his foot is in the air, but it's just a question of whether there is that 0.1% on the turf. It's really hard to tell as the bail lights up. This could be disastrous for the England captain.
I think that was up, and I think it's now down, just down.
I'm looking at it with Anglo goggles on, but I think he'd be right to be filthy if he was given out for that. Surely there's enough doubt.
Here we go.
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
I think that's the correct decision on that one. I don't think there's too much doubt that. Well, yeah. Okay,
I think you'll walk
doubt.
in at the end of the game and think that was a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, no, true. I think he was looking
watch
nervous.
that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a dot ball. After all of that, Ashwin in again, and my feed let me down, but it's a dot ball.
Yeah, it just a bit in the air there. I was just wondering whether Ashwin still has the ability to do so, because if he had, that would have been very close to off stump.
He's in again, round the wickets. Technically correct for defensive from Ben Stokes. You can imagine it. Imagine him as a prep school teacher showing it to the boys. This is how you do it.
Yeah, head over the ball, maker's name.
It's all in place. Oh, Ashwin pulls out.
Yes, that was
We're
a pull out
quite
rather than
certain
the attempted mancad by Ashwin.
That's. I don't think we need that. You never really need that. Ooh, and that was turned into a Yorker really by Stokes, who manages to squeeze his bat down on it, French cricket style. Not elegant on this occasion, but he managed to keep it out.
There was one recently in the Under-19 World Cup where it was pertinent to the game and it did make a difference.
Right. That one's floated up a little wider. Ben Stokes chases after it. Gets a little bit more of it perhaps than he thought he would have done, but no alarms. 5 dot balls, but this will be playing on Ben Stokes' mind. He's certainly not playing with any freedom, and that was a false shot which got the outside edge but sailed between 2 fielders. Last ball of the over. Defended French cricket style, as I say again, by Ben Stokes. It's another maiden. Fortunately, with Ben Stokes, it probably won't get inside his head too many dot balls. He's 3 off 19, but it won't worry him. End of the 33rd. England 154 for 4.
Disinterested Handjob's been in touch. Do they have to be Japanese? This is about my pronunciations. I could sling a few Nahuati things your way. Leah's talking about the moon landing. Armstrong didn't botch the line. It was swallowed by the transmission. Explains the weird pauses well, and they've linked a video for you, Forthy.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I was going by the traditional interpretation, but Leah usually knows more than I do.
Jay Grover. Sorry, mate.
No worries at all. Last over of our triumvirate, I think. Reverse sweep by Pope against Jadeja, heart in mouth time, but played competently enough. Down to the man 45. Dot ball though. I'm getting sort of, that bit at the end of 2001 Space Odyssey when there's noises in the background. I'm getting that of animals watching the astronaut when he's in those rooms. That's 1 run. Played out on the onside by Ollie Pope. He moves on to 57. Stokes back on strike. Tony's wondering where Mog is. So if you're out there, Mog, I think you are on if you're watching.
Did anyone see the Christmas cartoon with Mog in it? A different Mog.
Oh yeah, different Mog, yeah.
The children's cartoon version, which must be somewhat different.
Yes, me too. Yeah, that's right. It couldn't be any more different, really. What's Jadeja doing? He's come through. Big old chat with Skip. What do you reckon, Skip? Or whatever the Indian equivalent of that is. Never looks very happy when he's talking to his bowlers, Rohit Sharma. He's got quite a...
I imagine that's gone one or two ways. He says, what do you want me to do, Skip? Take wickets.
Well, the net result of all that is, I think they've put another man round the bat. Nice. Again, classical, forward defensive from Ben Stokes.
Is it me or is he just looking a little bit hampered?
Yeah, he looks like he's wincing a touch, but we've got so used to that over the years, I tend to discount it.
We keep forgetting that he's just had a knee
major operation. He has, but he was moving more freely, was the general consensus, than he was during the Ashes, but perhaps it's come back to bite him. Reverse sweep, which he has executed reasonably successfully for a single, down to the sweeper. He moves on to 4. 1 ball of our time left together. If you want to say it now. Are you all in? Have you all made your peace? Forward defensive from Ollie Pope. Dot ball. End of the 34th over. England 156 for 4. Pope on 57. Stokes on 4. We will leave you and throw you over to the next exciting lineup. I think I see David.
Well, you do, and I'm hoping that Tony and I think Alec is going to be joining.
Yeah, Mog's on.
Mog's on.
Alec?
Yeah.
Who's this Alec person?
Right,
No idea.
Just saw it on the screen.
Outrageous.
No idea who it was. It's Mog. Tony takes up his position in the hot seat, and not as hot as it is for the bowlers. How are you, Mog?
I'm super, thanks for asking. That probably sounded sarcastic.
Not at all.
Also, that noise in the background, is that Nestle's snoring somewhere?
Could be.
Right, well, we've done a little bit of juggling and shuffling. We're due to... can I see Mog there?
Can you?
I can see you there. Yes, I can. And I'm just going to... I'll do it, Jason. You're all right. Right, well, 157 for 4. 30 something, what are they, 35 odd short? You feel that they've lost one wicket too many, David. That would be my take. Ashwin in and defended by Stokes. Defended quite well, watchfully. He sort of seemed to jab down on that. Poked at it almost.
Yeah, either Root or Bairstow really had to dig in and get a big score, didn't they? And Bairstow got really worked
That's
over
popped
by
up.
Jadeja.
I think it was off the pad. KS Barat was sprinting across. He wouldn't have got there anyway. 33 is what England trail by. Bairstow was just done by a two-card trick from Jadeja, which was absolutely magnificent. Firstly, the superb left armer's delivery that cut away from him. That's pushed into the onside by Stokes on the hop. But then the one that he didn't turn and just went on with the arm. Bairstow thought it would turn, raised his bat and just stood in utter abject horror when he realised his off stump had been pegged back. That one's defended back to Ashwin by Ben Stokes, and there is no run and maiden over so far. 157 for 4.
Yes, he got well and truly worked over, didn't he, Bairstow, by Jadeja there.
I think there's some bit of that's left outside of his off stump. Some turn for Ashwin. Off break. Somehow about Johnny, he's sometimes his dismissals stick in the mind for being daft. I mean, he was done by very, very smart bowling, as that is left. Well, not left, edged off the outside edge to backward point, and there is no run. It's 157 for 4, but somehow, every so often, he'll get a dismissal where you go, why did you do that? A bit like, obviously, Lords, where he just went for that walk and all the furore that came around it, but if he'd have stayed where he was, it wouldn't have happened. And he's done it again here a little bit, I think. Although it was a great ball, you just look at it and you think, you've got to play each ball on its merits. Don't play the last ball to the next ball. You're going to be in trouble. Anyway, Mog, who have we got?
Over on Twitter, Jay Grover says something incoherent as usual, so we can just pass by him. Farrong says wickets going down in both red ball matches. The BPL Chattergram are 2 for 75 after 10. And I think the West Indies are about 200 up with 4 wickets in hand.
That's not enough. You really don't think that's enough for them? I had a feeling, I think we were all chatting in the green room earlier, and we all sort of pretty much said they want 300.
Probably want 500, but don't always get what you want.
Yeah, well, Silva and Hodge both going in the last few minutes.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't say it's tilted it fully back Australia's way, but you'd back them in Brisbane only on day 3 to chase 250, wouldn't you? 157 for 4. Jadeja back into the attack, prodded at by Pope, who, despite having made 50 and made it in pretty good time, he's 57 off 70 balls. Every so often he's not looked entirely convincing, but after that first innings he has most certainly knuckled down and swept this delivery from Jadeja out towards mid-wicket, where it will be fielded. They'll stroll an easy single, and that deficit will come down by one more run. Just 32 away. You really think, David, these two have to be there when they pass? They need to get England 75 past parity, don't they? Or into a lead of 75 at least. That's swept and turned, and it beat the bat. Jadeja has his hands on his head. Well, he has his hands on his headband. More particularly, he's got 2 men there on the leg side, on the offside. And he has the leg slip as well, and it was an attempted sweep. What have we got this time? Stokes steps back, guides it down towards square leg. Mohammad Siraj is posted there in his India cap, and they will take another single. 2 from this Jadeja over, but it's been probing, it's been teasing, it's been testing. And the England batsmen have been on their toes.
Yeah, you don't get the release points that England was serving up every over. It's just unrelenting pressure, isn't it?
Yep, it is, which we'll just wait for Jadeja. And is guided down towards short third. There'll be no run. England have approached this rather gingerly in more ways than one, with a succession of Pope, Bairstow and Stokes.
Didn't you do that joke yesterday?
I do it every time that it happens,
Hey.
Mog. I'm nothing if not predictable and repetitive. That's away into the offside. 159 for 4, 31 the lead. 36 overs of this England reply complete, and we can go for some social messages.
Conwajiro says, maybe in response to me asking if things need to be Japanese, obviously not, since the 3 strongest wrestlers are all from Mongolia. Japanese people are used to losing at sumo, a bit like the British with cricket.
Hello, who's this? I'm not having that. Who was that conversation with, Mog?
That was with... I've already managed to lose the page. Good work. Conwajiro, who is in Japan, I believe.
Ah. Okay.
And the Twitter says...
Well, why are you looking for that?
Jay Grover says, some bollocks. Not really important. Something about pikes.
Defended off the bowling of Ashwin away into the offside, but they'll be able to get a single from it. So Stokes will move on by 1. It was out towards mid-off. Pope will be back on to strike again. It's been an extraordinarily cautious start by Ben Stokes. Just 6 off 31. And for all of the full-on aggression discussion, the reality is of most of Ben Stokes' innings still start, David, don't they, with extreme caution, and he works his way into his belligerence, but he definitely doesn't start that way.
That's true. Some of his finest knocks have started
That's
in this
pulled
way.
On the bounce to Siraj, who puts in the throw. He's down at mid-wicket. They'll just take a single. I think that was aerial, but into the ground at first, I think. I'd be keen to see it again, which we now can. Yeah, I don't think he swept it up in the air. It was dropped either way. It dropped well short of Siraj. But looking at it, I think Pope feels he didn't quite get hold of that right, and so maybe it wasn't a bump ball. Ashwin again, around the wicket he comes. Back step Stokes. Again, just steers it on the 45. KS Bharat has to go and trot over and field, and they'll get a leg bye on this occasion. So he didn't get any bat on it. It's 162 for 4. Bowling from the north end, I think, is Ashwin. Onto the back foot goes Pope, whips him towards mid-wicket. Siraj is called into duty once more, and again it's another single. A run off every ball of this Ashwin over. Or a run accrued. 3 off the bat, 1 leg by. 1 for 59 for our Ashwin, 163 for 4 England. Pope on to 60. Ben Stokes is beaten, all ends up. Ashwin has his man, and there, I fear for England, all hope is lost. It got completely through him, turned, pinned back his stumps, and well, that was a terrific ball, purely done with the spin, David, and a bit of a prod forwards, and Stokes has gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, as a result of the pressure, I mean, Stokes hadn't been given anything really since he came in, and that one just took the clip top off, and Stokes turns around as if to say, that was just too good for me.
Yep, I'm afraid it was, and it's one of these.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It was a terrific ball. It was on middle, bit of flight, bit of dip. Ben Stokes pushed forward, and it was just beaten by the turn, and back went the off stump. Not by much. It wasn't huge speed. In fact, if anything, David, it probably just held up on him a little bit. And he just seemed to play sort of somehow just slightly short of it. He didn't get to the pitch, and if you don't get to the pitch of a ball like that, then, well, you're going to be in trouble.
Seemed like he was slightly done in the air as well. It's just a beautiful ball from Ashwin. One of the many he bowls, and again, it's the contrast between the spin attacks, isn't it, that really strikes you as being the difference between the two sides. There was nothing for Ben Stokes to really get him in there. And it was grim defence for 33 balls, but it's come to an end. And well, it's this man Ben Folkes is now going to have to play one of those rearguard actions.
Well, it's the Surrey lads. It's all down to the Surrey lads. Just someone tell them this is a flat track at the Oval, and we'll see where it gets them to. But you're
England
absolutely
to lose
right.
by an innings.
Yeah, it's going to be this fella, Ben Folkes.
That's all, folks.
Well, we hope it won't be that's all, folks. At least not for a while. But things do look dire now for England. 5 down without having got to the Indian total, let alone making them bat again. You fear that we'll all be having a lie-in tomorrow, don't you, David?
It looks that way, yeah. I mean, with those 3 wickets that we've seen in fairly quick order, Pope on 60 doesn't. I mean, again, he hasn't really said permanent, Pope. These are the last 2 recognised batsmen.
They are. All hope on Surrey. Folkes is beaten all ends up by the first one. It was just, if it was the classic off break that accounted for Ben Stokes, that one just was the wrong and just moved enough, or at least held its line. Not unlike the one that Jadeja served up to Bairstow, where Bairstow played for turn that wasn't there.
And that one did
way
turn.
Folkes did the same thing, and it turned the other way, didn't it? That you'd expect the off break to bowl and to go. And well, we're having a look at some of the Barmy Army. The cameraman picking out, shall we say, some of the more attractive members, but they're all looking fairly thoughtful about the state
The
of
second
play.
they put a bucket hat on, they lose all appeal.
Do you think so? You're not a fan of bucket hats, Smog?
No, stupid things.
I'm kind of with you. That one is slapped by Pope. Pass point. Axar Patel is chasing it. Oh, and I think, yes, they do haul it in the end. I thought somehow he'd actually helped it on its way to the boundary. So that ball from Jadeja's gone for 2. Siraj had come galloping around as well, which I think for a moment almost put Axar Patel off as he dived. And I thought between them they'd managed to almost collide and make a Horlicks of it. But Siraj's feet, and I should imagine they're of a fairly considerable size. That one's past the outside edge from Jadeja. That was the classic left-armer's delivery. And it was starting to bounce and turn. And I'm afraid, and you alluded to it, David, this has been the difference. There's been bounce and turn and grip and variation and everything from these Indian spinners that England weren't able to muster. This one's defended on the 45. They'll take a single. 166 for 5.
Looks a different game, doesn't it? It really does.
Well, I mean, I know Mog's going to go. You said this yesterday, and I did, and I said it several times. I actually said it at the start of play today, but as well. Before this match, if you take Ashwin, Jadeja and Patel, and you look at the number of tests, it's 175 between them. If you look at Leach Ahmed and Tom Hartley, you've got 36, and 35 of those are Jack Leach.
You said that yesterday.
Did I? 3 men around the bat on the offside, and onto the back foot goes Folkes and plays it quite nicely, actually. Although also illustrating at the same time why those 3 men are there for the left armour. Because one of those is likely to hop up at some point. This one is defended out towards point. It's a very, very left side field. You've got 3 men close around the bat. A slip, silly mid-off and a silly point. You've got a backward point cover and extra cover, and they really are guarding that offside. That one is past Folkes, and KS Barat whips off the bails, but Folkes was firmly planted. It's the end of the over. There's 3 from it. There's another probing over from Jadeja, and we can again, with the score 166 for 5, go back to Mog. I can hear an extraordinary
Someone's
noise in the back.
doing the washing up.
Someone's either doing the washing up or flushing their toilet.
A toilet
Is that you,
full
David?
Of silverware.
No, not I.
Nestlers, Messers, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking before.
Is there
when he was snoring?
Is there some weird thing going on in the Met with the weather cave?
He's not muted.
Maybe
Let's
he's
check.
plunging the
No,
toilet in the
he's
weather
not
cave.
muted. Anyway, the chorus of
It's
"We're Doomed"
definitely
have arrived.
Nestlers.
Oh, it's Nestlers apparently.
See, I told you.
Okay. Sorry, Mog.
Himself
Go on.
and everybody's. Adelaide Barmy says 3-2-1. We're back in the room and we're fucking doomed. India are pretty good. Jonathan Shawland says we're doomed, and Leah says Australia have never lost when chasing less than 240 this century. They've only won once when chasing more than that. So just another 40 runs from the West Indies. They might be right.
Ashwin in. Pope prods forward, guides to mid-on. They'll come back for 2 because mid-on is very deep set. India's mindset now is they're either round the bat or on the boundary and not much in between. They smell blood, and I'm not surprised. England still 22 behind. They've lost their captain. They've lost Joe Root. Well, they've also lost Crawley and Duckett and Bairstow. Bairstow probably to the 2 combined deliveries of the day, I would have to say. That one's whipped straight to square leg by Ollie Pope. That is no run.
The offending noisemaker appears to have muted himself.
Down the track comes Pope, aggressive, but it's he lofted it, but it was dropped well short of Siraj again, and only got him a single. When you look at Siraj in profile when he turns his head, there's a hint of Virat Kohli about him.
There is.
Do you see that?
There is indeed.
Yeah. No, I didn't think it was just me. It's not full on. I don't think they look remotely like each other when you see them sort of face on. But as soon as he turns in profile, there's something about that sort of proud jawline and sort of raised jaw, I suppose, in a way. The way he lofts his chin, as it were. Ashwin in. Folks forward. Clips to that mid-on again. So Siraj again should be called into action.
You're reminding us, Tony, that this
And they take a single.
dominance that India are sharing is without Kohli.
Well, do you know what? I think that the director of the pictures we're receiving from India must let's look, and that's a sweep and missed, and it pops up off the pad, and it ends up as a dot ball. But I'm just thinking, I wonder if they have to employ a new and sort of slightly more skillful director to concentrate on the pictures, because instead of the default just go straight to Kohli,
Yeah.
regardless of what happens, they now have to actually think about what they're going to show, don't they?
They were showing Jimmy Anderson a lot yesterday.
They did. They did.
Placement.
He was looking sort of quite ripped, wasn't he? They seemed to sort of be emphasising a lot about that, especially if there was any danger of seeing his sort of shirt off. End of the over. That was no run. 174-5. 20 runs the gap. Teasing by England, really, because they've got towards there. They've shown moments, but they've also lost those 5 wickets. But with that 175, we'll go back to Mog.
Jay Grover says Nestle's butt butter goes right through you. I assume in reference to that god-awful toilet noise that he was making.
It did. Well, when Nestle's is back on, we're going to have to ask him what on earth was causing that particular gurgling, rumbling noise that we were shared.
It's his digestion. He needs to see somebody about that.
If it is, then he most definitely does. Jadeja, those 3 men wait, but they won't be called upon because this is guided towards mid-off, and they'll take a single. 19 the deficit. 171 for 5 England. 87 off 180 with the bat. 3 for 88 and 1 for 33 so far for Jadeja. There is that one that goes pretty much straight on again, no appreciable turn, defended by Ollie Pope. And there was no run.
That was such an important innings from Jadeja in the context of this match, wasn't it? It really is.
Well, and you know what? A beautifully compiled innings as well. It was a Ben Stokes innings in reverse. And I'll tell you what I mean by that in a moment. But as that one does turn, and Pope dabs down towards short third. Ben Stokes has been starting slow and gathering pace in his innings. Jadeja did precisely the opposite. He came out all guns blazing once a couple of wickets had gone down. As we wait,
dug in.
He dug in, and he is forced onto the back foot. Is Pope, but defends stoutly enough. No run. 66 for him. Remembering the boys for England of that glorious World Cup win. Defended into the offside.
Quite the whiplash of the shots of the crowd just then.
Yeah, there's exactly. You see, this is what happens. We're now seeing an awful lot of crowd pictures because there is no Kohli. Like I say, I reckon they might have to pay somebody a bit more in terms of the film direction department here.
Can't they just put an effigy
That's
of him
out
somewhere?
towards deep extra. Yes, that would be.
Just cut to that constantly.
Just giant
That's
Virat
what
Kohli cutouts everywhere, just so you can make sure that he's still there in presence.
That's where the Stiraj lookalike comes in, Tony.
Well, maybe that's something that they want to cultivate across the entire Indian team, that they all have to sort of eventually look like be cast in the same image as Virat Kohli.
Breeding programs across India looking to make more little Virat Kohlis.
Yeah, some sort of genetic meddling that ends up with a nation of Kohlis. Mind you could do worse. He's a handsome fellow. 172 for 5.
Yeah, he looks like an angry camel.
You may very well say that. Well, you have very well said that.
And I have. Yes.
You have indeed said that.
And I'll say it again.
Now, yeah, we've got some colourful shirts, some red bucket hats, plenty of England flags. The trumpeter is hard at work, blowing for all he's worth. I don't think any of it's going to help England here. They've just lost 2 to 3 wickets too many. Back foot defence solidly enough though by Pope. Nearly 95
down, you
kilometres.
pessimist.
Yes, but we're down to folks. Who knows? I mean, if these two can put on 100 between them, there might just be some interest. That's defended a bit inside edgily by Pope, but solidly enough. He knows it wasn't quite the shot he wanted to play, but it's good enough to keep him at the crease. Axar Patel is back into the attack. Just the one slip for him. Ball keeps a little bit low, but Pope can dab it down towards short third. Again, there's no run. I probably should have jingled up the return of Axar Patel, shouldn't I? I'll wait till after this ball and then do it. In he hops. Defended by Pope. No run.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra.
Around the wicket he comes. Inside edge onto toe for Pope, but again, no damage done. 172 for 5. The other thing, David, the point I think is hugely interesting is not only are they 3 superior spinners, as we'll just wait for Patel, defended by Pope, thrusting forward towards point. So not only 3 superior spinners, all 3 very capable batsmen as well,
Absolutely.
which gives their
Axar,
batting such depth.
Absolutely. I mean, Axar Patel's batting's been getting better and better. I mean, he could do a sort of Ravi Shastri type rise up the order and end up as an opener. He's that good, you know. He's his 44, Jadeja's 87 top scorer.
Yeah, it was 87 off 180. Yes, the big difference. It's a tall order for England. You do feel though that they've, by chasing a whim in terms of spin and the paucity of the selection available in the spin cupboard, but nonetheless, a combination of selection and preparation or lack of, even when there was opportunity to do it, will cost them certainly this match. I won't say the series yet, too early to say, as this one is defended nicely by folks towards
Save that for
short
day
extra.
1 of the second test.
I probably will, yes. This again, off Jadeja, is defended by folks. Didn't make many in the first innings, and he looked solid enough not making many until he wasn't there to make them anymore.
Yes, the absence of full bungers and half trackers has been noticeable.
Well, yeah, I mean, the accuracy of England's bowling was genuinely poor. That one is guided out towards extra cover. For folks, I do note as well that the silly mid-off is just slightly less silly, certainly very short, but it's not as close into the bat as they are standing, and that one again is away into the offside to cover, and again there is no run. But they seem to be pushing that mid-off slightly back for folks and bringing them further forward for Pope, defended by folks to that man who's at short, well, mid-off, not quite fully silly, but mid-off, short mid-off. That one, well, there's a huge well, I don't think it was a huge shout. It was a half a shout, a strangled appeal. Umpire Paul Rifle pretty quickly said no. It's a maiden over that Jadeja has whipped through. The deficit still 18, 172 for 5, still the score. Mog.
Farong has mentioned something he was talking about earlier, about Patel in the BPL last night, getting a shit gets wicket kind of delivery. He's tweeted a video, so people go look at that. That'll be exciting. And Leah has said, Ash dismisses Stokes for the 12th time in tests, more than any other batsman. And no one has dismissed Stokes more times either. And she's attached a little picture of a bunny rabbit dressed as a cricketer. And says, I guess this is what Stokes looks like to Ash. Like a little bunny.
Yep. There are sometimes bowlers just have the number of batsmen. Just ask Broad. Well, that's lunch. Is that like, good Lord, tea?
Tea.
It's tea. Do you know what? Starting at 4 a.m, you get completely confused. I was absolutely ravenous by 6 o'clock. Couldn't wait to tuck into my breakfast. Anyway, that's over. 27 overs in this session. 83 runs, 4 wickets though, crucially for England. They've been going just over 3. But the reality is they are still, with 5 wickets down, 18 runs short still of making India bat again. So you would comprehensively say, David, that this has been India's session, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I mean, the optimism that England fans might have felt at the start of the day, you know, Duckett going well and Crawley making a good start. Then, well, clatter of wickets. Crawley first out for 31, then you had Duckett. I mean, Duckett's dismissal was probably the one that you'd say was the loosest of the shots. The rest of them were just great bowling, really. I mean, Root was done by a fantastic ball from Bumrah. Bairstow leaving that ball after being worked over by Jadeja, and crucially Stokes losing out, as Leah said, to Ashwin yet again. So the hope is well, it hasn't died. It's very much a bit of a flicker.
It's hobbling along, but without much hope. 421 for 7 is where India started the day. They didn't in truth add that many more, and England actually bowled reasonably tightly, combined with the fact that I think they were looking to try and get Jadeja towards his ton, and at the same time take their time doing it, grind England into the dust a bit, and then possibly look to attack. They never really got to the point where the extra attack came. 436 is all they moved on to. But since then, as you've rightly said, Crawley, Duckett, Root, LBW, he appealed but without much optimism in that appeal. Bairstow beautifully undone by the 1-2 from Jadeja, and Stokes bowled by a beautiful off break from Ashwin, leaves England, if not in tatters, certainly not looking particularly optimistic. Mog, do we have any final messages on various channels?
Kieran Roseblade has popped in to say hello. Morning all. And before looking at the scoreboard this morning, I didn't know if I wanted India to still be batting on a massive total or England batting and struggling. Oh well. Out of interest, why don't we like KP?
Well, there's a couple of I can't speak for everybody. I have to say, and particularly India is a very apposite place to be saying it, I have a huge respect for his batting capabilities and how well he played for England. The South Africa incident and the where he fell out with the England team, I think, was not great, and some of the opinions that he expresses around the future of cricket, where cricket should go, don't sit well with some of us. That's probably it. I might be kinder. I might be kinder than others. Well, yeah, and in the process, he did very greatly upset and very wrongly in the way he did it. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. It would be the dullest of all worlds if we all agreed. But it was all. It was. However, he did that in a particularly awfully ungentlemanly way to one of our number, and we took rather unkindly to that. So there is a potted history of that history.
Also, shit haircuts.
Fair enough, but there's plenty of those around. Right, we're probably going to go back to listening to some podcast action to take us through tea, which is never very long. David, fantastic, thank you.
Thank you.
May I just say gold star, bang on time both times. This is magnificent. Well done. Keep up the good work. And we shall see you after a little bit more discussion, I think, because there's plenty of time left. Mind you, I've got to figure out how to get to it. Where is it? Percy Fender. Can I find it? Here it is. Yes, let's carry on with that. See you after tea.
Musician, singer,
brain surgeon.
Brain surgeon.
He was all of those things.
He was. He was. This is the.
Well, I don't know about the brain surgery, but
he was the original. He was an original multi hyphenate. He was a cricketer, wine cellar, paper trade industry, pilot, music hall writer, adventurer. He
journalist. Don't forget.
Journalist, of course, and I think we'll get onto this later. But
we will.
Filmmaker. Extraordinarily,
he did first, and only certainly the first surviving film of Don Bradman, which he filmed. Yeah,
it's one of the things that didn't surprise me when the first clip that we heard, when he says, I was taken into the city to buy a birthday present, and I was seemingly forced to buy this contraption that he was making the recordings on, and I immediately thought of the stuff I've read about him. It just incredibly foresightfully taking a camera with him to the Ashes in 1927-28.
As a videographer of some note.
As a videographer of some note, and of course, someone who thought to take a camera to the Ashes of 27-28, which would have been no easy ask. Getting that camera around and whatever. It's not like these days just taking your phone out your pocket. Having a camera in 1927-28 would have been a considerable encumbrance.
No, there wasn't a mobile phone,
and there was no. It was no surprise to me to hear him say, someone pointed out a new piece of kit to him, even in the mid '80s, and he thought, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, let's move on to talk about his time at Surrey. He played for Surrey from 1914 to 1935, captain for 10 years, between 21 and 31, after succeeding Cyril Wilkinson. And made his debut against Northants in May 1914. And, got 26 to avoid a follow-on, I think. So we're going to just listen to Percy talking about that debut.
Now, with a lot of help and encouragement from George Hurst, Birtles struggled along manfully. And, it went on past lunch and past tea, and they had put on over 80 runs before Wilkinson told me that it was my last over, because he wanted to give Bill Hitch one over with the old ball before he went on with the new at 200. Now, I thought I'd been bowling quite well, and I begged for one more over. And Wilkinson said, all right. And so I started to bowl his last over of mine. Well, now, for the first time in a fine innings which George had played, he made a mistake to the goal, and it bowled him. And he was very, very upset and disappointed, and swept his bat round and knocked the stump out of the ground and walked off. One was a bit surprised to see George Hurst do a thing like that, but one could quite understand his disappointment, because they were very, very near winning.
So there he is, making his debut for Surrey. John, tell us a little bit. Generation shift. We obviously, we've moved on several from Percy's time. there will be many who will be unaware of his influence. How is he genuinely thought of around Surrey?
I think he's venerated by people that know. I think that as a club we have an amazing history, and it's something we're incredibly proud of, and it's something that we very much still use to inform the way we run the club. That there's an argument that can be made that you can tell the history of cricket purely through events and players that have played at the Oval, and I think it's probably a different podcast for this, but an argument that I would support. And Percy, there are, as you say, probably greater players that have passed through, and there are certainly greater eras that players have played in. I think one of the Percy's sort of great misfortunes. Surrey is very much a club of eras, and Percy kind of bridged an era in the late 19th century where Surrey dominated the game, and then again in the post Second World War era where we dominated again. That period 1919, well, the pre-war, the interwar period 1918 to 1939 was certainly from a silverware perspective not something that overly troubles the Surrey honours board. But yeah, when you dig into the detail of his life and his experiences and his outlook and some of the decisions that he took, I think it's very relevant to how the club is run these days in terms of breadth of thinking and not. I think there's something in Surrey about a lack, not a lack of respect for authority, but certainly there's a phrase that Adam Holyoake, I think, was a key part of his captaincy, which is, I don't think Surrey, especially at the moment and a lot of times in the past, don't do things the same way for the sake of it.
Well, he certainly was found ways not to do things the same way.
Yeah, just want to amplify that point, is that Surrey actually, when they win, they tend to win through sort of maverick means. They were the pioneers of the early county championship, and John's right, that interwar period wasn't great, and Percy was leading the bowling attack when he was a limited bowler, really, by his own admission. He'd be a fourth bowler in a good attack, but he was having to do the bulk of the bowling. But he's kind of felt or seen, I think, by Surrey fans who know, as kind of our Mike Brearley in a way, but a bit more flamboyant. A player whose skills were limited but good enough, more than good enough to hold his own. But a man with such a keen brain that he made up for the things that Surrey didn't have, with his extraordinary acumen and his risk-taking. And I think he's a massive figure in Surrey, actually, because I think he's part of a tradition of captains that Surrey have had. Stuart Surridge and Adam Holyoake, for example, who are mould breakers, and they win championships in ways that other sides don't. Yorkshire used to win in quite a formulaic way. They'd have a very strong batting lineup. They'd have Rhodes and Hurst or Truman later on, and they would play in a certain way, and they'd just play it grittily and best. Whereas Surrey are kind of a bit tricksy. They're a bit naughty. They're a bit eccentric. They're a bit, you don't quite know what they're going to...
The spirit of Percy.
Exactly, and I think he sort of embodies. I don't know whether Surrey became that because of Percy, or whether he is a product of his environment again. But there is something there. He is quintessentially Surrey, and they used to go back to Surrey. I don't know how often, but when I was a youngster and I was a junior member, I saw him. I saw him and Andrew Sandham there, and dressed in what felt like sort of enormous big coats and looking, frail. And he would have been blind by then, I'm guessing, because it would have been the late 70s, early 80s. But you would see him, and there was a kind of veneration, like, oh my God, that's Percy Fender. As a sort of 12-year-old, and you would be genuinely starstruck. I mean, people like him, apart from Roger Moore, I've never really been starstruck. But Percy and Roger Moore.
Roger never talks about anything else, Dan, than meeting you.
He was, but he was part of the furniture in a strange kind of way. Even though I imagine he wasn't going that regularly to the Oval, but when he did, there was a buzz.
Well, let's talk about, John, his Surrey career a little bit, because are there any there's lots of highlights, but are there any that really stick out to you, the things that he's remembered for at Surrey?
I suppose this is the obvious place where you need to talk about the fastest 100 in history. I mean, that is it's a record that still stands. You know, people talk about how the game has evolved and you know, there's no one takes their time doing anything anymore, and it's all flash bang wallop, and you're talking about T20 and 100 and T10 and you know, 60 ball competition in the West Indies and all this. It's worth remembering that in all of this, the record still stands for the fastest ever 100 in any form of cricket. Percy Fender, 35 minutes. It's
It was
extraordinary.
indeed. Well, do you know what? I am going to play this one. Here is Percy's recollection of that fastest century.
Altogether, while we were betting together, Podgy and I, during those 35 minutes, got 171 runs. That, I think, is an even more remarkable effort or record than my 135 runs. It at least goes to show that I didn't get all the strikes, that Podgy had a reasonable share of the bowling, because he must have made 60 or 70 runs during that same period. It was really a most remarkable match, because Northampton made 736 runs altogether in the game, and lost the match by 10 wickets in less than 3 full days' play. That is to say, less than 18 hours play. So that the scoring throughout the match must, on the average, both sides, be somewhere about 100 an hour. I think it's a great pity that we don't see, even for short periods, something of that sort in present-day cricket. It certainly seems to attract the crowds.
There he is, the forerunner of Bazball.
That's astonishing.
Let's just
astonishing. I love it.
Put it into context for the modern listener to try to understand what 35 minutes means, because we count everything in balls now, and you've got to bear in mind that the oval was massive then, so the playing area is huge. He only hits 5 sixes in that time, so 35-minute 100 now would contain a lot more sixes, but hitting a 6 at the oval was considerably more difficult then, because the outfield was much bigger.
It stretched halfway back to Tooting.
This is pretty much. Obviously it's a flat deck, because Northampton got 736, so it's probably very nice to bat on, but in 35 minutes, if you've got to collect 16 fours and 5 sixes from Percy alone, regardless of what's happening at the other end, there is no way you're bowling an over in fewer than 3 minutes. That's just not going to happen. So what does that actually mean here? It probably means around about 12 overs to score that 170 odd runs, 72 balls. So if Percy faced more than 45, I'd be staggered. Probably nearer 40. It's a shame we don't have the actual ball-by-ball record to be able to quiz it. But
I don't think it is. I think it's great that we don't have the ball-by-ball record, because
Yes.
I think it allows.
Keeps the mystique there.
It allows for more mystique to build up around this extraordinary feat.
I guess so.
Well, I can tell you, Neville Cardus called Percy, claimed he was nature's second edition of Gilbert Jessup. Now, most people wouldn't have remembered until Johnny Bairstow got within 1 ball of his record. Probably didn't remember Gilbert Jessup, but he was known. He was not. Most people, I said, Dan, I absolutely know you did. He got one within. He was seen as the second edition of Gilbert, who was famed for his aggressive approach. There were other highlights at Surrey that I think we should absolutely
There
touch
are
on.
a few of those records still flying around, aren't there? So Percy is very much one of those. I think, you know, although as you say, the lack of statistical clarity around it will make it hard to officially break. But you've got the Gilbert Jessup record in the same way that the Ali Brown record is still there and still alive in one-day cricket. And I think, again, for a Surrey fan of a certain age as well and of a certain experience, the way that Percy Fender batted, I think, is Ali Brown is certainly another player that picked up that tradition. I think one of the other things to move on a little bit that I think from what I'm told, again, I wasn't around to understand this, and say records are sometimes a little loose, but Percy, as far as I'm aware, was recorded as the first person to hit the ball out of the oval.
Wow! Now that one we didn't know, but I'm looking at Nick laughing, so perhaps you did know. You did know that one, Nick.
I had heard that, and I believe it involved the gasworks as well. So
Don't tell me he cleared those. That would have been something. That puts him right in Albert Trott territory for Surrey, I think.
Yeah.
There's a couple of
true.
great innings which I think we probably should mention. One is the first time he wore glasses, which really Tom Webster captured on a cartoon, which is in the auction. A beautiful cartoon of the very first time. Percy never wore glasses before. And he allegedly did it to sort of rather live up to his image. He went and played Hampshire and he got 185 and 130 minutes the very first time he wore glasses. But you mentioned Richard Streeton and his trips down to in writing his book. He says that those glasses were probably plain glass and worn for theatrical effect rather than optical effect, enhancement. Is that true, Guy and Nick? Did he ever let on about that one?
I don't know whether it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
I mean, and there's other extraordinary stories that he relates. One was conning poor Leicestershire into an early.
We are back live, I believe. Tony gives me the thumbs up. With England resuming on 172 for 5. Still trailing by 18 runs, and the not-out batsman being Pope, who has got his way to 67. I think he is not out, and Pope's on 67 not out, and the other back. Both. I'm joined by Nestlers and by Tony. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Indeed, we are back. That took me by surprise. I suppose by the time that, the afternoon session has finished, you have a little bit of a chat, then you wander off, and then the next thing you know, I look up and the players are taking the field, and I'm going, oh.
What do they do these days? They just have a slice of Battenberg and that's it.
Were you thinking of that because of the Axar Patel jingle?
No.
Oh, that's right. Because exactly that phrase, Battenberg, has been in the back of my mind, and I think it's something about a slice of Battenberg, Axar.
Yes.
So
maybe.
subconsciously, I think your Battenberg may have been jingle placed in your brain.
like a lot of the jingles.
I don't think we've been on together for ages, Nestlers.
Have we?
I don't think so.
It's been a while since we've done the commentary, isn't it?
Was the last time I saw you? Was that Epping High Street?
In the flesh.
Yeah, the famous, don't worry, you can just drive up, the parking's really easy.
You'll find somewhere.
Session, yes. So I ended up about 3 miles away. Anyway, back to David.
Well, yes, we'll come back to Epping High Street. I'd like to know about parking facilities. I know it's there are.
Well, I've got quite an amazing update on that, Tony. So I'll let David commentate first.
It's Axar Patel to resume things after the tea break, and Pope takes this one just down to leg for a single. A day that started well for England by dismissing the Indian batsman. 3 wickets went down very quickly. 2 to Root, 1 to Rehan, 436 all out. And then it started promisingly with the opening batsman, Crawley and Duckett, but since then been a steady clatter of wickets.
Yeah, mainly to good bowling, I would say.
Yeah.
Bairstow possibly, you could say, was guilty of a daft of not playing the right shot.
This one from Patel, who's been really accurate since he took over. That's played down by Folks, who has been pretty shotless so far, and they're crowding him. And remember what happened in the first innings when he poked at one.
Duckett's 2 was a very loose drive, wasn't it? Although 2 a good ball.
Yeah, it was a very loose shot, and I think that's probably a key moment, because when you've got an opening batsman, 47 not out, batting pretty comfortably, you just want them to go on and take a big score. That's what they had to do. Duckett, did play a loose shot there. This one is angled into the pads. There's a little shout from potential bat and pad, but there's no interest from the umpire, or indeed not much.
Speaking of Battenberg, I'll quickly play that for Axar.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra, because if we can't score runs, then it's the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin that will bring him some wicket.
So that one, but folks on the back foot, it's not going to score a run there. 16 balls he's been in for his 2. And yeah, in the first innings he spent a long time at the crease, but didn't look like he was going to score any runs. And in the end, this so unrelenting, this Indian bowling, that he found one that was too good for him. This one he has played quite nicely. That's got through extra cover, and this time, folks, has answered the call with a nice boundary through extra cover. Folks, 4 runs. That should give him a bit more confidence.
Yeah, it will, won't it? You're right, he was very scratchy and proddy. Sounds like a pair of 1970s DJs, doesn't it? But, oh, that was smashy and nicey, wasn't it? Not scratchy and proddy. Although there might have been some proddy going on that we don't want to know about. But, but yeah, it was. It wasn't great from folks, and he ended up with not many. But that was a very fluid drive, and he'll be make him feel a lot better, I'm sure.
It is on to 6, and Hope 68, 177 for 5. I'll come back to the Epping. Sorry, everyone's on the edge of their seat waiting for the Epping story. Nestlers, I'll bring you in a moment.
It wasn't really a story, was it?
News from Epping High Street. Attempted reverse sweep by Hope off the first ball of this over from Jadeja. Doesn't make any contact as well, because it looked like it was aiming straight for the wicketkeeper's gloves there. Such a straight reversed shot.
Who was the outlaw that you were telling me about that operated in Epping High Street?
This one's flicked away nicely by Pope. There's a big chase for Ashwin. He's just going to pull it in, I think. Oh, he kicks it on. That was the very simple task to pull that one in, but he managed to, with his right foot, to help it onto the boundary. Rohit Sharma doesn't look too amused.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
1, 2, 3, 4. Richie Benno would say, I don't think the captain would be too pleased with that effort.
That was a slow motion disaster, wasn't it, for poor old Ravi Ashwin?
Straight drilled out by Pope. This one to extra cover for no run.
Dick Turpin and Jack Rand were the 2 famous highwaymen.
Yeah.
Pope drives this one to extra cover, and there's no run. He remains on 72.
The ghost of his
Sharma's face.
Black Bess apparently can be seen on the Lost Pond in Epping Forest.
Ah, there we are. That was I knew there was a connection.
Quicker ball from Jadeja that beats Pope. That was fired in appreciably quicker, and it got up nicely. It's still there. Bounce and turn, the type that we didn't see enough of when India were batting from the England triumvirate, which Joe Root was the shining star with 4 wickets. Here's Pope, plays that one defensively, end of the over, 181 for 5, England still trailing by 9 runs. Nestlers.
So, Tony, you'll be pleased to know, but it's a controversial topic locally. They have built a new multi-storey car park behind the Marks and Spencers in Epping High Street, and it's much dividing opinion because of it looks pretty crap.
Oh, I can imagine it would. You've got that lovely old clock tower, and it has a very sort of almost rural historic feel.
You can't see the car park from the high street.
Right.
It's down an alleyway, and then it was a car park before, but not multi-storey, and the multi-storey car park is an eyesore, but luckily you can't see it from the high street.
As most are. Now, on Gorilla Cricket, in an exciting new series, we're going to bring you multi-storey car parks of British high streets. So look forward to that.
I'll photograph it for you.
A series that can be enjoyed on so many different levels, Tony.
Oh.
As a dot ball, by the way, whilst we were on those different levels.
Here's Patel, defensive, solid from Folks. He's on 6 after that fluent extra cover drive in the last over. So his first boundary of the series, and first boundary for England for quite some time. Yeah, well, because he hasn't played. Patel, defensively, bat and pad together from Folks. How long can he keep this up, I wonder? Pope's been going along quite well, so he's on 72. So if folks can keep him company, they can at least see England through to
making a bat again. Yeah.
Yeah. Tail bowls and back foot goes. Folks pays up one off the back foot. There's no run there.
You see, when you look at this, I mean, you sort of slightly feel that, yes, they've been undone by quality bowling, but 2 loose shots, 2 very, poor shots. I think Bairstow and Duckett will have to look at themselves.
A bit more error from that from Patel, but it was almost a half volley, but folks didn't capitalise on that.
If England, with just a bit of more control in their bowling, had conceded 75 less, and you could just have seen this being quite a different shape of match.
Yes, folks wants to get off strike, but it's not going to. So yeah, Axar's been the destroyer of folks on no less than 4 occasions. One thinks back to what he did to England the last time England were here. Axar wicketless so far in this innings. 1-8-1 for 5 England at the end of that over.
Jay tells us that Scratchy and Proddy sounds like his ancestors around Londonderry.
Okay. Right, yeah, different kind of Proddy maybe.
Yeah, different type of Proddy, yeah. And Messrs reckons that News from Epping High Street would be a perfect podcast title. I get your drift.
Danger to start new over, kicked away nicely by Pope. There's a man back sweeping, so just a single to him.
I was expecting you to pick up on that one though, David. Speaking of drift, here comes Jadeja. Plenty of air on that one.
I missed out on that segue. Jadeja's top of the Dream 11 fantasy charts.
I'm not surprised. He's been terrific in this match.
His batting has got, better and better as his career's gone on, I guess. Joe Root in second place after his 4 wickets. Jadeja, back foot goes Folkes, drills that out to extra cover, and there's no run there. I don't know where Epping High Street is, to be honest.
Epping?
Yeah.
He was the quickest bowler. He became the quickest left armour to reach 200 Test wickets. Did Jadeja, amongst his other claims to fame.
Well, also the quickest to get through an over. That's his 3rd ball. And that's Folkes gets that down to Ashburn this time, who does manage to stop the ball before it goes into the boundary, and they quickly run 3.
Might also surprise you. He's played 16 times against England. Averages 32 with the bat. Highest score 104 at Edgbaston last year, 2022. And then he's 51 wickets at 35. Best of 7 for 48.
Defensive covers up Pope there, and there's no run.
And that 7 for 48 was in Chennai in 2016. Cook, Jennings, Root, Ali, Stokes, Broad and Ball were his victims there.
A little poke from Pope, a poke and a prod. I'm lucky not to make contact there outside the off stump. Not sure that was really nothing shot there. It was asking for trouble, wasn't it? Just a little. I don't know why he was reaching for it. It's quite why that's.
Now, will he bowl the one that goes straight on this time? No.
No, it's back foot, and Pope makes good contact. Sweeper collects the ball. 1 run, 186 for 5. Back to Epping and Nestless.
Well, I mean, Epping is an old market town, mentioned in the Doomsday Book. And as Leah points out, Epping's twin down is Eppingen in Germany. I can't imagine why they made that decision, neither can I. But every year, every other year, because they do it, Epping people go to Eppingen, and the Germans come to Epping. And it's featured in the Battle of Britain.
Is it?
Yeah, well, just up the road there was an airfield, Northfield Airfield. The Hurricanes flew out.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I was thinking the film, but yes, it did.
And the film, a lot of it was filmed from the film. Used it.
Axar starts a new over. That's pushed busily away by Pope. He wants 2. He will get it out into the onside, and so Pope. This is a decent innings from him. Goes on to 76.
Yeah, he has to play the innings of his life, though, doesn't he? And he needs his Surrey teammate to help him do it. Another 80 or 90 is not going to make the difference for England. 150, 170, that might. So he's got a double where he is now.
That one is on the back foot, and he drills it to cover point, there's no run. They're getting through their overs so fast, aren't they? It's relentless. Pope's actually asking, putting his hand up to say, wait a minute.
But this is the
Wait a
conversation
second.
we had about yesterday, is how come there was so much extra time at the end with all spin bowlers?
That's beaten him. That spins, and sure what happened to that. Let's have another look on the replay. Did it take off? Yes, it did. No, it just jabbed the bat down, and then
Could easily have played it onto his stumps actually, because he played it right down by his toes.
That's the arm ball, and fortunately Pope plays it off the back foot, waits for it. It's unrelenting pressure. So few 4 balls. The big difference between the two sides. I know we kept saying that. Here's Axar, and down the wicket goes Pope. Hill for OBW, who's a long way down.
Oh, he was a long way down.
Yeah, took a real walk there. That one had pitched and turned. They could have been in some sort of trouble. Just 2 runs now, the deficit. So we're about to go into
credit.
Credit.
Yes.
Yeah, he just came down the wicket, been quite straight, but he was a long way down.
I don't think you could even appeal for that, even with DRS. I mean, he was 4 or 5 paces down. No technology in the world would realistically predict you the predicted direction of flight for one. Are they really?
Well, they are reviewing it.
Well, I'm genuinely surprised by that.
I mean, it was straight enough, unless it's kept very low. It's hit him around the roll, up the roll of the pad.
A left armour as well, so it's natural turn, and I had started to turn. It did get him on the knee roll, but no inside edge.
Additional decision not out.
Yeah, I think umpire's call at best for India. Surely. I was literally in the process of saying no technology in the world can predict the flight of a ball when you're that far away from its ultimate target. But yet, here we are.
The DRS, the technology does have to predict it, and we are going to rely on what happens here. There's no bat.
Oh well, is it pad first? Because there's definitely a ultra edge. No, you're right.
It's hit him outside the off stump, so we'll be fine with that. The view is lost.
Impact outside. Funny old review, to be honest, but the man on all the runs, you could see why they did it.
Very optimistic shout. So I'm still looking for his first wicket here, and not going to get it there because Pope gets on top of that, plays it back down, ended that over. England on 188 for 5, trailing by 2. Nestlers.
So Jay says, Nestlers, you cannot sneeze without discovering corpses in Epping Forest. This myth that goes on.
Isn't there a plague pit there as well in Epping Forest?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe I'm confusing that with Blackheath, which is definitely Blackheath is definitely a plague pit, isn't it?
No, there's ancient the Iron Age forts in Epping Forest.
We have a plague pit allegedly in Esher Common, Black Pond.
They did use South London, didn't they?
They did.
It's a very bad plague.
Also a very popular dogging spot, so I'm told.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't suppose they spend too much time thinking about the plague bodies whilst they're undertaking that pastime.
Brummer's warming up, but Jadeja continues now from bowls the first ball to Folks. Brummer doing some elaborate stretching exercises, maybe he'll come on to replace Axar. Got a lot of reverse swing in his session before tea. It's driven nicely, a good bit of fielding by Jaswal there, and there's no run. So Folks remains on 9, Pope on 76. Shout out to Douglas, listening to us in Santa Cruz. Hello, Doug. Hope you're well, listening to us all the way in Santa Cruz. That's on the back foot. All to think about a single here, they're going to get one, and we've got some damage to someone's sunglasses. So
oh no, that will take up some time. He made his debut as well against England. Back in 2012, that series that England won. He made his debut in Nagpur against England. Did Jadeja 2 for 58? Got Trott and Peterson.
Again, he's right on the spot to this, but Pope just turns it away for a single. It goes on to 77.
And in the second innings, he got Peterson again, 1 for 59. So there was that although he addressed it in time, there was that feeling that KP's was susceptible to left armers, wasn't there? And
Indeed, that's right.
2 of his first 3 wickets were KP.
Hits the pads, this one of Folks. That's a leg by. Pope is quick to call for a single there.
England are winning.
Yeah,
Yes.
England lead by 1 run.
If it was to rain now for the next 2.5 days, it would be a draw.
Would you say it was a moral victory? Here he goes, and a little bit edgy that, but it goes down to just behind cover, and another rapid over in terms of the duration of it. Jadeja 1 for 45 off his 14 overs, and England 191 for 5, leading by 1 run.
Jay says, take inspiration from the VVS Laxman stand. I think he means the car park in Epping. Not dissimilar, actually.
Oh, is that the crumpling car park at?
Must be.
Is that it's the BJ? It's the one in Delhi, isn't it? It's the
looks like it's gonna
crazy
fall
little
down.
thing that's about to fall down. Yeah, that's a crazy stand.
Leia says Eppingen has a mere 22,000 inhabitants, yet they have a Lord Mayor. Southern Germany is inhabited by Egypt. Well, there's a mayor of Epping. There's only about 11,000 inhabitants in Epping. But, yeah, they're all Egypts, Leia.
Well, there you are. They are.
And shout out to Stuart, the engineer who came into my office from Pitney Bowes, and I introduced him to Guerrilla Cricket because he's out there. He's watching the match, and he said he'd listen in. So if you're listening, Stuart, the franking machine is working fine. Thank you.
Well, when you met Nestlers, you describe your work.
Is that
I mean,
code, Nestlers?
Sorry?
Is that code? It sounded like was something from a
franking
spy
machine.
novel.
it is not raining in Tokyo. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the franking machine is a thing that you put letters in to put stamps
Oh,
on.
I remember that. Yeah. Definitely.
So Bumrah's warm-up exercises does mean he's going back into the attack. He replaces Axel Patel, and Tony wants to jingle him up.
Oh, absolutely. I can do that. I was thinking of franking machines, and I was thinking of telex machines and photocopiers.
Blimey. They still have photocopies, Tony, in offices.
That's true. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Who am I jingling up? Joshua Bumrah, aren't I? Sorry.
Yeah, bowls that first ball, and that's stroked out by Folks, and there's no run.
Here he is, Marty Bumrah.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
It was somehow it was that the thought of the franking machine just led me into the sort of old facilities. I mean, when you talk about work, though, Nestlers, we'll have to wait and wait for Bumrah's delivery here.
There's Bumrah with that idiosyncratic run up he bowls. That's a good ball. It's right, slanted in, absolutely on the spot. Folks covers up, no run.
As far as we can tell from the updates on our WhatsApp group, Nestlers' job involves basically sitting around all day waiting for the odd phone call to go and fix a fixture on somebody's desk lamp or something, and then just wait for people to bring in free. What are you
talking about? No one has
wait, and then just wait for people to bring in free beer all day. I mean, it's like the ultimate dream job.
I don't go and fix anything. There are people that do that.
Oh, you just deploy the people that go and actually do the work while you sit there and take the free beer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a dream job.
It's all right.
Defensive by Folks, and there's no run.
I'm a manager. I manage people.
You manage to drink the drink that people bring you, yeah, for nothing, all day.
Well, to be fair, I haven't taken as much alcohol as I could have done.
What? You should just say yes and then bring it into the studio.
Well, how? I've got to get it home on a bike, for God's sake.
Well, you need a bigger bike. Goodness sake,
dear.
man.
I'll sort you out in the summer.
Here's Bumrah again. This is right on the spot and driven back by Folks, and there is no run. Bumrah took 2 important wickets today at Bairstow.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it was a good ball. That was it. Duckett. It was Duckett, wasn't it? It was the one that outside of the left-handers off stump that came back into him. But although it did get that movement, it was a very, very loose drive. And, 2 wickets less, this game would look a different game now. The conversation would be a more positive one around England's prospects.
Bumrah bowls and outside the off stump, played and missed, folks. Bumrah wonders how he didn't get an edge to that. It's a bit of a swish from folks.
It was.
Shout out to our Romanian listeners, James and Katie, listening to us from somewhere near Bucharest.
Oh, well, definitely welcome to you. So we got Santa Cruz, Bucharest,
Epping,
and Portsmouth. Yes, hello to Peter in South Sea, Portsmouth. We've got all parts of the globe covered. This morning we had Japan. Earlier.
Japan. Yeah, we have.
Here's Bumrah. Wide of the crease, starts that one in. That's solid from folks. Back to mid-off. And there's no run. England lead by 1 run, so India will have to bat again. England 191 for 5.
There is hope.
Jersey Oak says, is not losing by an innings a moral victory for England? Jay says, serious point. Tony nigh on everywhere in England has been a plague pit.
True, good point.
Dave Wood says, the JJ has been troubling South African batsmen from day one then. Leia says, we're coming back tomorrow, aren't we? Jay says 11,000 living in Epping, but untold millions of the dead. Dave Wood, the franking machine is working well. Sounds like a clue Ted Rogers would give on 3-2-1.
Oh, God.
Jay says, stop it, Tony. It's called delegation.
Exactly. I was just thinking, if you're a manager, you simply manage somebody to deliver all that pre-drink that they're giving you. You say, I can't get it home on my bike. Can you have it delivered, please?
That's a big turning delivery there from Jadeja. It really took off, and that will encourage him still further. Pitched off stump and really spun prodigiously, hitting the outside edge of Pope's bat. He's on 77. That one also takes off, so signs that this pitch is not getting any easier to bat on.
No, it's not. In fact, Nestlers, you wouldn't even have it delivered to Epping. It would be nearer to deliver it straight to Sydenham, cut out the middleman, as it were.
And defensively goes Pope, and there's no run there.
And how would I explain the carriage charges to the to my client?
You're a manager. You're a manager. Figure it out.
I'm a contractor.
Oh.
And for defensive goes Pope to complete that over from. No, still one left from Jadeja. He goes so quickly here through these overs. Two
balls left, yeah. All dots so far, though.
Pope on 77. That one gives Pope a chance that it's flighted, and Ashwin is in pursuit. Fortunately, he's got some assistance down there. No! They both, there's a Keystone Cops situation there where both fielders, Ashwin's involved again, an unnecessary 4-4. And, Ashwin not having much success out in the outfield. Jadeja looks well and truly miffed by that piece of fielding.
I genuinely think that after you, Claude, after you, Cecil, deserves one of these. Which, as we watched the replay, was perfectly in sync with the joint leaving it. Yeah, very funny.
And forward defensive goes Pope, so he gets a boundary where he probably didn't really expect it there. End of that over. Pope on 81. Folks, 10. India, if they had to bat now, would need to get at least 6 runs to win this match.
Yeah.
Lots of people are posting pictures of what are they called? Those bikes, not carriage bikes, that you can transport stuff on.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but for God's sake.
You want a refrigerated one if you're going to cycle it straight here.
Now you're going mad. I want to get an articulated lorry to pull up outside the office and say, right, I'm loading up.
It's a good idea, Nestlers, but I wouldn't like to see an articulated lorry attempt to back up the road to the studio, because that would be really quite difficult. If you don't know our studio, by the way, anybody, which I guess most people don't, it is at the top of a hill, and it's a very narrow road as well.
It's a vicious hill.
It's not that. Yeah, I mean, it's not. You're not talking sort of Everest, but you're. It is quite. It's a steep climb.
That's heading towards 20% gradient.
And I can tell you, if you've been to the pub up the road, sort of a 10-minute walk, it's a 10-minute walk there, and probably about a 30-minute walk back, because you have to walk back up the hill.
Boomer to Folks. Wants a quick single, they're going to get one. Folks getting off strike, leaving it to Pope, so Folks moves on to 11, and Pope at the other end is on 81. News from Brisbane, West Indies 185 for 8, so they're lead by only 207. It's not going to be enough, is it, for Australia?
You wouldn't think so, and that's such an Australian thing to do. They just are relentless. They never give up. They always find a way. But all is not lost yet, David. Those 2 wickets could yet prove to be the difference.
Yes, Roach and Sinclair are the not-out batsmen. Well, it's a bigger target than India. Like they're going to have to face
absolutely.
Unless these two can do something. Here's Bumrah, and that one stays very low. And Pope is on his knees here. Couldn't get to that. There's signs of variable bounce, another thing to contend with for the England batsman here. It was delivered wide of the crease, and it just didn't get up at all. It sort of rubbed along, and Pope stayed down for a long time. Back on his feet now. 196 for 5 England. Will they take this game into the 4th day? That's the question. If these two, well, they've been in for a while now. Let's see what the partnership is worth. Here's Bumrah, and that wraps Pope on the pad, but it's going down the leg side, and there's no run.
Interesting, with Bumrah, he's played 10 tests against England. Only 2 of them have actually been in India. The majority, 8 of them, have been in England. Got a best of 5 for 64, which he got at Trent Bridge in 2021. He did get Crawley then too. Crawley, Sibley, Root, Curran and Broad on that occasion. But just 33. The 2 in India.
Sorry, 33 this partnership's worth. They came together at 163.
They need to keep going for more than that.
Yes, they'll have to make it at least 133.
They do, but you've got to say Pope, after the awful first innings showing, has done well.
That's down the leg side, good keeping there from Barrett. Does well to save 4 buys. That's one of those ones that Bumrah goes very wide of the crease and angled down the leg side. The England lead is 6, and I think we do have a change at the end of this over, Tony?
We do. Thank you for keeping me honest on that. I was just absorbed in the conversation of the cricket and thoughts of giant refrigerated articulated bikes and Epping High Street sort of distracting me.
I've never handed over the socials to Mog. This is a first.
All-time first. Bumrah to Pope now. Pope goes for a slashing drive outside the off stump. Mid doesn't make contact. Bumrah so close there to taking his 3rd wicket. The wickets distributed between Bumrah, Jadeja and Ashwin. Ashwin getting Stokes again with an excellent turning ball, and yet again we saw the mastery of this 3-prong Indian spinning attack. It's been great to watch. For the neutral, 196 for 5. England leading by 6. Bumrah to complete this over now, and he comes in to bowl to Pope. He looks for the single. Yes, Folks answers his call. They take a single. Pope moves on to 82. Good knock from him. They'll need at least another 100 from these two. England leading by 7. England 197 for 5. Tony.
Yep, it should now be Dom and Jason coming in. It will be Mog who's going to reappear as if by magic and take over on social media. And I am going to go
Mog.
Put my feet
Hello,
up.
Sean.
This is the first time we've actually spoken, I believe.
It's only been, 10 years of this weird-ass thing?
The next tweet, mate, is Jersey Oak, talking about franking machines. So enjoy that.
It'll be exciting.
Yeah. See you later.
Bye. Franking machines. How far down do I have to go to find franking machines?
whilst we're fumbling around here, Jadeja's bowled a ball and he's just been whipped into the onside there for a single.
G'day fellas, how we getting on?
Pip pip cheerio.
198 for 5 in Hyderabad, 51.1 overs. We've got Ben Folkes on strike to Jadeja, left arm around, short of a length just outside off stump and pushed off the back foot, deep in the crease, out to cover, no run. 198 for 5. How long can England go on, fellas, is the question.
Long enough for me to get up early tomorrow, I think, unfortunately.
Currently the lead at 8. That one is a turner and stayed a little bit low from Jadeja, but it's going to be a single out to the sweeper on the point boundary. Folkes on the front foot, just feeling for the ball, pushed it out and got through to the non-striker's end.
There's been a few in the last over or so that have just squatted down a little bit. Certainly off Bumrah, there's a couple that kept low. So I think, no, the variable bounce is now going to come into play, and it's going to get harder and harder. And the question is, will it all happen in a rush?
That one bounces a little bit more. Pope played it off the back foot at about a belly button height, so straight away we can see what you're talking about there, Jace, with the variable bounce. What I have noticed, though, from Jadeja, it seems that the ones that turn a bit more are turning quite slowly out of the wicket. So even though there's variable bounce, it's not that sharp, like, kick that goes on quickly and catches the shoulder of the bat. The danger is going to be if he can get one to not spin, stay low, LBW or bowled, I think. As we have another no ball.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. I thought just his leg was coming down. Just a tiny bit was going to be behind the
Second time Jadeja's overstepped today. The make-up ball, though, is a beauty on off-stump, and Pope can only defend. Bat and pad close together. 200 for 5.
Coming back to the thing about Jadeja after this.
Here he is again. This one's defended outside off stump. Go on, mate.
The ones that turn are the ones I think he doesn't bowl into the deck as much. They're a bit more floaty. And they're slightly a bit slower as well.
And I think the difference as well is that, of course, it catches the seam, whereas the ones that go straight on, he's trying to undercut the ball and it hits the flat surface of the ball. Yes, no is the call. Safe enough, no run into the leg side off the back foot from Pope. That's the end of the over, so 2 singles and the no ball off it. Jadeja 1 for 52 from his 16. England, after 52 overs, are 200 for 5, leading by 10. Socials.
Jersey Oak says, I imagine a franking machine extruding little Northern Irish stand-up comedians. Okay.
Okay.
Are they called Frank in Ireland? Are they all called Frank? I don't know. Joe Grover says, Nestlers, bring beer to Sheffield. We are renowned for our flat terrain. If he's going to ride a bike, it might as well be all the way out there, I guess. There's some discussion on YouTube about various things like doctored pitches.
Oh, I don't think it's a doctored pitch, this. I think it's been designed specifically for this purpose.
I think this is a good cricket wicket.
It's a challenging wicket, definitely.
Here's Bumrah. That one's full and straight, and Folkes able to dig it out. He looks solid off his pads today, does Folkesy. That one was directed at leg stump. 200 for 5 remains the score.
I'm not a fan of the one size fits all type pitches. You want it to offer something first day, then flatten out for 2 days, and then start to degrade after that.
I think
well, how it offers it in those days could be very different.
There's also an argument to say, well, just because that's traditionally been what a good, in inverted commas, cricket pitch is meant to be. Here's Boomer again speared out leg stump and quick too, but Folkes up to the task, turns it straight down to square mid on, no run. Just because something's been a good cricket wicket traditionally, or we've been conditioned to think that pitch is meant to be green on day 1, flat on days 2 and 3, and turn days 4 and 5. Well, who actually makes the rules that that's what a good cricket pitch is? What's like, just because we've been told it from the time we were kids, well, why can't a spinning track be a good pitch if both teams get the same crack at it?
It can. If it's the same for both teams, it's got to be a good wicket. Sorry, Bob, go on.
It's the BCCI that decides these things now.
And I, for one, welcome our new overlords. This one's pushed out to backward point off the front foot again for no run. 3 dots in a row. In the English teacher game, we call that an ellipsis. 200 for 5. Mog, I'm not convinced. I've heard your name a lot, but I'm not convinced that we've been on before, have we?
We have not.
No. What I asked before? What's the ASL, mate? Where do we find you this morning?
I'm in the sunny inner southeastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Ah, right.
It's probably not very sunny given that it's 9 o'clock. Oh no, it's only 8:30. So.
Bumrah with late in swing onto Folks' pads. He hits this one out of the middle, but only as far as mid-wicket for no run once more. 4 dots in a row now. That one looked like it came out of the screws. Unlucky not to get it a metre either side of Jaiswal there, the Rajasthan Royal, at mid-wicket in his white floppy brim hat.
Yeah.
Up over 28,000 in attendance today in Hyderabad. There wasn't that many at the start of play, I can tell you, but the crowd has filtered in, filling up plenty of those bright orange seats.
Yeah, they're very much the way of Indian cricket. Now, as things progress and a win becomes more likely, the ground fills up.
Sharks circling the blood in the water.
Here's Bumrah again. One slip in play. It's the in-swinger again, defended by Folks from outside off stump.
We're talking about Test cricket there. If we're talking about one-dayers or T20, this place would be full from the start. Well, certainly T20. Test ODIs, less so. Certainly in the past they would have been.
And there'd be a queue outside the ground of people trying to work out how to get their tickets and where to go in.
I think that happens in pretty much every form of Indian cricket. Admin is perhaps, I say perhaps, not their strongest point.
Final delivery of the 53rd over is full, tailing in and driven half-heartedly down the mid-off by Folks, once again for a dot, and that's going to be a maiden for Jasprit Bumrah. 200 for 5 after 53. How them socials looking, Moggy?
Over on the YouTubes, Tony the Bishop has said, I have some sympathy for Rohit's arguments after Cape Town. All countries will use local conditions to their advantage. And it's the case of preparing a pitch versus doctoring a pitch. It's not really much difference. And as I wait for Twitter to update itself, Dave Barrett says, at what point will Stones declare? Jay Grover says, Mog is like a Jane Austen character. He coquettishly refuses to read my tweets. Cunt. Happy now, Jay?
Yeah. You hear that, Jay? You made Mog say the C word.
Well, he didn't really make me. I probably would have said it anyway.
Oh, I'd say your arm was twisted, mate. You know, don't give yourself some credit. It's all right. Talking about the crowd there, and we're seeing some lovely shots of the people in attendance.
We're having a shirt off here.
Yeah, there's a few rascal shirts getting around. One big fella there with the bright Hawaiian on.
He's popped up a few times on the camera today.
Well, it's quite noticeable. He's very fluorescent and very noticeable.
He probably takes up several rows of seats, so that's why they keep showing him. They can't help it.
It's a bit of casual fat phobia. What was I going to say? I was going to say about the Barmy Army. I wonder how many of the Barmy Army are in attendance. I heard a story yesterday that because it was Republic Day in India, that it was announced as a national dry day, so no alcohol was available at the grounds. That one's gone through the gate. First delivery of the Ashwin over, and it's gone past the wicketkeeper, down to the boundary and the Toblerone for what will be 4 byes.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Huge turn from Ashwin. It bit and it spat and it went all the way past leg stump. KS Bharat behind the sticks, absolutely no chance. It's been a clean set of gloves today, but even with light footwork like a ballerina, couldn't get there. The next one from Ashwin is full, and Pope gets the broom out, down to long leg, and they will take an easy single. I think after seeing that first brute of a delivery in the over, Pope's happy to get down the non-strikers.
Yeah. Jeff Boycott, let's play that one from the other end.
Yeah, 205 for 5, and let's see what Ben Folks can do. Just seeing a replay there, that's gone feet. It's gone from at least 1.5 foot outside off stump, and it didn't go over leg bail. It would have missed leg stump as well. I'm looking at the seam, and it's hit the seam, and the seam was bolt upright like a Jimmy Anderson reverse in-swinger. It was just an unbelievable delivery.
Yeah, there's no cut on that one at all. It's all side steam spin, so it will lift and separate.
Here's Ashwin again over the wicket, and this one is pushed past mid-on by folks. His favourite area. He will pick up at least 2. Shreyas Iyer, my Eskimo brother, doing the fielding there.
Your Eskimo brother.
207 for 5. I should not have said that on air. I hope no one knows what that means. 207 for 5. Nah, I wish.
Nice footwork from folks. He just adjusted very late in the flight of the ball to get his feet out of the way of it so he could clip it through mid-on.
Ashwin again, and folks gets a sweep out on this occasion, down on one knee, and that's going to be a boundary behind square on the leg side this time. Jadeja, no chance on that one. Another boundary for folks, 211 for 5.
Yeah, lovely shot.
First time I've seen folks premeditate. Obviously, he scores predominantly through the leg side, but on this occasion he thought, well, if Ashwin is going to be turning the ball, if I'm maybe not quite reading it, one way to get on top of that is to premeditate the sweep. I tell you what, he's got a lovely, clean Kookaburra stick, does folks. Has he always been a Kookaburra user, folks? Because that I don't remember seeing that visual.
I'm not sure.
Ashwin again, this one's defended off an off-stump line.
Then again, I would doubt that there's actually a Kookaburra actually underneath the sticker. It's probably something else with a Kookaburra contract sticker on top of it.
Might be a Josh Brown special from the Brisbane Heat.
No, coming from originally from Essex, it might be Millichamp and Hall.
Half a step down the track from folks this time to meet that one on the half volley, but can't get it past the short mid-wicket. That's Jyswell there in the floppy. Score remains 211 for 5 at the end of the over. Mog.
Rich Pro Sport asks, to what degree do you fear for Test cricket's future?
How long you
Please
got?
reply in 10,000 words or less.
It's the sort of thing that keeps me awake on a Sunday evening, let's say that.
I fear
I'm
for it.
Nuevo and PJ Mead are saying hello.
I don't, like, I am hesitant to talk too much about the future of Test cricket. We've been watching, I would say, a pretty decent and entertaining Test match at the moment. I think that when I do see a problem is when so-called pundits of the game were talking about ways to improve cricket by, making a 12-run score if you hit the ball 100 metres instead of trying to sort out scheduling and financing.
Financing is the biggest thing that they need to do.
I disagree on that. I think scheduling first. I think we need to figure out how we're going to schedule, because financing will follow from there. I mean, trust me, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm a good socialist comrade. I'd love to see the pots for Test cricket split evenly across all Test-playing nations. I'd probably like to see a 2-divisional system for the World Test Championship. I'd like to see a minimum of 3 Test series every time it's played, but all of these things come down to scheduling first. We've got to change of bowling. It's Mo Siraj, short of a length on off stump, and that's pushed out to mid-wicket by Pope in defence. 211 for 5. Do you want to jingle him? England 21 runs to the good here in Hyderabad.
Actually, am I thinking that this might be the first time that we've had jingles with the jingler actually being on air at the same time? Isn't that one of yours, Mog?
I couldn't hear it, but I assume it's the one that just sounds like someone harshly whispering over noise. So that is one of mine, yeah.
Full outside off stump. Pope aims a drive at this one. Out into the covers, but no run. This time Aksar doing the fielding. Mog, what's the... I'm not sure if you've been asked this on air before, but I'm interested in the process behind the jingles. How are you making these? Where do the lyrics come from? I'd love to hear the process. Take as long as you like, mate.
Well, in the beginning, there was darkness, and it just depends. Sometimes I'll find somebody's name and it'll just fit some syllables.
Square drive from Pope from a short ball outside off stump. Not Siraj's best. The sweeper will cut it off and keep it to 2.
And sometimes I'll just roam around the house singing to my cats, and that'll turn into a jingle. So, lucky them.
Does the musical talent, like obviously, that writing the lyrics is one thing, the poetry behind it, which you're clearly very good at, but what about the actual performance? Do you sing yourself? Do you play instruments?
You're not going to get a backstage pass, so you can stop flattering me. Yeah, I do it all myself.
Yeah. Mate,
my voice here on the things, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, it's outstanding. I'm always blown away by the quality of them, because I feel like I could help with the lyrics, but I couldn't do the performing. This one's turned into the leg side, down to long leg by Ollie Pope, and that one will just be a single. Siraj hasn't quite found his radar this over.
It's also the various different genres that he will delve into to get a jingle out.
Siraj. Oh no, Mog. Yeah,
Mog.
sorry. Yeah.
Which is often not what you
compete against
expect.
Siraj as well now. What? I don't. Jeff jingles are much funnier than mine. I'm probably better at the musical side than the making it funny side, but there you go.
This is a wider ball down leg side, and I think this might be 4 buys. It is. Nothing on that one down the leg side. Barat, no chance. So the score ticking along here. Is there a jingle for that one?
There is. I'm just trying to find the 4 buys.
It'll be 218 for 5, and let's see if we can hear one of these wonderful jingles.
Where are you? Where, come here. My apologies.
Ball went through to the keeper, but somehow let it through.
We've got runs again here, live. Folks, strokes that one through the covers, out to the sweeper on the offside. One more to the total, 219 for 5. Folks up to 19. Important handy runs for England after 55 overs, 219 for 5. Any updates on the socials? We're getting through these overs pretty quickly, aren't we?
Strangely enough, yes. Jack Rover says, no idea how it works now. Doubt it means shit in high-class hotels. But when I lived in India on election or celebration days, you just ask for a pot of tea and hope the policeman next to you were ordering the same thing. And then he said something about Eskimos. Possibly Eskimo brothers. I don't know. I wouldn't like to speculate.
I think you're looking after me.
63 asks. Sorry?
I think you're looking after me there, mate. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sutton63 says, what would the average price of tickets in India be? Do we know?
Well, we can put the call out as Ashwin starts a new over, right arm around. This one's whipped straight at mid-wicket. Again, hit firmly, but no run possible to Jaiswal. 219 for 5 here in Hyderabad.
I think, like most tours, it very much depends on whether you are a tourist or a local. Certainly, we found that tickets for South Africa were insanely cheap for both categories, but for Sri Lanka they were not.
There's that danger ball from Ashwin, thrown out a little bit wider from around the wicket. It pitched, it turned, and it stayed a little bit low. Pope, deep in the crease, gets an inside edge out towards square leg and scampers a single. Oh, big puff of dust too out of the wicket there as well. It's starting to explode a little bit here, boys.
Yeah. And definitely a little bit of variable stuff there.
Pope gets the reverse out. That's one way to counter it. He gets it in front of square, and there is no sweeper out on the offside to Ashwin around the wicket. That's going to be 4 more. Pope up into the 90s. 224 for 5. What's the lead now, fellas? I can't see it on the screen. Anyone got their abacus handy?
40
odd, yeah. That's when I used to make about 33 opening the batting. I'd call it 40 odd. Here's Ashwin once more. Gets the reverse again. This time it's more of a paddle, and it goes on the half volley to Rohit at slip. No run.
What did I lead by? 175?
179, I think it was.
Oh, I heard a yell from the green room.
This one's a big turner from an off-stump line. Pope deep in his crease, plays it with a straight bat out to the sweeper on the leg side on this occasion for an easily walked single. So he is scoring on both sides of the wickets, and he's up to 92. If only I had the world's most powerful computer in my left hand here that I could just check the lead at any point. But I'd rather
I would
try
have thought
to...
all those screens in Gorilla Towers would be just covered in information.
Funny you
like
should
that.
say that.
This one stays low again, and it's a back foot drive out into the covers and a slight misfield on the one-handed job from KL Rahul means that once again England can add one more to that lead, which is now 36. 226 for 5 at the end of the over. Any movement at the station, and by the station I mean the socials, Moggy?
Kushal Shah says the average price of tickets for a test match would be around £5 to £15 per day. Is the pound still worth anything, or have you managed to destroy that along with all the rest of your reputation?
Degrading rapidly.
But he also says, from the first innings, I couldn't have predicted that England's highest scorer would have been Pope. England could do with a solid number 3. Well, it's true. Until next innings where he falls over again.
The thing about Pope is he's such a frantic beginner of his innings, isn't he? Sometimes he looks like Bambi on ice for his first 5 runs, but if he can find a way to manufacture a boundary in his first 3 or 4 balls, normally he gets up and running. I can't remember seeing such a nervous starter, though, since probably Kevin Peterson.
He used to run his first ball pretty much all the time.
The RBR. This one's driven handsomely by folks. It's Jadeja bowling, and he takes a single out to the sweeper. 2-2-7 for 5. That was through the covers for those of you scoring at home.
I think Pope's problem is when he has to start against spin. If he starts against pace, he has enough to get him going straight away. If he has to start against spin, he tends to find it a little more problematic.
This is the high quality spin of Jadeja, and an inside edge down to 45. No run possible from the front foot defence from Pope on this occasion. 92 red for him at the moment. This would be a huge 100 for the scope of his career if he can get there at Hyderabad. This one's outside off stump, turning away. Defended down back behind square, no run. I heard someone talking about Pope as a junior the other day, Jason. You're a Surrey man. You might be able to help me out. I heard that all through junior cricket, anytime he had to start against spin, he would just lap sweep the first ball no matter what. Here's Jadeja. And there's the reverse lap. Once again, down to the man at backward point for no run. And I think that's probably indicative of his sort of mindset when he has to start against spin. He's been brought up to just go the attack straight away because maybe he doesn't trust his defence. On this occasion, he is defending. That's the 5th ball of the over. He remains on 92.
I'm not sure about the reasoning. I'm certainly sure that it's entirely possible he started everything with the intention to score as soon as possible, because that's the way of junior cricket generally.
He will get a single off the last ball of this over. It's turned down behind square on the leg side off the front foot, and he'll keep strike. Well counted, son. England 228 for 5, lead by 38.
And he has been in the Surrey age group since about age 8 up until now. Up until he graduated to the senior side when he was still in England under 19, so he was 18 at that point.
Where did he go to school? Do you know?
He went to Cranley, which is quite a well resourced private school. And
isn't that near Downton Abbey?
Not quite. It's in the south of the county. It's right on the Hampshire border, pretty much, and the Sussex border. So it's down in the deepest, darkest Surrey Downs, the green and leafy ones. But yeah, it's got a very, very nice school pitch. He's got a very nice club pitch as well for the club there.
Here he is, reverse sweeping the first ball of the Ashwin over. It'll be enough for his 94th run of his 70th innings of his Test career, I believe. England up to 229 for 5.
I'm trying to think. Someone else came from Cranley as well recently, but I'm trying to remember the name.
Lord Higginbotham II.
No.
Here's folks on strike to Ashwin round the wicket. He's nudging this one down to long on, closing the face on it, rolling the wrists, and a very, very safe scoring option for Ben Folkes is that one. 23 for him, 230 for 5.
Folkes is just taking what's offered pretty much. He's just playing every ball on its merits as it comes out the hand, and very much not trying to force the pace on anything.
Lap sweep from Pope on this occasion, down to fine leg. There's a man down there in the shadows. That's Axar Patel. He chucks it in left-handed, 231 for 5. 3 singles to start this Ashwin over.
The thing you can say about Pope, and to a less extent Folkes, is that they're trying to minimise the number of dot balls. They just keep the strike turning over and turning over.
Folks again through the leg side. This one's more forceful. It's a race out there near the Toblerone for Shreyas Iyer. He does well. Nicely fielded on the slide. And he will keep it to 2 more for Folks. 2:33 for 5. England. The lead is 43. And the Barmy Army starting to find their voice.
And that Pope 360 around the ground ability is what helps him to score off every ball as much as possible and minimise the dots.
R. Ashwin, middle and leg, and a defensive stroke played by Folks this time. He couldn't force that one through the gap on the leg side. Ashwin just wants to try to push one across Folks here and get him to close that face, looking for a leading edge. A caught and bowled could be a chance. That one turns big. It was pitched on middle and leg, and it's the one that spits. It gets up and it hits Folks. It probably would be on the chest guard if he was wearing one, but luckily he got his gloves well out of the way, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. I missed the score at the end of the over, but let's go to socials anyway, Moggy.
Josie Oak says, what has Ashwin done to upset his barber? That is not a good cut. It's what the young kids are wearing these days.
I think it's a fresh fade. I think that's stiff on Ashwin. He looks good for 37.
A fresh fade. That is cool. I've heard that before. Oxy Monica says, G'day, listening in bed and particularly enjoying this passage of play. I'm almost starting to believe again. Huzzah. Believe that England's not going to lose, or the other way around?
It's the hope that kills you. Jadeja will begin a new over. Left arm around, and Pope is defending this one off a middle stump line. 233 for 5 is the score if you'd missed it last over. Partnership up to 70 now. I mean, can't overstate it enough, or at all, I should say, how important these are for
But
England.
also, how many memorable shots have been in that 70? It's just worked around all the time.
95 for Pope. Again, he's defending. Bat and pad close together. Huge stride in. For a small man, he's managing to crab straight at Jadeja. Get that left dog down and play the ball right under his eyes.
That 4 byes earlier on was pretty memorable.
He's got the reverse sweep out a few times. And this is going to be another no ball for Jadeja. Third one I can remember for him this afternoon. Oh, jeez, he's cool though. Look at him. Wraparound sunnies like he's dealing speed in the 90s. Karate Kid headband. The make-up delivery is defended out to covers. No run. Here's Jadeja once more. Slower one. Flighted it up. Pope meets it on the half volley. Drives it as far as cover.
You
Acts
see
up,
there
it's
now
no run.
starting to crowd Pope on the offside to try and restrict his opportunities as he gets closer to a ton.
Tied it off stump. This will be runs. Probably just the one out into the leg side. Pope went deep into his crease. Played it with that straight bat out to mid-wicket. Ashwin doing the job there. 235 for 5. 96 for Pope now.
Now, I think the best chance of getting Pope out probably is just starve him off the strike for a while and see if he gets a bit nervous.
That's a straight one from Jadeja. There's half an appeal, but he has not got any bat on it, has Folks. Pronouns, pal. Through to Barat. So the partnership survives. 71 now by my count. One delivery remaining in this over. It will be Folks again. Lovely delivery from Jadeja, but Folks up to the task, defending solidly, straight under his eye line. No run, and Ollie Pope will be on strike for probably the Ashwin over, 235 for 5.
Both Kushal Shah and Leah are very keen for Ollie Pope to get 100, so that's probably ruined his chances now that we've said that.
So you guys going to bugger off?
Are we?
Yeah.
Well, we are due, round about now, to have a swap. I am due to swap out. Dom is staying, but changing roles. And I think, who else is coming in?
I'm fucking the fuck off, so bye.
I think it's Dave
Mark.
Shara as well, who I let in just about a few minutes ago. So let me just change the...
we have the Ashwin over continuing. Pope comes down the wicket, dances down, but just bunts it out to the offside for no run. Barmy Army getting in swing. Ooh, Ashwin flights that a bit. Got on the front foot. plays across it, doesn't really go anywhere. Slight moral victory for the bowler. Ooh, that was nicely flighted. Really well done by Ashwin, but it wasn't going anywhere. Up on 96 of 152.
Keep going, Dave. I'm just going to switch seats, mate.
Ah, yeah, go on. How big are these seats? How big are we talking? Ashwin in again, around the wicket. That is reverse swept. Goes to the man on the boundary for one. Been placed out there. Pope moves to 97, brings folks onto strike. 25 from 60. Quite a nice partnership between the two of them. They complement each other in a way. I don't know what way that is. But Pope's obviously got his protractor out and he's playing in loads of different directions and angles. Folks is just batting, I guess.
I'm pretty sure they complement each other on the Clapham circuit down here in South London as well, Dave. They enjoy each other's company from what I've heard.
Oh, yeah. Well, that helps. Tends to help. I don't know how people batted with KP, to be honest. Ashwin in again. And that is blocked by Folks on the front foot. Yeah, Folks, he's done enough. I've seen enough in his 100 in Sri Lanka 2018. He looked like he could bat against spin. He's shown that again. Ashwin again. Ooh, that did not turn. And he gets a little outside edge. It goes down to third man. They will run through 4. By the looks of it, 2. Axar tidies that up. Top of the stumps. Big throw. One left in the over. Yeah, that Ashwin haircut is quite interesting. I don't know. What are the takes on that?
I like it. I'd say fair play to the lad. He's trying something different. I mean, he's got a brand to look after, doesn't he? And he's seen as a thinking man's cricketer. Why not try something?
Ooh, so that's just played over his front pad by Folks to the man on the mid-wicket boundary for a single. Just turning around, and that is the over. 239 for 5.
So Josie Oakes getting a bit carried away. He says, "Can England get a cheeky 200 lead and win this match?" Okay, I'll go and lie down now in a darkened room with that observation. I mean, that occurred to me too, and then I thought, oh no, England's bowling, and this wicket isn't going to explode on India, so they'd need more than 200 anyhow. Leah's retweeted a tweet from Jacob Lum saying KP has stormed out of the comms box on TalkSport 2. I didn't realise he was doing TalkSport as well as doing TV commentary. God help all the listeners. And Jay says, I used to think Ashwin looked like a background enforcer in The Sopranos. Now he looks like a terminally bored army recruiter. That's a bit mean. And he says, holy fucking shit, Dave's changed his room decor. I fear change.
I'm that famous. People remember my decor. Okay, I'll take that.
Jay remembers everything.
Good man, Jay. That was played by Folks just for a single down to the long off boundary. Now Pope on strike. He just whips that.
This could be it.
Through. Nice little gap. It goes through. It is tidied up by Axar on the deep mid-wicket boundary. They sprinted it anyway. They get 3. And this is it. He gets 200 off 154. What an innings.
Well done.
Absolutely outstanding knock for Ollie Pope. He takes his helmet off and he salutes the crowd all around this Hyderabad stadium. A big hug for his good mate from Clapham, Ben Folks. And what a great moment. Speaking of lids and salads, he's not got the best one, but bloody hell, he's going to remember today. He has another look around. He breathes it all in. He scored all around the ground, striking at 64, just to be's dick under 65. It's been an important innings for Ollie Pope and an important innings for England. Can he kick on and get this lead up over 100?
AJ in again, this time to Folks, who plays it out smartly through the gap on the offside. Single. Brings
question for you from Kieran Roseblade. Dave says, where's the Irish bloke from?
Where am I from? Well, we're all from Dublin these days. We all just live in Dublin because there's fuck all else to do anywhere else in the island. Jadeja in again, and that, they get through for a single. Thought that the fielder in the ring had cut that off at point. Just a few look at some of these shots. Pope's very watchable. Very, very watchable. Play some nice flicks. We getting shots of the Barnet on James Anderson as he cheers on from the sideline. What do you think of James Anderson's cut?
Absolutely love it.
Is it?
Oh, you mean his haircut? I mean, I thought
Yeah,
you
yeah,
meant
yeah,
he
yeah.
cut-
What the kid's talking about here? Yeah,
No,
yeah,
the cut of his jib.
Don't like that. Don't like that myself. Yeah, he's got these highlights coming in. I don't know if I like it, but anyway. That was whipped through the offside by Folks, but for no run.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, over.
I'll tell you who's
45. Sorry, go on.
Oh, mate, I'm so sorry. I'll tell you who's got the real rascal haircut. Have you seen Ollie Robinson?
Oh, what's he got?
He's gone almost like fully silver. Like it's like really, really bright blonde. He looks like, you know, like he's in NSYNC in the early 2000s.
That man knows how to piss people off, and that's a talent. If you could do with your haircut, you've already won.
There's some drama going on in Brisbane. The West Indies inning is over. The last ball, Stark had Shamar Joseph LBW when Yorker hit him on a foot. He reviewed, it was given not out, but it broke his toe, so he had to retire hurt anyhow. So the West Indies are all out, and Shamar Joseph won't be able to bowl, presumably. So Australia are chasing 216 to win. They're currently 9 for no wicket.
There goes the bloody test match. We're having some balls replaced. Big box of balls. Some shiny ones. Is that we're 61 overs in? Yeah, it's not fitting through the handcuffs. It's gotten a bit kinky out here in Hyderabad. We got the box.
Harry, we have some personal experience here. Harry E.H. says, I played against Popey when at school and he scored 111 as a 14-year-old playing against us 3 and 4 years his senior. He didn't look too nervous at the start when facing my bowling.
All right.
Yeah.
Played a bit of cricket, have you, mate? Yeah, right. Okay, good. Keep writing in. I like it. Good.
Kieran Roseblade says at Jimmy's age is the highlights just little grey flecks.
Got to milk it for all it's worth. James Anderson looks an incredible nick. All jokes aside, he's looking trim and fit like he always has, and he's, like you say, Dave, he's got the Barnet working for him. I think he looks $1 million. Just getting ready for that stint when he walks straight into the BBC box in about, 6 months' time, fellas?
Yeah, once the series finished. He kind of had a zaddy thing going before. He's kind of had a few greys, getting a bit of respect. People give him the seat in the bus, that kind of stuff. And then now he's got the highlights, and now he's going to Benidorm. He's off with the kids. Him and Rehan, bucket hats.
Yeah. Who's got a number for Benidorm?
Yeah, do people still go to Benidorm? I don't know. I'll probably just give my age away, to be honest. Is that where people go?
The drama with the KP is interesting because Kieran Rose, I think it was Kieran, asked before tea, why does everybody hate KP? And I just responded saying he's a dreadful commentator and he can't hear anybody he doesn't agree with. And he bullied Annie dreadfully. And then I gather that what happened is he had an argument with Harshad Bogle, who's the most gentle of people.
Yeah, how do you do that?
The TalkSport box and straight out because he didn't agree with him. I mean, that's just epitomises it, doesn't it?
That's ludicrous. So KP's not doing the SAT 20. He's flown back, is he? Or is he doing it all?
Yes. Yeah, no. He flew first class from South Africa to India.
Ah, bloody hell. Yeah, how do you fight with Harshad? That's quite a skill. I'd like to listen back if anyone's got a clip. But that is KP for you. Oh, that was lovely when the two lads shepherded the ball for 4. That was lovely.
I'm sure.
At some highlights.
I'm sure that TalkSport will clip it up and use it for their advertising. Like, they love a bit of drama, don't they? On the old TalkSport boys. I must admit, in the moments when I chucked TalkSport on instead of Gorilla this week, I've actually enjoyed some of the jingoism, from TalkSport. It's sometimes nice when England are getting absolutely pumped to hear people talk about how, they expect Ollie Pope to make 250 and England to stay in the game, and that's what you want TalkSport for. That absolute one-eyed bias that just makes me feel a bit better about my life.
That's really what you listen in for, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's what I want.
I'm actually not bantering. Like, genuinely, it cheers me up sometimes.
Target audience.
You would have got good odds about Ollie Pope getting 100 this morning, wouldn't you? Wow. after the way he batted in the first innings. Farron claims that his earlier message before us inspired him, and maybe Duckett will get an over or two in the second innings as well. Yeah. And the Bear tweets in, he's up. He says, well done, Ollie Pope, well batted. Well, we actually type wheel batted, but I know what you mean.
Wheel batted?
Yeah, well, he's put an apostrophe after the E. His spell check has got hold of him. And Diana Patterson says, is Dom too cool to play jingles? There's some good century jingles there, Dom.
Yeah. Did he not enjoy my call, the summarisation of the 100? Yeah, no, I did completely forget to do the jingles. I'm a bit like that, sorry. Mate, I'll take that as a compliment. Too cool for jingles. I'll put that on my tombstone.
Yeah. That's a skill. That's a LinkedIn skill right there. Hope versus spin, back foot, front foot, stepping down. He does it all. He's been doing it all today. Ashwin continues this time over the wicket. Did not turn, went straight on, had a sweep, and he did not get much pattern. I think that's gone for buys, is it?
I think it's buys.
Yeah, looks like Barat didn't quite get it. Well, yeah, having a look now. Just went straight through Barat. Went straight through everyone, in fairness. And that's gone for one. Brings folks onto strike. 30 off 67. England leading by 56. Ashwood continues. Very tight on that off stump, and that is flicked through by folks for a single, assumedly. Turned the strike over pretty well. Keeping it moving.
That's ended up being a dot there, Dave. They thought that the fielder had it, I think, and they've ended up just staying on strike. So hopefully this isn't a spitting viper from Ashwin the next ball with folks on strike.
Will. It definitely will. Ashwin comes in. Didn't quite spit, but is played neatly through the offside to what could be Aksar deep on the offside boundary. So they get that single eventually. Keeper takes ticket over. Yeah, it's been moving pretty quickly. Singles, overs, over rate. We didn't really have time for jingles, did we?
No, we only had that 10-minute drinks break.
Whatever that was. Changing the balls. That was played just defensively. It's the offside to the cover fielder for no run. It's been imperious as Pope. Playing... admittedly, okay, it's not spinning, but still, you got to make runs. He plays that just off the back foot into the leg side. Just tips it. This time they do get a single. There was no mistake on that leg side. They didn't think one fielder had it when one fielder didn't.
Maybe most impressive has been his use of the crease for mine. He
definitely.
Either is getting the massive stride in. I mentioned for a small man, he's got a big stride, or very, very deep in the crease, right back on the stumps and nurdling it around in the leg side.
Ashwin again, tighten that off stump, but this time he gets to it. Folks thought he had got to pass the man down too long on for a single. And that is the over, 248 for 5.
Jay Grover says, hi Dave, thou not special. I remember the days Jeremy was studying with Giordano Bruno, who I should have died over 400 years ago. So this gives us some context. Rich Post Sports says, West Indies need to show some fight and heart and class. Their survival is at stake. Kieran Roseblade says, I always think storming off is a very toddlerish response. You can still be annoyed or offended and leave gracefully. Did anyone have odds on Peterson storming out? Do you think it was a bit of commentary fixing, do you, Kieran?
Yeah, I think so. I think there were several bets going. We got ball and change. We got Aksar coming in. Aksar left arm round, of course, to Hope. 102 off 158. Just a few steps wide the crease. Ooh, yeah, just gets a bit of an edge, slight edge. Didn't quite get that drive right, but it just goes very finely on the offside near that short third man to go through for. Well, no, they don't. It's a dot ball.
No, it was a big thick edge, but it's gone past the outstretched hand of Rohit at first slip there. So a real big thick meaty edge off the grey neck.
Big, thick, meaty edge. I like that. I like that a lot. Aksar in again. This time it's on the stumps, nice and tight. The ball just kind of skims in. It's like a skimming stone, the way Aksar just kind of releases it. So kind of it skims in on the stumps, and it's blocked by Pope. Well met, of course. Aksar in again. This time gets a bit of a drive on it. Just kind of lining him up. You have to line up Axar every time because he kind of comes in off a funny angle and he gets the ball to do funny things. But that's generally just spin bowling anyway.
I like to keep an eye on Axar's speeds. He's been around about 94 this over. Let's see if he cranks it up even quicker.
He can. He definitely can. That is in on the stumps. And that is blocked again. Bowling machine. The Axar bowling machine is in full tilt. See if we could change those speeds though. Could be interesting.
And it's coming from about 8 foot in the air as well, and you never know whether it's going to go underground.
Ooh, he comes down the wicket, meets it on the full, does Pope, and he gets it through the gap for 4. Well played through the mid-wicket area for 4.
2 plus 2 is our man.
I've lost my coolness.
Ah, yeah, just kind of gave in, didn't you? Got called out. That was very smartly played, coming down the wicket, easier said than done to Axar. Ooh, the angles on that. He's a man of angles, he's Pythagoras. That was on the stumps. It turned a little bit, just enough, but then also bounced. I suppose that is his curse, but with Axar being so tall. But 252 for 5 after 63.
Yeah, that was a good ball. So your opinion is being sought. Rajni Singh says, hello from Belgium. Really enjoying the commentary, chaps. Was Pope's innings less Bazball and more a traditional knock? There you go.
I think it's Pope ball, or...
I haven't got a joke to make. I guess you could call it that, but I think that's probably like a little bit of a misreading of what Bazball actually is. Bazball's taken the most positive option for a certain situation, and that's what Ollie Pope's done. He's scored all around the wicket. He's scored at, 65 or something like that. He's used the crease well. Like, what could be more Bazball than looking for a positive option? Not everything has to be over cow corner, right?
No, definitely. There is something in basketball, I think, like doing the unexpected, or what you don't what the opposition don't expect anyway. So England with a lead of 62. That's not what I expected anyway. Jadeja comes in. He's replaced Ashwin, and that is played through the offside of the back foot. Let's see. Let's just have a look at this last over. The angles he gets to Axar, it's really incredible. But the man is incredibly tall. He's got this bizarre wingspan. So, like he said, he's like 8 foot tall or something when he lifts his arms in the air. It's kind of stupid. When somebody needs a book off the top shelf, they ask Axar.
Do you find something comical about my appearance when I'm driving my automobile?
Yeah. It's the finest automobile he could buy that he could get his
Everybody
gigantic
needs a
arms in.
vehicle. I just to talk about the height very quickly. That last ball that beat Pope's outside edge from the previous over, it hit Barat behind the stumps, almost on the grill. So it just kicked up. So coming from height and then off a trampoline-like surface every now and then. He's the angle man. I love that. Kurt Angle.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Who would be a keeper? Jadeja actually looks quite small in comparison, and that rips just outside Pope's off stump. Kind of played at it. I mean, it was going to rip anyway. I suppose you got to play for the one that goes straight on. It was a dot ball. School kids in the stadium getting excited. Between the school kids and the Barmy Army, they're the ones getting really excited. And this time he goes for the first sweep. Does Pope gets it past the man, and that has gone for 4. That is very well played by Pope.
Shot.
And did very well with that reverse
That
sweep.
went like a tracer bullet.
There we go, tracer bullet indeed. Pope has got angles covered. Whatever angles Axar wants to bring in, Pope has more angles. It's a game of angles.
Obtuse, acute, all of them, all the angles.
Oh, bloody hell. Backward a point, got it through. Well done to Ollie Pope. And he goes again. Doesn't quite
Dropped him.
get it through. Oh, was that a drop?
Yeah, that's a chance. Axar, the angle man.
Yeah.
He went both hands above his head like an AFL mark, trying to take a hanger, but actually he probably could have just maybe straightened his knees out and let it hit him on his chest. He's just absolutely shelled it. I'd say that's a dolly. It's got to be taken. I'm not sure if it's the sunglasses or what, but that's a chance gone down.
Yeah, I think so. He plays that off the back foot. This time misses, and he gets it through the gap. That is very well played. Looks like what the bench, and that is shepherded for 4. Well done to the boys in the boundary. Well done to Ashwin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, get another look at that drop catch. Axar, he went for the leap, didn't he? Both feet off the floor, when really it was one of those where he probably could have just taken another step.
He was kind of doing the Cam Green. He is India's Cam Green, effectively. So yeah, he should have got that. He should get all catches because he's basically 9 foot tall. he just didn't set himself, basically. So that's blocked just to point to our man Aksar, I think, for no run. And that is the over, 261 for 5.
Mog's saying, did someone say the Royal Rumble was today or something? That one's for you,
It is.
I think.
Yeah, and officially it'll be tomorrow our time. It'll be about 1 a.m. the show will begin, Sunday morning.
In London time?
Sorry, London time, excuse me. Yeah.
Right. And then he says, and I don't know why, the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes. Where did that come from?
Anglo-Saxon?
Oh, yeah. Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I'll go with it. Let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
This comedy, it's a gift.
Aksar in wide. That's played off. Oh, yeah, they get it. So he plays that to short fine. Jadeja there at short fine. He kind of jumbles it. Doesn't quite know what to do with it. It's very strange. The man who is immortal in the field anyway, and he couldn't do anything about that. We're just having a look at Aksar again, dropping that. Someone does not like Aksar, and someone's going to show that in perpetuity. He should have got that. Rohit wasn't happy.
We just got a great shot of Aksar dropping the catch in the same camera angle as Rohit putting the teapot
Yeah,
out.
it's very good. It's like The Office. Aksar in wide. Yeah, these balls are going very straight now from these angles that he's gotten, but that is smartly played off the back foot to deep mid wicket for a single. Just keeping it ticking over. Tick-tock. Partnership of 100 from 167. That's well appreciated by the Barmy Army troops who've made it in the stadium. Probably finding their voice, I'd imagine, at this point in the day.
Dave,
no booze though.
I have to say, mate, it's like The Office. That's creased me.
It is. I love that switch hit account. You know where they do all the Pakistani memes. That's brilliant.
Rohit looks at camera.
What am I meant to do? Aksar it again. He plays this off the back foot. He's kind of doing this quite well. Like the bounce didn't really bounce much, but at the same time they're playing it with ease off the back foot, I'd argue.
73 is the lead.
Aksar continues. Goes in off the front foot. It's a bit of trouble this time, and he kind of edges it to that short third area. It's covered by the fielder for no run. Focus on strike, 33 from 74. England with a lead of 73. Aksar comes in. Skims it. Ooh, he got an edge on that, didn't he? And it went right through Bharat and Rohit, I think.
I'm going to wait for the umpire's signal.
Yeah, let's have a look.
He's got buys.
He's got buys.
So,
well, it must have turned a fair bit.
Yeah, we'll have a look now.
Incredibly difficult time to wicket keep, obviously, and I mean,
Yeah.
I was terrible at it, but Bharat's just quietly having a bit of a rough period.
Oh, yeah, it's rough. I mean, you got bloody Aksar with his Pythagoras angles coming in, but then he bounces them as well, so what are you meant to do? It's not very fun. Who would be a wicketkeeper? 264 for 5 after 65 overs. Just 3 off the over. What have we got in social?
Gary Naylor's with us. It's funny, I was just thinking about Gary.
Go on,
I'll tell you
Gary.
why in a second. He says, Ireland outside Dublin introduced unfairly, I suggest. I was back in Galway for the first time in 30 years last autumn, and very nice it was. Counterintuitively, the locals' relationship with booze was much more comfortable than it is in England these days. I was just thinking of you, Gary. I think Folks is playing this innings just to get back at you, saying that you wanted a batter who could keep rather than a keeper who might bat, because he's actually been doing pretty well.
Well, if he can do both, he's pretty good. That's played just through the offside. Jasper flings it in. Just have a look at some of these fielding efforts. Oh, I just love it. Oh, well, no, that was actually good. That was Ashwin earlier in the day. A little bit of football, a little bit of footy. Taps it back. The old school pro. 37 years old. Is Ashwin 37? That was reverse swept by Pope off Jadeja. Gets that through for 4. It's not quite where he wanted to, but it gets through the combo of Bharat and Rohit. Paul Rifle says that's 4. That's not the 4.
Went for the reverse sweep, got the top edge. I think it might have clipped the pad. It's looped over a diving Rohit at first slip and run all the way down to deep third. So runs just starting to flow pretty comfortably again off the spin. I wonder if Rohit might give the Pacers one last burst this afternoon.
Yeah, give him a go. Yeah, played off the back foot to deep mid wicket. 1, 4 and 1. Yeah, it's coming in a nice flow at the moment. Got to do something different now. Pope dropped on 110 by Akshar.
Lucky they don't keep showing it.
What did he do? What did Akshar do? He pissed somebody off anyway. And that is a rip past Folks' outside edge. So it's still doing a bit. So they're in full flow. Keep it going. But he's pretty tough. A new batter came in. He's having a look at his fingers now. He's giving him a lick. He's saying that wasn't good. Ooh, the angle on that.
That is an absolute beauty, Dave. It's pitched on about leg stump and it's gone over the top of off bail. All Ben Folks could do was hold his line, and he did so well not to nick it. I tell you what, that's a beauty.
That is quite a delivery, and it's going in someone's highlights package. Play through to the off stump. And folks will be pretty happy to beat to stay at the crease, but that's just what you got to do. That's the batter's job here. It's not always pretty. 270 for 5.
And I can tell you that Australia have lost the wicket. Khawaja is out at 24 for 1, chasing 216. Jay Grover says the entire world conspires to prove Gary wrong every single day. Kieran Roseblade says, I'm beginning to wonder if England win, do Kohli's personal problems become less significant to him so he can pull his beloved India out of a losing position? There you go. England have done it. They've made you start hoping. They always do that to you. And Mog wants to know, is Roman Reigns still the golden boy in the WWE? It's been a while since I paid attention.
I could talk for 20 minutes on that. You've asked me it with 20 seconds. Roman Reigns is still the WWE champion, the undisputed champion going into the Royal Rumble. He's now the third longest reign of all time, I think.
There you go.
Is that 20 seconds?
Yeah, I think
that's pretty good.
He's if he gets through to about October time, when the new TV deal is due, he will go into second, passing Hulk Hogan.
Woof. Akshar just bowled that first delivery. He's coming in there for a second, but that was played for a dot by Hope into the onside. Akshar skips in again. Goes to the reverse sweep, gets it over. He just kind of paddled it over the slip, so Rohit couldn't do anything. And will that be cut off? It will not. And that has gone for 4. Who is that man? Who is that fielder? He had a good go at it. He had a good slide, but it has disappeared over the rope.
Shreyas Iyer trying to do the job down there at deep third. Couldn't do it. That was some shot, fellas. Ollie Pope down on one knee. It was the reverse, but it was a reverse lap. And the ball just bounced nicely, and he put his head down, and it was almost like the old Dilshan, but reverse. An incredible stroke. Wasn't even watching the ball.
He's going scooping. That is blocked by Pope. To Gill. Yeah, that was good. I mean, if he gets the pace up, if the lads start flinging it into the pitch, I mean, why not? It's there for a scoop. Akshar, and again, that is very wide. He goes in the back foot. He plays it well. Plays to the man on the boundary for a single. That is Jasper Bumrah, who will fling that in with his incredibly flexible arms. Barmy Army very much enjoying themselves. Binoculars out, sunglasses on, trumpets. People trying to get in the shot with the trumpet man. Played on the back foot by Folks for no run. Speed of 95.5 kilometers. So I'll be keeping an eye on that one. It's getting very samey though. I think they need to be doing something different. Be looking at me quicks.
Has to look for seam. Oh!
But that was it. Plays off the back foot, and just that one delivery. Should he have gone back, but it bowls him. It is Folks' off stump, and that is gone. A lot Fuller, he really shouldn't have been going back to that one. They've been playing it with ease off the back foot, but he shouldn't have done it with that one. Skipped it in, Mr. Angles, and he gets that off stump.
I do feel somewhat responsible, but let's not let this take away from Ben Folks. Really, really important innings here for England. 37. That one just went underground.
Yeah.
He tried to play back, and it's shooted through, and it's hit off stump. You can hear we're a little bit disconsolate here at Gorilla Towers. The Surrey partnership was just building, and with that, after maybe taking a wicket with me, I'm going to vacate the main seat for the main man, the Bishop. Lovely talking, fellas. Good on you, Dave. Good stint, man.
Yeah, cheers. Bloody hell.
Thanks, Don. Good to have you back. And thanks, Richard. I'll just do a couple of messages during the changeover. Stefan 63 says, I'm listening in Spain. Thanks for the service, by the way. Is there a legal streaming service for Test Match? Please don't talk about VPN. I've been searching. I can't find anything in Spain that doesn't involve a VPN, I'm afraid. And Kieran raised it is important to remember that the WWE is closer to neighbours than to actual sport. Whoa, it's just as well Dom's gone off air. Tony, I shall hand over to you. Oh, no, I think we're up to date on... we've got a few tweets.
It should be Nestlers who will be appearing.
Nestlers.
I have appeared.
You have appeared.
The next one is from Oxymoronica. Can I just remind you to keep an eye on the GPL because it is live at the moment.
Perfect.
You'll finish off the whole game rather than hand back to us.
Right.
Cheers.
Perfect. Thank you, Messrs. It's Rayan Ahmed. Well, his normal modus operandi tends not to be one of defence, but if Ollie Pope can keep going, he needs someone that will dig in and keep him moving. An 80-run lead is just not enough. There's 10 overs left today, half an hour playing time, but then there should be a bit more after that to complete those 10 overs. It's 275 for 6. England have just lost the key wicket of Folkes, but 34 off 81.
Yep.
Jadeja, who is turning the ball really superbly, and up onto his toes goes Pope, punches it away past point. Now, does he choose not to run? And
no, he took a single.
He took the single, did he? That was an absolute worm botherer that got rid of Ben Folkes. I mean, literally, you can't play those, Jason, can you?
Not unless you keep your bat on the ground and don't lift it.
Well, it really shot
You
through.
can't blame folks for that. That was a nasty...
No, you can't. You absolutely can't. But, as a committed man of Middlesex, I have to say I was rooting for the Surrey boys there, because they were both they were working superbly in partnership. Pope taking the lead in terms of aggression, Folkes making sure between them that they kept the scoreboard ticking, and noticeably what they did do together was run really well. And that one bounces more and does rip and turn, and Rayan steps back.
Yep.
Plays the shot again after it's gone, and it had thumped into the gloves of KS Barat, who I think's not been...
It's been a bit scrappy.
He's been a tad scrappy today, hasn't he, as KS? And that's a no ball.
Again.
It's a no ball.
He's having... That's the 4th or 5th no ball he's bowled.
He is. There we go.
Over the line!
It's an absolute rinse and repeat, that delivery. Or was that the replay?
No excuse for a spinner.
Well, I tend to agree with you. No, it was a dot ball. He is, though, getting bounce and turn. Axars has not got anything like the same bounce, and that ultimately was what accounted for poor old Ben Folkes, because, as I say, it was a grubber. Forward comes Ray and plays that nicely out towards extra cover, where it is slightly scrappily fielded,
yes.
But they will get a single. Oh, they won't.
No.
It'll be a dot ball.
It's been an interesting innings for Rayan, because every other innings he's had the licence to go out and hit.
Round the wicket comes Jadeja. Up onto his toes goes Rayan Ahmed. Steers that superbly past point. It's going to be 4 more. That lead will roll on to a 91. And Rayan Ahmed is up and away with a boundary. Fine shot too. Very confidently executed.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, I do remember his the discussion of Rayan Ahmed before he became a Test player for England was they weren't quite sure whether eventually his batting or his bowling would be his stronger suit.
Well, we're going to need to see, from an England perspective, his batting at its absolute best. He's got 3 men around the bat on the offside, as there has been for some while now for Jadeja, for any right-hander. And that is pushed away towards Ashwin, who is at mid-on. Played again, competently enough. There's a healthy crowd today, to say the least. There seem to be plenty of, quite a mix of locals and Barmy Army representatives. 281 for 6, pushed into the offside this time. 91 the lead. End of that over has cost 6, one of which was that no ball. 281 for 6, 68 completed. Nestlers.
Well, Oxymoronica is just amazed that England are still in the match. And Leia's not happy. She's going, holy fuck, there goes me snoring peacefully until the early afternoon tomorrow. Fuck you, England. Fuck you very much. I kind of know the feeling. Jay says, oh, can we talk about Vince McMahon now? I don't know who that is. Farong says, well, 10 overs remaining today would mean another early morning start up for those in GC Towers. How's the GPL today, messages? Other match, Barry Shalney, 70 off 5 overs with 5 wickets in hand. What's on YouTube? No, we're up to date on YouTube. There you go.
Thank you, 91 the lead. By the way, I did wind back another channel's feed and watch the KP flounce.
Oh, right.
This forces Pope onto the back foot by Axar, but he plays it solidly. Still 281%. Oh, it was an argument about the legality between him and Harsha Bogle about the legality of switch hitting. And we'll wait for Axar comes around the wicket. That one does slightly square up Pope, who was looking to manoeuvre him into the onside. There's no run.
The legality of it?
Well, yeah, Harsha Bogle was arguing effectively that it should be an illegal delivery because it's unfair on the bowler. You can obviously, that's good footwork from Ollie Pope, who takes a big step down and angles the bat and steers down towards third man. Will get himself a single. Rehan will come on to strike. Now, what Rehan and Ollie Pope need to do here, I think, is they need to try and keep that momentum going that Folkes and Pope had established so well. Pope there, remember, still there, dropped on 110 off the bowling of Jadeja by Axar Patel at backward point. It could so easily have accounted for him. It didn't.
I'm not going to say this often, but in this occasion, I think I'm with KP.
Oh, I was just about to say exactly the same
Well,
thing.
yes, I'll tell you more in a moment. And that one is a fine shot by Rehan. Steps back, cuts to backward point. Fielded by Shubman Gill, I think that is down there. The throw comes in. And again, they keep that scoreboard ticking. 283 for 6. 93
really
the lead.
Really hard to do. I mean, God almighty.
Well, Nestler's, with rather more grace, you were nonetheless taking the point of view of Kevin Peterson, who argued very strongly, and I thought reasonably well, to be fair, although you could see he was starting to tick at the intransigence of Harsha Bogle. But KP was arguing that it's much harder to bat as a right-hander to bat left-handed. It's a bigger disadvantage that the batsman is giving himself. Obviously, the counter-argument from Harsha Bogle was, well, you've set all your fields for a right-hander and suddenly you're bowling to a left-hander. That's what he thought. He argued was unfair, as we'll just wait. And that one again, that's another grubber by Axar Patel. He does shoot these through, and you almost think there may be intentional grubbers. He knows how to make it happen, doesn't he?
Well, there's an argument that you can bowl something that skids on if you have the seam horizontal rather than vertical.
Which is precisely what he's been doing, and he has been doing it well, and it took the vital wicket of Ben Folkes. He's got Jasprit Bumrah pushed back onto the long leg, down to deep long leg. That one, he really hurries through outside the off stump of Rehan, who had previously played a fine shot standing up on his toes and cutting away. He tried to do the same again, and that one was just too quick for him. But fortunately also for him,
it bounced too much.
It bounced way too much and turned off a length. It was a terrific delivery and not the shot to have played to it, I would suggest.
KS Barrett managed to just catch that one and misses some of the others.
KS got that one, you're absolutely right. 284 for 6. 69 overs complete. And that leads ticking upwards towards 100. It's going to need to do that and plenty more, Nestlers.
Indeed. Jay says, I believe regional factionalism will make the cricket team and thus the nation strong. The southern counties have sold us out. The southern coastal elites must know their time has come.
Right, yes.
All hail the revolution, Jay.
Jadeja, not surprisingly, is going to continue in the attack, and he's going to continue to England's man of the hour, England's man of the match so far.
Do you think?
I've never thought we'd be saying that. I know Joe Root bowled magnificently, but I think that cost him his batting innings because he never really got in the second innings, did he? 94 the lead. Ollie Pope, a study in concentration. Rohit's there at slip waiting. That turns and a bit lower. But there's through to KS Barat, no run.
He's looking a little tired, I think. He's batted out there for most of the day.
He will be, but he's just going to have to get over that. All England's hopes rest with him now, really. That's pushed forward by Pope, defended pretty well. No run. To conclude the KP Harsha Bogle thing, you could see it was a rock on. They were butting horns on this subject, and KP. It wasn't a flounce out as such, as we'll just wait. That's a reverse ramp, top edge. He may get 4 for it. He is going to get 4 for it. Siraj gave up the chase, and the lead is going to move on to 98. England move on to 288 for 6. Rohit has got a real old double teapot on.
Yeah.
And England just need to keep this going.
Well, I think Harsha Bogle will be absolutely fuming here because you can't place a fielder there.
It was a legitimate reverse ramp, to be fair. He played it quite beautifully. Quite beautifully. I don't think Harsha Bogle could argue that one was an illegal shot. He might well give it a go. Oh, what a comeback by Jadeja, though. What a comeback that was. Absolutely perfect ball. Turned off a length. Past Ollie Pope's outside edge. Through to KS.
Just a bit slower, just a bit further down the pitch.
Yep.
Groping as he lurched forward. Thankfully not taking a chance to skip down the...
There it was. Similar ball, slightly shorter. Pope's drawn forward. It's past his outside edge. Turned appreciably. 288 for 6. This is riveting, gripping Test match cricket. It's hard. It's difficult. Yes, it's conditions that favour India. England here, though, this pair... well, particularly the partnership before was quite magnificent. That is also reverse swept by Ollie Pope, who will get a single down to what would have been backward point. It's 289 for 6.
Very quickly before Nestor comes in, it's interesting to see that Ollie Pope is no longer dashing down the wicket anymore. He's playing very much from the crease.
He's going to need to.
He's making sure he doesn't let the ball get past him and be out of the crease.
99 is the lead. Nestlers.
Leia tells us that baseballs had switch hitters for ages, but they had to amend the rules.
They did.
Switch pitchers started to appear and face switch hitters. Yeah. Mogg says switch hitting is not much different to mankading as far as Bradnam acts go, I guess. I've got absolutely no problem with it at all. I mean, I can't see the issue.
Well, very true.
It's hard. It's probably one of the most hardest things to do as a batsman, isn't it?
Well, it is, and like I say, you are arguing along the same lines as KP. But so to conclude, it wasn't really a flat out. The end of his time had come in of that stint as forward. Comes Pope, defends nicely to Axar there. So he did do a bit of a I'll put the microphone and kind of said, well, I'm glad I'm leaving.
Mic drop.
Glad my time has come. It's a bit of a mic drop. So he did flounce out a little bit, but it wasn't a storm out. His time had come at the end of the stint. That's defended to backward point. There is no run. That partnership, 112 of 183 balls, manufactured in Epsom and where's Ollie Pope from? You know these things, don't you?
Hanley,
there we go. Defended away out towards extra cover. No run. 99 still the lead. We've got 6.5 overs left today.
Not from Epsom.
No, I'm going to find out where he is from because I should know that.
He played for Frinton on Sea.
He's an Essex boy, isn't he? Originally, couldn't break in because of Foster over there down in Essex. That one is steered sweetly out towards deep mid off, and they will add another single to the score. 291 for 6. Oh, 2 to score, and the lead has now extended over 3 figures. It's a lead of 101 for England. Warm applause from their followers in this Hyderabad crowd. That's flicked down towards long on. Take another single. Will bring Rayan onto strike to face the last ball of this Axar over.
I think I might be trying to make Rayan play more balls here. They seem to be very happy to let Ollie Pope do as he wishes and get off strike if you want to get off strike.
Yeah, well, Rayan is interesting because his natural tendency is definitely one of aggression. He's up against fearsomely effective spin pair.
Spin trio.
Well, spin trio, yes indeed. Ashwin's had a bit of a blow for a while there, and that one does beat him as he once again steps back. Not for the first time he's looked to play that cut shot and hasn't executed it. It's been through him too quickly into the gloves of KS Bharat. It's the end of the over though. The lead for England is 101 Nestlers.
Well, Stephen Kelker's joins us on YouTube. He says, hello again, folks. Hello, Kelky. And he says, India are doomed. You know.
Well, I think that's possibly
possibly excessively over-egging it.
That's definitely extreme optimism. England need a 250 lead, I think, possibly, but they'll take what they can get. They've got it over 100. And the fact that they've got it over 100 is down to that magnificent partnership between Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes, manufactured in Surrey. Try and convince them that they're playing at the Oval, we said, and it obviously seemed to work, Jace.
All I said was, no. Hyderabad is south of the Thames.
True! It is indeed. Around the wicket comes Jadeja, and that is defended away into the offside. Who am I letting in? Dave Sarah. Whatever will be. We'll let him into the comms.
You just missed a...
I missed the delivery while I was on production duties.
They were looking at a possible catch.
Oh my word! Let's have a look. No, it's off the pad.
No, it's pad.
As the
reason. It's pitched outside the leg, so it can't be LBW.
Well, yeah, I don't think LBW is the issue. And they didn't. And that's the reverse swept nicely by Pope. There is a man down there. It will just be a single. But it does mean that it leaves Rayan Ahmed 2 Jadeja deliveries to face. My guess is that the next one will be thrown up pretty much on off and middle, will turn, and Rayan Ahmed will try and cut a ball that's a bit too full and a bit too quick to attempt the cut shot too, because that's what he's done several times.
And
let's see what happens.
And also he tends to back away when he's cutting, and therefore takes his weight off the ball, so it cuts up a bit.
Yep, that's a very, very strong technical analysis, Jace, and you'll bang on.
So let's hope that he decides to bowl in the flat dart Yorker instead.
I was just going to look at what Ollie Pope's highest score for England is so far. Can you remember it?
50, I think.
Well, he needs that and more besides. He's on 137. Rayan Ahmed is down to face. He comes down the track. He's launched this up and over extra cover. It's bounced short of R. Ashwin, who is out there at cover. Couldn't get across it. Wouldn't have made it anyway. It does get Rayan Ahmed 2 runs, and England's lead moves on to 104. No, it didn't get him 2. It got him a single because they only took the 1. And it'll bring Ollie Pope back onto strike. I would have thought they could have taken 2 there. I'm surprised.
It was quite close to Ashwin. I know he's not the quickest runner, but I think Rayan Ahmed was quite happy to get down the other end, to be fair.
294 for 6. Round the wicket comes Jadeja. Forward comes Ollie Pope. Steers to backward point. They stroll a single, and it will leave 2 balls of the Jadeja over left for Rayan Ahmed to deal with. And full-on aggression was his a mode for the last one. What's he going to attempt this time? We shall find out. It's a lovely. We've seen several versions of that lovely reverse ramp. That one is left. Well done, Rayan Ahmed. Mature piece of thinking. If you don't need to play it, don't play it. Don't do what Johnny B did.
Yes, not for the arm ball that's coming now.
Yeah, leave the one. Oh, that was a terrific ball. It does bring Rayan forward. It turns past his outside edge. It, fortunately, from an England perspective, was turning far enough to miss the off stump as well. Through it goes to KS Bharat, and it brings the 72nd over to a conclusion with the England score on 295 for 6 Nestlers.
Gary Naylor has tweeted in, says, can whoever is in charge of deleting politicians' WhatsApp messages please do the same to my commentary over days 1 and 2, please? It's 205 is Ollie Pope's high score. Jay says, small serious point. The thing I love about cricket is how utterly wrong I am all the time. Mint.
Ah,
It's
well,
also,
that's,
also why I'm not a gambler.
You're far from unique in that. We all make mistakes.
And he-
Jasprit
he also-
Bumrah, this
he-
is interesting.
He also says it's all right, Sean. We're both agreeing with KP. It feels dirty, I know.
Well, this is an interesting switch. They've had the England batsmen on their toes, particularly Rayan Ahmed, the ball turning, but they have switched back to
I
the
think this is
wizardry
a
of
bright
Jasprit
idea
Bumrah.
actually, because they're not playing. They don't need to rush to get overs in anymore. They're going to have to play into tomorrow, so you may as well
that
make
is
them
true.
stay out there for longer.
Bumrah's flicked off his pads beautifully. That's going to go all the way. He's greeted immediately with a boundary all the way along the ground towards the mid-wicket boundary from Ollie Pope. England move on to 299 for 6 with one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, it just looks so right when Pope's ticking along and everything's nicely oiled in. The gears are all working properly.
Yeah, 299 for 6, 109 the lead for England. Bumrah in, not really timed by Pope. He was looking to pull, but he was looking to pull from quite a way outside of his off stump, and as such he really sort of flat bats it out towards mid-on.
I think they've worked out that he quite likes to do that because they've got a short mid-wicket in there that is moving towards straight, moving towards mid-on for that sort of pull, strapple.
I think previously to today he hadn't, let me see, a highest score of 81 against India at the Oval in 2021. All other innings against India in 8 games had all been under 50. So
yeah, he's certainly had a
really
bad tour of 2021.
Really is quite a performance. The 205, remember, was against India at Lords in 2023. I put that into a degree in inverted commas. No disrespect to Ireland, particularly as I know we got Dave listening in the background there. But it wasn't the greatest Ireland attack, and it was a 4-day test, and there's sort of other mitigating things that you kind of don't see it in quite the same light, do you?
No.
So this has been a hugely, I suspect, more significant innings, and again, I said with all appropriate respect. Although Ireland, as we all know, didn't really respect that test match. They were more interested in the World Cup qualification, which they subsequently didn't get. Now, this is a concern for India. Jasprit Bumrah seems to be in no small amount of discomfort here. He's taking some pain-killing pills.
Those won't take effect for 2 overs.
No, he's glugging some water. Just a bit of cramp, do you think, Jace?
It might just be a salt tablet or some other electrolytes.
Well, brought back into the attack and only having bowled a couple of balls, it's.
You'd have thought that he got that stuff into him before he started his spell.
That would have been what you might have thought, yes. And I think that would be a fair assumption. We're watching the dismissal of Duckett earlier, which, albeit to a terrific delivery, was a very, very loose drive. Joe Root rather played across the line. Johnny Bairstow was completely done by the old 1-2 from Jadeja, the one that turned and the one that didn't, and the one that didn't was just left by Johnny B. No blame, I don't think, can really be attributed against poor old Ben Foakes, because it just didn't turn. Bumrah's over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope, who drops the bat on it, steers it away to backward point, gets a single, and is happy enough. And I think it's the right strategy, Jason. The 300 comes up for England. They move on to 300 to 6, but Pope is showing every faith in young Rayan Ahmed here, and keeping the scoreboard ticking is better than protecting his partner, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not protecting if he can't score any runs and then he gets out. You may as well score the runs.
Yes, correct. I think we're saying the same thing. Keeping the scoreboard ticking is better than protection.
Than stagnating, yeah.
Indeed it is. 300 is up for England. 300 for 6. Ollie Pope, every inch the hero of the day from an England perspective. 143 off 199 balls. He's just faced his 200th ball and worked it out towards short mid-wicket, and there was no run, just 4.2 overs left of the day, which rather, at the risk of being overly selfish, rather makes me think we probably should just keep this commentary trio going rather than change for just what would effectively be 2 or 3 overs, which doesn't seem to make any sense.
No, get them on. Make them work.
Well, I've got to say, Dom, who is probably feet up in the green room at the moment, has done a sterling job.
He has been doing sterling work.
That's past the outside edge of Rayan's bat. Legitimate, fast off-cutter, and was too quick for Rayan, who I think played and missed. What's that, Dom? Yeah, he's good. Dom is quite happy with his feet up. Well, it's a long old way from where he lives out in Walthamstow to get here for a 4 o'clock start, and he was here before the start of play, on the money. To other gorillas who live a lot closer, I would say, look at that example of Dom.
Dedication.
And hang.
That's what you need.
Heads.
I live further away, so...
Well, okay, fine.
If you want to play the game...
Jasper it, in he comes. Up onto his toes goes Rehan. Bat angled, sort of squirts out into the offside to backward point. No run again. Thoughtful look from Rayan Ahmed. 73 overs complete. 4 overs left in the day. And the score has ticked on to 302, and England are going well. Nestlers.
Mog says, for what it's worth, I don't think the switch hit is really all that bad, but fuck KP and his bullshit anyway. Warren says, morning all. David Stump's wondering where Messi Jez's allegiance lean when it gets a bit interesting, like now. Come off the fence, Messi, he says.
Are you talking about the GPL or something else?
Cricket in general.
It's 300 for 6. I don't know why I gave him an extra 2. It's 300 for 6. I beg your pardon for that. 110 is the lead.
Has tweeted in that the first Sunday in February is British Yorkshire Pudding Day, and he wants a pudding off with Tony Bishop and Ian Forth.
This is away to the offside, down towards mid-off by Ollie Pope. They should have taken a single. They did. Again, they're keeping that rotation of strike. The lead, 111. It's a Nelson's of sort. Let's hope it isn't a damaging one for England. 111 they lead by. 6 off 15 for Rayan Ahmed. Jadeja, who has only 1 for 92, which is surprising for how well he's bowled. That one doesn't turn, and Rayan can step back and he can execute that back foot cut. And it will bring Ollie Pope back onto strike again. It is now 302 for 6. I'm just ahead of my time.
Yeah, but you do notice every time Rayan gets onto the back foot cut, he's backing away towards square leg as he plays the shot.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's got a good eye though. It's served him well enough so far. Jadeja in, Pope forward, defends, and there is no run. 3.5 overs left of the day. How India will be desperate to break this partnership. How desperate they would want it to be. Ollie Pope, but he defends that well and gets a single for it. Because it's pushed down towards R. Ashwin, who's at mid-off.
Well, to be fair to Ollie Pope, it's very easy to score the single when everyone's on the boundary, allowing you to.
Well, that's what they want, and
that's their game plan. They think that's the best way they will advance the game.
Well, this is. I mean, I'll just hold the thought from it. Two very closely, they're basically in each other's pockets at slip. But Rayan Ahmed has no concern for that. Angles the bat, steers it away, takes himself a single, brings Ollie Pope back onto strike. 304 for 6, 114 the lead.
If you get up all that length, you don't need 2 slips because it's not going to go to them. You may as well put him at point.
It's only the 1 slip
pressure on
for Ollie Pope. It's 2 when it's Rayan Ahmed. The 1 is Rohit, who puts his hands above his head to applaud that final delivery of the Jadeja over. 1 for 95 at the end of that for him. 304 for 6 England. 145 of 203 deliveries for Ollie Pope, who has been every inch the hero. He will need to still be there if England are to realistically feel they're still in this game. Nestlers. Nestlers?
Leia says, well, this match in... Hello? Can you hear me?
Pardon?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you,
Can you hear me?
Nestlers. Yes, Clem Fandango, we can hear you.
Okay. You sounded like you couldn't. Leia says, well, this match ensures we only get raging turners on which exactly one Indian can bat for the rest of the series. Jay's drunk himself into sobriety. Bother, I thought it'd be over today. The Naked Fun Pornbot says, Tony, how many inches is the average hero?
I don't know, but I'm holding out for one.
Oh, dear.
304 for 6. Heroes are chocolates, aren't they, as well? Aren't they chocolates you get at Christmas? That one,
Yes,
oh my
they
word,
are.
that hurried Rayan Ahmed, and Jasprit just looks back over his shoulder. Moral victory for him, but
Onto
not
the
a real
padded
one.
part of Rayan Ahmed.
The padded part, yes.
A hero is not just for Christmas, Tony.
Very true. Are they Cadbury's here? I'm not allowed to advertise. I can advertise if I want to.
But you can do what you
I can do what I bloody
You're
like.
allowed
What
to
made me say? Yes,
advertise.
what a piece of nonsense that is. But yes, the heroes. Well, aren't heroes one of the boxes of chocolates that have been accused of shrinkflation, though?
Oh, they all.
They've all accused of
The
shrinkflation.
price stays the same, but the number of chocolates you get goes massively downwards.
Everything has.
Bumrah again. Rayan plays that without too much foot movement, and sort of leans onto the back foot and pushes it into the onside, but it's no run.
These Twixes are much smaller than they used to be in my day.
Well, it's not so much the size
Well,
of
don't
the
bloody
chocolate;
eat
it's the
them,
number in it's the number in the box that has gone down.
Have you ever counted them?
No, I
Oh,
haven't.
there you
Although
go
you do
then.
get, everyone knows what you like in a box of chocolates, and as it gets towards the end of the box, you
left-
do get a bit pissed off when you suddenly realise that the
All the
ones you
toffees
like have
left.
all gone. I don't
Could
like.
you
See,
eat-
I like the coffee creams. I'm
Could you
happy
eat
with
I
those.
like the coffee creams. I don't like the toffees.
Bumrah's going to be in again too. Rayan Ahmed beats him out. So, well, no, actually, I think I'll be fair on Rayan
Yeah, he
Ahmed.
pulled his bat
pulled
off.
the bat inside. And at this late stage in proceedings, with England 114 ahead, just a couple of overs left of the day, he will be happy enough to watch balls past his outside edge all the way until stumps, I can tell you.
Of course, the bounty is the devil of the chocolate.
Oh, I don't mind the coconut
Oh,
bounty. You see, everyone has a different taste buds, different points of view.
No, they're all wrong. Like the coffee ones, they should be banned. Like the switch hits.
That's a very extreme view of your view of chocolates, Nestlers, as we wait for Bumrah to come in to Rayan Ahmed. Over the wicket he comes, flicked off his legs nicely by Rayan.
Superb piece of fielding.
Brilliant piece of fielding. Who is that at short mid wicket?
Jaswal?
Is it the Jaswale? No, it's Shubman Gill. But it was beautifully stopped by him with a diving stop.
It was panther-like.
Wasn't you who christened him the Jaswale yesterday, was it,
No.
or the day before?
It wouldn't be me.
Oh, no, it was Gary. Gary's pronunciation for Jaswale was Jaswale, which just somehow left me with a mental image of a sort of huge blue whale and a saxophone.
Jaswale.
Jaswale, that's right. Here comes Jaswale.
Coffee creams blow, says Pokey Bumfinger. Well done.
All right. Okay, you've got an
poke
anti-coffee
nose.
cream Corot going there. Up onto his toes goes Rayan. Yeah, he may get a single there, and he should take it. Does he? No, he doesn't. Yes, they do. They must have run there, didn't they, Jace? Or is it the... yes, they did. It was a misfield, a backward point. Climbed up. He kept it down beautifully. Oh, it was a bit of Scottish goalkeeping by Siraj, I'm afraid. Straight through his legs. And it's cost his team a run. It's added one run to the England score, and it's extended that England lead to 115, 305 for 6. You can kind of forget the 305. It's the lead that really matters. 145 for Ollie Pope. He's going to face Jasprit Bumrah. Last ball of the over. Defended stoutly in front of his off stump. And it wasn't the last ball of the over. Yes, it was. It was indeed. 305 for 6. Nestlers.
So, where are we today? No GPL winners today. Bounties are the food of the fifth circle of hell, says Messi Jez. Naked Form Punbot says...
Naked Form Punbot?
Whatever it is. It's too long to read out, isn't it? Heroes aren't as big as they used to be. You don't get any in your box. Good to have you all back. Jersey Oak says, life is like a box of chocolates. When you eventually get to the box, everyone has been at it and only a caramel penny is left.
Ah, fair enough.
Mog says, there was a time when I respected you and your opinions, Nestlers, but that Bounty comment has crossed the fucking line, son. I just disgust me, Bounty.
Dear, oh dear.
It's just vile.
It's a taste of, wasn't it Bounty that was a taste of paradise?
Vile.
For some reason I can think of it as a taste of paradise. I can picture sort of ladies in...
Tony, that's just advertising.
Ladies in flouncy diaphanous skirts on beaches as Jadeja wheels in and it's pushed away into the offside by Rayan. There is no run. Shubman Gill again, the fielder doing some shining work on the ball. Nestlers, something has tickled the bounty hater, not the bounty hunter, although he'd be a bounty hunter as well, as that's nicely worked into the onside this time towards Ashwin, and it'll be a single and Ollie Pope
pick
back
your
on
fielder,
strike.
R Ashwin equals easy single, I think.
Yeah, he's not that bad, but he's not as sprightly as others, I'll grant you that.
He's a bit lumbering, certainly when it comes to chasing it in the outfield.
We're in this penultimate over of the day. That turns and Pope plays it just outside of his off stump, away into the onside. He'll take a single.
Pokey Bumfinger says, I haven't got enough teeth left for Quality Street. It's like chewing a minefield.
307 for 6. Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, another no ball from Jadeja. That's third or fourth of the day, isn't it? Do you know what? I don't think England want extra balls today. I think that's the one thing they don't want. But they're going to have to face one more.
Actually,
and it's driven.
Oh, that's
and
beautiful.
It's driven sweetly, but there's a man stationed at extra cover. It's the sprightly, lively, fast, athletic R. Ashwin that deals with it competently enough. He's none of those things, but he's certainly not the slouch you're making him out to be, I don't think.
I've just noticed that this is a 76 over. The new ball will be available fairly early tomorrow.
Forward comes Pope, dabs it, has to stretch for a little bit, but dabs it to extra cover. There's no run again. And 1.2 overs left, so just 2 balls left of the penultimate over. 309 for 6, 119. The lead England have now accrued. A little bit of turn, competently dealt with by Pope, who stretches right forward to do it. And there's no run. It's entertaining. Oh, as I say, this is really entertaining stuff. Jason is mid the most enormous yawn I think I've ever seen in my entire life, which will look brilliant on YouTube. That one's flicked wristily into the offside by Ollie Pope. Is he going to beat the fielder out there? I don't think he is. No, he's not. It is our friend the Jazz Whale who skips across and fields, and they should, I would imagine, have taken 2. 311 the score moves on to for 6. 148 for His Eminence, my ecclesiastical brother the Pope. And Rayan Ahmed will take strike to face the final over of the day, which is going to be bowled by... Who do we think it's going to be bowled by? Is it going to be Bumrah still? Or are they going to go back to an over of spin, do you think, Jace?
Well, they're not going to get any more extra time, are they? So, may as well, if Bumrah wants to bowl it, let him bowl it. Otherwise, put on Ashwin for an over.
Yeah, I was thinking Ashwin might be a shout for the last over of the day. You got all that incredible experience. They know they want to break this partnership. He's not bowled for a while, so I doubt either of these two are going to be looking.
Oh, and we are.
There we go. He's the man with a crystal ball, as Jason defended by Rayan to the first ball. Crystal ball, glass eye, wooden leg, you name it, he's got the lot.
Dodgy ticker.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to mention that.
Lack of hair.
Well, okay, mention that yourself. You're like, oh, I say he's not going to hit anything. That was short, horrible, and pulled by Rayan, and he has got himself a boundary. He's moved on to 11. England move to 315 for 6.
He's moved on to 15, actually.
He's moved on to 15. Yeah, no, the captioning was a little bit slow.
I mean, that was
wasn't. Well, it was a bit of a half tracker.
It deserved to go.
And Rayan just swiveled and muscled it away to mid wicket. Forward he comes, defends that time. Get a good ball, you're going to get it treated with respect. You bowl me a pie, and I'm going to give it what it deserves.
Going to start munching.
Yes. We had a whole interesting conversations earlier today about butter pies, I think. Or was that on our Discord chat? I might be getting confused. That's worked away towards mid-wicket. No run on this occasion. Just 2 balls left of the day. 125 the lead. The butter and something else. I can't remember what the other part of it was. That turns back into Ray, and he's well forward. It pitched outside of off.
Turned too much.
Turned way too much.
I think it hit him in line, but it would have gone on to miss leg stump.
1 ball left. I don't think R. Ashwin is going to overstep. That's not in his playbook. Forward comes Rayan Ahmed. That's terrifically positive cricket, because he steers the ball to mid-off, takes a quick single, and England have reached the end of day 3 in their 77th over of their innings at 316 for 6. They have accrued a lead of 126, and for that they have to thank a magnificent partnership between Ollie Pope, who is still there on 148, 2 south of his 150, and Ben Folkes. It was a Surrey manufactured partnership that has left England with perhaps a sniff of doing something quite phenomenal in this test match. The caveat for that, Jace, is you just know that England's attack is not as good as it should be to take advantage of whatever lead that they can build.
It is not, and the new ball is due very early tomorrow, and the batsmen have got to start again.
They do. It'll be interesting to see how Rayan Ahmed copes with that. But the story of the day, I have to say, it has been an extraordinarily entertaining one, and increasingly exciting. At the start of day 2, let me see, India, they were 421 for 7.
It's a bit quiet for the first 3 or 4 overs, wasn't it?
It was very quiet. They played in very circumspect, careful manner. They didn't really add many, in fact, to their score. They ended up, after that, they added about 20-something. The 436 all out they were. 4 wickets for Joe Root, who had bowled continually, undoubtedly, very much the pick of England's bowlers. 4 for 79 for him.
Yep, you got the
downside of that was it probably did impact on his batting. He went LBW to Bumrah. A lot of starts. Crawley got a start, got one that slanted, that turned and he edged off Ashwin. Ben Duckett played a loose drive at Bumrah and was bowled. Johnny Bairstow was done by the old 1-2 and had his off stump pinned back. Root, as we said, was LBW. Ben Stokes was bowled by a terrific turner from Ashwin. Folkes, though, 34 of 81 deliveries, was finally bowled by a grubber. He couldn't have done much about it. But at the close, Rayan Ahmed is still there on 16. Ollie Pope still there on 148. And England have a lead of 126 runs. And, well, you could complain a little bit and say, oh, I wanted my Sunday morning in bed. This test match is alive, and you can thank the Surrey pairing for that fact. Magnificent stuff. Even though I don't have to get up, I will be listening, I can assure you. Nestlers, do we have any more messages of on our various platforms?
Jersey Oak says, bit harsh. I like a bounty now and then. But Dave Sarrar says, eradicate bounties. Dave Woods says, new game suggestion to entertain during rain breaks. Guerrilla Revels. The team, a packet of revels and live reactions. Yeah, the revels. It's a minefield, revels.
I like the chewy ones that you get in Revels. They've got the chocolate coating. They're quite small and pellety, but they've got this sort of soft inside. They're lovely.
It's like playing depth charge when you've got chilies. Which one's going to be this flaming hot one that you don't want to bite into?
Yeah, Nestler's, go on.
Leo has posted a YouTube clip of I think a band called Skyclad, and the title is Inequality Street.
Good.
And it's got lyrics that go, life really a chocolate box, some do without, others have plenty, it sticks in my throat, my stomach's in knots, while your box is so full, mine's perpetually empty.
Stomach's in knots, so the rest of me is in Middlesex.
Warren says the worst chocolate has to be the green triangle in Quality Street.
Oh no, that's one of my favourites.
Naked Fun Pornbot says, I see your bounty and raise you a finger of fudge.
That's
It's
just
never-
enough. Maybe that's England's lead. Maybe England's lead is a finger of fudge. It's just enough to give gorillas a treat.
Jay Grover says, I've never heard of butter pies and I once went to Lancashire. Sounds delicious, mind.
Yeah.
And to finish off, our own very own Mog says, top-notch work today, folks, especially by the Australia-based socialisers. Not biased at all there. It was good to finally sort of see and hear Mog in the flesh and actually talk to him, which I've never done before.
Yeah, well, we rather liken him to the Wizard of Oz in that he's come out from behind the curtain.
Yes,
And,
I expected him to be wearing like a sort of a
cat suit,
one of those ancient sort of warrior hats or something, and some chain mail. But anyway,
he did a sterling job, as has everyone today. Massive thanks to Dom, massive thanks to Dave, massive thanks to both Daves actually. Shelley, who opened up proceedings this morning and didn't really take wickets.
Until she
they
went
all fell
away.
off, until she went away, and then all of a sudden it all started to fall apart. However, most importantly, England have that lead of 126. We will be back with you at 4 o'clock English time tomorrow morning. Set your alarm clocks, do not miss it. We're going to bring you every single ball. And until then, it's a goodbye and enjoy the rest of your days or evenings wherever you are in the world. Ta-ra. Take care.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency.